Chapter 1. Rebirth. The repository of the mind. In his rural abode, Lin Fan diligently repaired an electrical circuit breaker, a task he had undertaken numerous times before. Typically, he operated the device while it remained live, and until this moment, he had never encountered a mishap. Although he had experienced electric shocks on several occasions, they had merely resulted in slight numbness in his hands, which he had dismissed as trivial. While he was crouched on a wooden ladder, focused on his task, his left hand inadvertently brushed against a nearby metal box, eliciting a startled shout. Then, with a resounding thud, he fell from the ladder, his head striking the sharp edge of a step. A searing pain radiated through his skull in an instant. In his final moments of consciousness, Lin Fan plummeted, resulting in a grievous injury to the back of his head, from which blood gushed forth profusely. He instinctively attempted to rise, but despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he found himself utterly incapable of movement. His body trembled violently, as if all life had been drained from it, leaving him powerless, sprawled in a pool of his own blood. He convulsed helplessly, his lips quivering, yet he could not utter a single word. Flickering remnants of awareness lingered in his mind, recognizing that he was grievously wounded, and the severity of his injuries loomed large. He could still hear the frantic thudding of his heart thump, thump, thump. However, within moments, that rhythmic cadence began to slow, and in this harrowing moment, his brain was engulfed in tension. Chaotic thoughts raced through his mind as he contemplated the imminent arrival of death. The very notion of mortality filled him with an escalating dread. After several breaths, the most worrying reality finally manifested. His heart gradually ceased its beating, and his already heavy-lidded eyes became increasingly dim until darkness enveloped him completely, rendering him blind to all. The fog of unconsciousness descended upon him as his brain succumbed to oxygen deprivation, and he drifted into an abyss of oblivion. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate period, he faintly discerned the sounds of conversation, gradually growing louder. It was less a realization of voices than a rude awakening from the cacophony surrounding him. Lin Fan instinctively sought to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as though they had lost all autonomy, refusing to budge. After several futile attempts, he finally managed to lift his eyelids, and as he opened his eyes, a blinding light surged in. In that instant, the brightness overwhelmed him, inducing a wave of dizziness that compelled him to shut his eyes once more. After several arduous cycles of opening and closing his eyes, they gradually adapted to the surrounding light. Yet, the dizziness persisted, accompanied by a piercing headache that throbbed mercilessly. He instinctively attempted to cradle his head with his hands, but his arms felt limp and powerless, utterly devoid of strength, as if his very essence had been drained. He lay there, half awake, allowing his body to gradually recuperate and regain its composure. Though his eyes had opened, they were yet to fully acclimate to the brightness of this new realm. His gaze was unfocused, unable to perceive any shapes or objects around him. Thus, he remained in this state of stupor, the passage of time unknowable, perhaps mere minutes, perhaps an eternity. Gradually, the numbness began to dissipate, and his vision became clearer. The agony in his head lessened, and just as he thought he might be able to sit up, the pain surged anew. A sudden, intense wave of dizziness struck, rendering him nearly unconscious once more. He instinctively clasped his head with both hands. Simultaneously, a torrent of unfamiliar information surged into his mind, flooding it like a cinematic reel, projecting a myriad of images, characters, sounds, and details. As the deluge of information began to wane, so too did the throbbing pain in his head. After a few moments, the headache subsided, leaving him feeling significantly more at ease, his countenance lightening as well. He lay there for a while longer, gradually regaining his composure. It was then that Lin Fan began to assess his surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered himself lying upon a tattered bed, clad in ragged, worn clothing. Instinctively, he surveyed the area, his eyes falling upon walls made of thatched grass and bamboo strips. Upon glancing around, he realized he was indeed in a dilapidated straw hut. Overwhelmed by disbelief and shock, he called out urgently, "Where am I? Why am I here?" He quickly scanned the vicinity, yet saw no one. At that moment, Flashes of memories and images not belonging to him began to surface in his mind. Gradually, he regained his composure, piecing together the fragments of his thoughts. After an extended period of contemplation, he finally understood. In his previous life, he had fallen from a ladder, succumbing to injuries sustained from the fall. Subsequently, he had awakened within this new body, the former owner of which had been a solitary, only child, now a forlorn orphan. In days past, when his parents were still alive, life had been bearable. His father had taken him to town for his early education. Yet, fate is unpredictable, and their fortunes soon waned. 2 years prior, his father fell gravely ill, and after a year of exhausting their savings and accumulating insurmountable debt in pursuit of medical care, they faced ruin. His mother, overwhelmed by grief for her husband, succumbed to despair and illness, following him into the grave 6 months later. With both parents lost, he became a target for bullying and harassment, as creditors relentlessly pursued him for repayment. Having received only 2 years of education, he had considered himself a scholar, refusing to toil in the fields, preferring instead to languish in despair, awaiting death. Now, it seemed he had perished from starvation. Thus, the present incarnation of himself had traversed into the body of this unfortunate individual. Lin Fan sorted through his thoughts, grappling with disbelief, nearly convinced it to be a mere dream. He rose and slapped himself across the face. Smack! Ouch! It was a tangible proof that this was no dream. After regaining his composure, he muttered to himself, reflecting on the tales of reincarnation he had encountered in novels and television shows. Was it not said that such experiences would be accompanied by extraordinary abilities or systems? Having been reborn, where were his powers, his systems, his magical artifacts? Upon re-evaluating his situation, he found nothing but tattered clothing and a pendant hanging from his neck. In his memories, this pendant was the only possession he had retained, aside from his tattered garments. Chapter 2. The Government's Gift of Wives. This pendant had been passed down from his ancestors, a family heirloom that had only come to him following his father's death. Lin Fan examined it, initially believing it to be his golden opportunity. However, after scrutinizing it for some time, he discerned no signs of activation. He attempted to mimic the incantations he had seen on television, uttering phrases like, "Open sesame, open sesame." Yet, there was no response. He then gestured with his hands while chanting, "Spirits of heaven and earth, grant me passage." Despite his efforts to invoke other magical phrases he had witnessed on screen, the pendant remained unresponsive. With a deep sigh, he returned the pendant to his neck, feeling dejected as he pondered the promises of rebirth, golden opportunities, and systems that had yet to materialize. It seemed that the tales he had consumed were not entirely truthful. After collecting himself from his disappointment, he took a moment to assess his appearance. To his dismay, he realized the extent of his predicament. The absence of extraordinary abilities was one thing, but finding himself in such a destitute state was another matter entirely. Aside from his tattered clothing and the pendant, he possessed nothing. Moreover, he was alarmingly thin, verging on skeletal. He was in fact of average height, approximately 1.7 meters tall. Just then, a jovial voice called from outside. "Fangu, are you still lazing about? The government is giving away free wives. Hurry to the ancestral hall. If you don't hurry, all the good women will be taken. My mother said I must choose a sturdy one, or I won't get fed." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Fan immediately recognized it as his childhood friend, Lin Feng. After a brief moment of hesitation, he realized the government was indeed distributing free wives. No wonder the earlier commotion had been so loud. It was a gathering to discuss the acquisition of brides. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. Such a fortuitous opportunity as free wives was not to be missed. He responded to Lin Feng, "All right, I'm coming right away." As he leapt down from the bed, he tumbled and hurriedly made his way to the door, flinging it open and rushing outside. The sounds reached Lin Feng's ears just as the figure dashed out into the open air. Upon looking up, he beheld a tall, clumsy man standing there, awaiting him. Lin Fan approached, engaging in idle conversation with Lin Feng as they made their way towards the ancestral hall. In the present day, our great Xia kingdom finds itself embroiled in perpetual warfare, year after year. besieged by foreign invaders encroaching upon our borders, with the flames of battle refusing to extinguish. Internally, we grapple with bandits and mountain thieves who have taken to ruling over their domains. With both external threats and internal strife, the valiant sons of our great Xia kingdom have significantly diminished in number. Currently, the gender ratio is severely imbalanced, with a notable shortage of males, ushering us into an era where women outnumber men. According to the laws of our Xia kingdom, all citizens must wed and bear offspring by the age of 15 for males and 13 for females. Those who defy this mandate will incur a head tax that doubles for each year of noncompliance. Repeated violations over 3 consecutive years will result in imprisonment. Thus, the authorities organize an annual matchmaking event, ensuring that each village is granted a chance to receive brides at no cost from the government. Today, it happens to be the turn of Taoyuan village. As the two continued their conversation, they swiftly approached the square in front of the ancestral hall. The square was already teeming with villagers, clustered in small groups, engaged in animated discussions. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, filled with life. In the center of the square stood the officials of the government, flanked by several women who were lined up in anticipation. Lin Fan drew closer, casting a glance at the women present in the square. They were all robust, with weathered faces and sturdy builds. Lin Fan inwardly lamented, this won't do at all. Where is my delicate little wife? As a modern soul, how could he possibly accept such burly women? With their dark skin and formidable stature, it was beyond his imagination. He continued to mutter to himself, this is unacceptable. At that moment, a man with a slight limp approached, making his selection. He moved forward with a pronounced gait. As he passed an empty spot, a woman accompanied by a little girl emerged from the crowd, pleading with the limping man, brother, please choose me. I am small, eat little, and can do many tasks. The man looked down at her, his pride evident as he replied, with such a small frame and a child in tow, who would want you? You would be a burden, go away. The woman, feeling dejected, responded, this is my sister. My family consists only of us now. I beg of you, please take me. I will not be a burden to you, and my sister requires no care. I will work diligently and ensure you are never hungry. All I ask is for a place to stay for me and my sister. The man, still disdainful, said, go away. The more mouths to feed, the greater the head tax, which is a burden in itself. He was not wrong. In the Xia kingdom, the head tax amounts to 500 won per person each year. For an ordinary villager, such a sum is indeed unmanageable. Many are unable to afford even their daily meals, let alone bear such a hefty expense. Most of these women have been brought here by the authorities due to their inability to pay the head tax and their age. At this moment, the limping man cast a lewd glance at the woman and lecherously remarked, however, seeing your fair features, if you were to be sold to a brothel, I could certainly assist with your business. Indeed, he spoke the truth. Women unwanted in marriage often found themselves sold to brothels to become courtesans. As he reached out to touch her face, the woman instinctively recoiled in fear. At this juncture, Lin Fan's voice rang out, hey, what do you think you're doing? If you don't want her, don't lay your hands on her. This woman is mine. The limping man jumped at the unexpected voice, muttering, whoever takes her will be unfortunate. If you want her, then go ahead. The woman, upon hearing someone claim her, was taken aback and cautiously approached Lin Fan. With earnestness, she asked, young master, do you truly wish to take us? Lin Fan replied with unwavering certainty, yes, I have chosen you. The woman, overwhelmed with surprise and joy, immediately knelt before Lin Fan, exclaiming, thank you, young master, for selecting me. Although I have my sister with me, I assure you I will not be a burden. I will work diligently and serve you well. I will not add to your burdens, nor will I allow you to go hungry. Chapter 3. Marrying a bride. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Fan hurriedly stepped forward to support the lady, saying, there is no need for such a formal bow, that he then inquired, do you wish to be my wife? The woman gently nodded, her voice barely a whisper, I am willing. As long as the young master is willing to accept both me and my sister, I shall devote myself to serving you in gratitude for your kindness. After speaking, she attempted to kneel alongside her sister to express their gratitude for Lin Fan's benevolence. Hearing her words, Lin Fan felt a tumult of emotions within him, realizing how much suffering this woman must have endured in the past, which compelled her to plead for someone to shelter both of them. It seemed that because she had a younger sister, others viewed her sibling as a burden, leading to their rejection. Lin Fan reached out once more to his sister, stating, "If you are willing to accompany me, you shall become my wife. Henceforth, we shall be husband and wife, and there is no need for such trivial formalities between spouses. Besides, kneeling repeatedly is detrimental to one's knees." The woman promptly replied, "I am willing. Thank you, young master, for agreeing to marry me." Lin Fan responded, "I am Lin Fan. May I ask your name, and how old is your sister?" The lady replied, in response to the young master's inquiry, "I am Song Xiaoxue, and this is my sister, Song Xiaochao, who is 4 years old this year." At that moment, a figure approached Lin Fan's side and softly spoke, "Fanner, why choose this woman, especially with a child? She may burden you. The annual head tax is quite a significant expense. Additionally, there will be daily meals to consider. Your family is not affluent, and I fear that life will become increasingly difficult." Lin Fan turned to see that it was Lin Dafu, the village chief of Taoyuan village and also his uncle. Over the years, Lin Dafu had supported Lin Fan's family considerably. However, their relationship had not been particularly cordial, as Lin Fan often uttered hurtful words, believing himself to be a scholar who did not require assistance or charity from others, frequently rejecting Lin Dafu's help. Now, Lin Dafu approached cautiously, speaking to him with care. Seeking his opinion on the matter, Lin Fan turned to him respectfully and replied, "Thank you for your concern, uncle, that I have made my choice." He added, "I will find a way to manage my affairs, so please do not worry." Lin Dafu, taken aback by his nephew's courteous demeanor today, quickly regained his composure and responded, "Very well, Fanner, pursue whatever you wish. Your uncle supports you." Lin Dafu had always hoped to mend their relationship, as Lin Fan was his own nephew. Thus, no matter the mistakes Lin Fan had made or the hurtful words he had spoken, Lin Dafu had endured it all without grievance. Today, seeing Lin Fan speak so amiably, he felt it imperative not to ruin this positive atmosphere. Noticing Lin Fan's resolute response, he chose not to press further and allowed events to unfold at that moment, as the crowd selected their brides. The official struck a gong and announced loudly, "The wedding procession concludes here. Those who have claimed their brides may come forth to sign and take their marriage contracts home." Upon hearing the official's call, the crowd moved forward to sign the necessary documents. Soon, those who had claimed their brides completed the formalities and, with their marriage contracts in hand, began to head home with their new wives. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the official, having fulfilled his duty, returned happily to report. Lin Fan, cradling Song Xiaochao, led his new bride back home. Song Xiaoxue, witnessing Lin Fan carrying her sister, felt immense joy and gratitude. She thought to herself how fortunate they were to have found someone willing to accept them both. Overwhelmed with emotion, she silently vowed to work diligently, manage the household, and ensure that Lin Gongzi was well cared for. Before long, they arrived at their humble abode. In the rush to leave, Lin Fan had not taken a proper look at their home and yard. Upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback by the dilapidated state of the house. He began to assess the condition of their dwelling more carefully. The bamboo fence surrounding it was in disrepair, with many sections collapsed, leaving only the fence on either side of the door standing upright. Feeling embarrassed, he cleared his throat and pushed open the gate, guiding Song Xiaoxue and Xiaochao inside. They approached the door, and upon opening it, they found a thatched cottage roughly 10 to 20 square meters in size. Inside, there was a bed made from several wooden planks, a wooden table in the center, and 2 long-legged stools. Against the wall stood a makeshift shelf crafted from wooden planks, holding a few bowls and various odds and ends. Lin Fan, feeling awkward, coughed lightly and said, "I apologize. My home is quite impoverished and shabby, that I hope you won't find it displeasing." Song Xiaoxue immediately replied, "Not at all. I find this house quite satisfactory. With a little tidying and repair, it will be just fine." She continued, "The fact that Lin Gongzi has taken us in and provided us with a place to stay is already a source of great contentment for us." Song Xiaoxue reflected on her good fortune in having Lin Gongzi choose her today, saving them from a life of wandering or worse, being sold into a brothel, which would have meant the end of their lives. In truth, she had been sent to many places by the wedding procession, but others had rejected her due to her younger sister's presence. viewing her as an additional burden. Many had urged her to abandon her sister, claiming that she could marry if she did so. However, she could never bring herself to do that. Her sister was her only family in this world, and she could not bear to part with her. Moreover, their parents had entrusted her with the care of her sister before they passed, and she would rather die than abandon her. According to the laws of the Daxia Kingdom, a child must begin paying a head tax from their second year of birth. Lin Fan was unaware of the many thoughts swirling in Song Xiaoshua's mind. He carried Xiao Xiao inside, placing her on a stool. As Song Xiaoshu entered the house, she immediately said, "Lin Gongzi, you and Xiao Xiao should rest for a bit. I will go and repair the fence outside." Lin Fan quickly responded, "What did you just call me? We are now officially married." Song Xiaoxue blushed deeply and, in a soft voice, called out, "Husband," before hurriedly exiting to mend the fence. Lin Fan observed this shy young bride, amused by her bashfulness. Just a single utterance of husband caused her face to flush to the roots of her neck, that he chose to disregard her embarrassment and began playing with Xiao Xiao inside the house. Chapter 4. The child fishing. After a while of play, Lin Fan carried Xiao Xiao to the bed to rest, lying down beside her, and before long, he fell asleep. He was unaware of how long he had been asleep when he was gently roused by Song Xiaoshua's soft voice. "Husband, husband, do we not have any food at home?" Awakened by her tender tone, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes and carefully got out of bed, mindful not to disturb Xiao Xiao, that he took Song Xiaoshua's hand and led her outside to the kitchen. Glancing into the rice jar, which contained only a few broken grains, that it was indeed empty. Lin Fan pondered, reflecting on how this original Lin Fan had squandered everything to such an extent that he could be deemed a true prodigal. He had consumed all the food, awaiting death. In his memories after the death of his parents, there had been some possessions and land left, but most of those had been sold off, and a portion of the land as well, making him a quintessential wastrel. That he chose to dismiss the former Lin Fan's habits and awkwardly said, "My dear wife, I apologize. It slipped my mind that we have no rice left." Song Xiaoxue quickly replied, "No, husband, it is my fault for not bringing any food for you. I will go out and see if I can find some wild vegetables to cook. Tomorrow, I will certainly find a way to procure food so that you won't go hungry." With that, she prepared to venture out, as though the lack of food was her own failing. Lin Fan swiftly stepped forward to stop her, saying, "My dear wife, there is no need for you to go. You should stay home and look after Xiao Xiao and manage the household. Finding food is a man's responsibility. I will go out and figure something out." Without waiting for her response, he exited the yard. As he stepped outside, he contemplated how he could procure food. Strolling leisurely along the narrow path of the village, Lin Fan found himself, almost unknowingly, at the edge of a babbling brook. The scenery by the stream was enchanting, with crystal-clear waters revealing the pebbled bottom, and a few children frolicking in the water, swimming and catching fish. Unable to devise a plan for procuring food, Lin Fan sat by the stream, observing the children as they attempted to catch fish. He watched as the boys darted to and fro in the water, dragging their nets. Yet their efforts yielded only a handful of small fish, while the larger ones eluded them. Noticing Lin Fan seated there, one of the taller boys boasted, holding up the few small fish they had caught. "Scholar, look, we've caught some fish. Can you catch fish too? You, an educated man, probably know nothing of such matters, only how to spout flowery language." Lin Fan simply shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips, choosing not to respond. That he was aware that his predecessor had once fancied himself superior for having studied for 2 years, parading around the village, reciting literary phrases to anyone who would listen. Consequently, both adults and children regarded him as the village fool. Moreover, his demeanor towards others was far from amiable. He had a volatile temper, as if 2 years of study had granted him the right to lofty positions and substantial salaries, looking down upon others with an air of superiority. Thus, in the eyes of the villagers, Lin Fan was not well regarded. He was merely a source of amusement. They spoke of his education, claiming he would one day become an official, and once in power, he ought to remember the impoverished folk. Unbeknownst to him, they merely jested about his aspirations, while he naively believed he possessed the capability to fulfill such ambitions. Lin Fan understood that his predecessor was of such disposition. Concerning these matters, he was indifferent, realizing that he alone bore the burden of the past. That he resolved to gradually reshape his image in the eyes of the villagers. That as he continued to observe the children, they caught another netful of small fish, growing weary from their play. The second tallest boy suggested, "Let us divide these fish and head home." As the taller boy passed by Lin Fan, he said, "Brother Fan, today you're marrying a bride. I have a few small fish for you. Take them home and eat." This little boy was the only one in Taoyuan village, aside from Lin Feng, who willingly trailed behind him in play. Disturbed by the taller boy's mockery of Lin Fan, he had dragged along the last net and insisted on distributing the fish. Lin Fan replied, "Thank you, little one, but there is no need for the fish. Take them home for yourself." He then inquired, "Could you lend me your fishing net?" Without hesitation, the little boy responded, "Sure, but do you know how to fish? Would you like me to teach you?" Lin Fan assured him, "No need, I can manage. I'll give it or wide at that moment. The other children erupted into laughter upon hearing Lin Fan claim he could fish. The tall boy scoffed. Who would have thought a scholar could engage in such dirty work and catch fish? Have you ever been in the river? Can you swim? Have you ever caught fish? Do you even know where they are? He bombarded Lin Fan with a barrage of derisive questions, continuing, "If you go down there to fish, don't drown in the river. And if you manage to catch a single fish, I'll eat this net." Lin Fan ignored the children's provocations. The little boy remarked, "Brother Fan, don't mind them. If you want to use it, take it. I'll head home now if I don't come by later. Just keep the net at your place, and I'll retrieve it when I have time." "All right," Lin Fan replied. The other boys, convinced Lin Fan would surely fail at fishing, quickly departed, leaving him alone by the stream. Lin Fan examined the fishing net, then gathered some long stones to weigh down the bottom. Their inefficiency in dragging the net stemmed from its insufficient weight, causing it to float. Soon, he secured the stones and surveyed the stream's banks. The water was shallow where they had just fished, primarily yielding small catches. This brook varied in width, with some sections being merely a dozen meters across and others stretching 40 meters wide. After a brief exploration, he discovered a deeper area with a sufficiently wide expanse that in the middle of the river lay a sandy patch, creating a channel between deep and shallow water, resembling a trumpet-esque bell. This spot was ideal for net fishing, surrounded by lush weeds that fish favored. Gathering sticks, bamboo, and weeds, Lin Fan carefully moved from the shallow area. As he walked, he set the materials to block the shallow end, constructing a makeshift dam that he then cautiously crept from the edge of the sandy patch to its far end. Once there, he secured one end of the net to the sandy shore and swam to the opposite bank of the stream. Quickly completing the setup, he submerged the net and began to pull it slowly, alternating between left and right, gradually tightening the encirclement. As he pulled the net halfway to the sandy shore, he swam to the other side, intending to continue his efforts. However, in a sudden movement, he felt something sharp slice his neck, causing a searing pain akin to a knife's edge. "Lin Fan," he gasped, instinctively pressing his hand to the wound. His other hand cautiously explored the source of the injury, revealing a sharp bamboo shard. Frustrated, he cursed who would be so cruel as to leave such a sharp piece of bamboo in the water. With urgency, he planted the fishing rod on the bank and scrambled to the shore. Once ashore, he assessed the severity of his injury. It felt grave, as if he had severed a blood vessel. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the pendant around his neck, which seemed to absorb the crimson liquid, growing increasingly vibrant and luminous. After a few moments, the glowing pendant transformed into a radiant beam, breaking free from his neck and shooting towards his forehead like a bolt of lightning. Lin Fan instinctively turned to evade it, but before he could react, the light penetrated his brow. In an instant, he felt as though struck by lightning, collapsing into unconsciousness. Time lost its meaning as he drifted in darkness. Moments, minutes, or perhaps hours later, he gradually regained consciousness. Dazed and with a throbbing head, he took in his surroundings. Lying on a patch of grass, not far ahead stood a thatched cottage, with a small hillock behind it, more a mound than a hill, overgrown with weeds and saplings. In front of the cottage was a well, and beyond it lay a small fish pond. As he surveyed the area, he was astonished to discover a small haven, perhaps 100 square meters, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. In his mind, he marveled at this miniature paradise. However, as he regained his bearings, he was startled by the bizarre surroundings. Where am I? What is this place? How did I end up here? Wasn't I just fishing? Questions flooded his mind until a soft voice echoed in his thoughts. "Master, welcome home." The sudden sound startled Lin Fan to the core, rendering his limbs weak and his body trembling uncontrollably. Striving to appear composed, he exclaimed in fear, Who is it? Who is speaking? Are you human or spirit? Show yourself at once. I bear you no malice. Why frighten me? At that moment, a sweet voice of a little girl echoed, Master, do not be afraid. Do not panic that I am neither human nor ghost, that I am a spatial spirit, a being residing within your space. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan, intrigued yet bewildered, inquired, Spatial spirit? What is a spatial spirit? My space. Where is it? Where can I find my space? The little girl replied, This is your space. You are currently within it. Lin Fan was taken aback. Astonished, he asked, What? I am in my space right now. How did I come to possess a space? The girl affirmed, Indeed, you are within your space. Your space resides in your mind, within the confines of your head. You and I are currently in that very space of your consciousness. Do you recall? When you were fishing, a bamboo shard cut your neck, and your blood dripped onto the pendant around your neck. This pendant is a spatial pendant. Your blood has acknowledged it as yours. Thus, it transformed into a beam of spiritual light and entered your brow, hiding within your mind. Once you acknowledge this pendant, it becomes a permanent bond, only to revert to its original form within your skull upon your demise as a mere skeleton, awaiting the next fated individual to discover it. However, you are remarkably fortunate. The previous owner's family lineage has passed down for generations without anyone able to acknowledge this pendant that on your very first day on this planet, you claimed it as your own. It seems your cosmic fortune is truly exceptional. This is also destiny. Only the chosen ones and those with fate may attain this spatial system. To be the master of my spatial spirit. You must be among the luckiest of the chosen ones. Lin Fan absorbed the girl's words. He began to harbor doubts, slowly coming to terms with the existence of this spatial system. He asked in astonishment, You mentioned that this world I am in is not Earth. Then, where am I? The girl continued, Master, the world you inhabit is certainly not the Earth you once knew. This is another planet. Far beyond the cosmic horizon. Lin Fan was astounded, shocked to realize he had believed he had been reborn in ancient Earth, only to discover he was on a different planet entirely. Then which planet is this? He queried. The girl responded, This is an ancient planet at the edge of the cosmos. As for its name, I am not yet certain, that I have just awakened and do not possess much knowledge of the outside world or the stars. Once I grow and explore, I shall inform you. Considering her words, Lin Fan realized the girl likely appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, and it was entirely reasonable for her not to know much. Having just awakened, he refrained from pressing further on that matter. Chapter 6. Acquiring the spatial system, he then asked, You say I am the chosen one, blessed with fortune to receive this space. How remarkable is this space? What advantages does it offer me? The girl, undeterred by the complexity of his questions, explained, This space is indeed extraordinary and will greatly benefit you once you acquire this system space. Your physical form will undergo immediate transformation, becoming far more powerful than before. Moreover, this space is infused with spiritual energy, a rarity in the outside world, that if you cultivate plants here, they will grow 3 times faster than in the outside realm. In other words, a plant that matures in 30 days outside will be ready in just 10 days here. Time flows differently. 3 days here equate to merely 1 day outside. Additionally, consuming the produce cultivated within this space can prolong your life, enhance your physique, and alter your constitution. With prolonged consumption, your lifespan may even increase. Lin Fan, taken aback, exclaimed, Wow, is it really that good? With so many functions, acquiring this spatial system feels like gaining a miniature paradise for accelerated growth. A true treasure. The girl affirmed, Indeed. However, Master, you are currently too weak. Even with your enhanced constitution, you remain significantly frail. The chosen one. There are numerous challenges awaiting you in this world, and your current weakness is unacceptable. Should you encounter a formidable opponent, you may not even have the chance to escape. That if you do not train to strengthen yourself, you may not even live to see 50,000 words. And believe me, I consider 50,000 words a generous estimate. That I in the thatch cottage, there is a cultivation manual focused on mental training. Take it and begin your practice. You must hurry to empower and elevate yourself. If you train here, the speed of your cultivation will also accelerate, as the spiritual energy in this space is 3 times more potent than outside. You can enter this space at any time to meditate and cultivate, even when you are busy. However, currently, you can only practice mental and soul cultivation, as only your soul can enter this space to bring your physical body inside. You must reach a high level of cultivation. Lin Fan, realizing the implications of her words, was astonished to discover that he had been conversing with a girl solely through his soul. The revelation that humans possess souls capable of movement, communication, and cultivation was both wondrous and enlightening. The world was indeed vast and filled with enigmas. It seemed the concept of cultivation was not merely a fantasy. Yet he pondered, having traversed from Earth to be reborn. Why should cultivation be any less plausible? This world, this universe, was unfathomably intricate, defying imagination. Nevertheless, he acknowledged his frailty, particularly in the original host's feeble body, that if danger were to arise, he would undoubtedly struggle to cope. Nodding in agreement, he resolved, "I will diligently cultivate from now on." He then inquired, "How do I enter this space, and how do I exit?" The girl replied, "It's simple. This is your space. Just use your soul's intent and imagination to enter. When you wish to leave, use your soul's intent to think of exiting, and you will do so to enter. Simply think of entering the space, and you shall be within." Lin Fan acknowledged her words, then suddenly remembered, "Oh, I've been chatting with you for so long, yet I still do not know your name. From your voice, you seem to be a little girl, correct?" "My name is Lin Fan." The girl responded, "Greetings, Master Lin Fan. I am called Dai Ling, and I am currently 6 years old, but I will grow quickly." Lin Fan remarked, "Dai Ling, is it? Since you are still a little girl, I shall call you Linger from now on." Dai Ling replied, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me a new name." Lin Fan then inquired, "You mentioned you reside within my space. Why can I not see you?" Linger explained, "I have only just awakened, and I possess but a fragment of soul intent here. I have not yet taken a tangible form. For now, I can only communicate with you through your soul. Once I grow stronger and attain a physical form, you will be able to see me." Lin Fan finally grasped that Linger was merely a wisp of soul, which explained why he could not perceive her presence directly and could only communicate through their souls. Curious, he asked, "How long have you been in this space?" Linger replied, "It could be thousands of years, perhaps tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. I cannot recall clearly. Once I grow stronger and restore my former memories, I will know." Lin Fan, still puzzled, asked, "If you reside in my mind, does that mean you know my every thought?" Linger responded, "How could I know your thoughts? I merely dwell in your mind space. I am not fused with your consciousness. Unless you tell me, I cannot know what you are thinking. Likewise, you cannot know my thoughts. If I could, I would not need to trouble myself explaining all this information to you. I could simply transmit it directly." Lin Fan pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in his thoughts. He was concerned that if Linger could discern his every thought, any mischievous intentions he entertained regarding his beloved would be akin to being observed. Upon hearing Linger's explanation, he finally felt a sense of relief. Linger continued, "At present, I am but a wisp of soul energy. After our prolonged conversation, my spiritual power is nearly depleted, that my essence has grown quite feeble, and I must now retreat to cultivate my strength. Otherwise, I may soon dissipate. You should take your time to process this information." Without waiting for Lin Fan's response, she commenced her cultivation, and soon her voice faded away. Lin Fan called out a few times, "Linger, Linger," as he still harbored numerous questions that he wished her to answer. However, after several calls, there was no reply from her, that he muttered to himself, "What a temper for such a young girl. She claims to be my servant, yet disregards my words." Yet, upon reflection, she was a spatial spirit with considerable abilities. Surely, she had the right to be a bit haughty. After a few more silent complaints, he resolved to wait until their next encounter to seek clarity. Lin Fan then began to reassess his surroundings within this space. Chapter 7. The inheritance acquired, that he admired the scenery around him, thinking to himself that although it was somewhat small, the view was delightful, resembling a real-life utopia. There were mountains, water, and houses. As he leisurely strolled towards a dwelling, he glanced into the well and was pleasantly surprised to discover a small spring at the bottom, continuously gushing forth water. The spring water was crystal clear, and once the well was filled, it overflowed, flowing down a little ditch straight into a small fish pond. Upon seeing such pristine water, Lin Fan felt an immediate thirst. Nearby, he noticed a small bucket and quickly filled it with water, but he then raised the bucket and drank heartily. The moment the spring water touched his lips, A refreshing sweetness enveloped him, but he drained the entire half-bucket in one go and remarked, "Ah, how invigorating." After quenching his thirst, he approached the thatched cottage and opened the door. Inside, the space measured approximately 10 square meters and was simply furnished. There was a bed made of bamboo, a wooden box beside it. And across from the bed stood a bamboo cabinet containing a few bowls and a clay pot that a backpack rested against the wall, and the floor was clean and tidy, suggesting someone resided there. Lin Fan paid little mind to these details and walked straight to the bed to open the box to his delight. He found a book inside, which he examined and discovered it was a manual for internal cultivation titled Nine Heavens Divine Dragon Technique. Focusing on heart and inner cultivation, he casually glanced through it before placing it back, as he had no time for training at the moment, but he resolved to return to it when he had the opportunity. Suddenly, the book transformed into a beam of spiritual light and shot towards his brow. Lin Fan instinctively tried to evade it, but before he could react, the light vanished into his forehead. He felt a dizzying sensation as information about the cultivation technique was imprinted in his mind like a printer. After a few moments, the dizziness subsided, and he found himself with a clearer understanding of the Nine Heavens Divine Dragon Technique, complete with insights for each of its 9 levels, which were further divided into 10 tiers each. Stunned, he glanced back at the wooden box, only to find it utterly empty. Lin Fan mused that he had not even been prepared for cultivation, yet this book had forcibly entered his mind. He felt quite helpless, but did not dwell on it, recalling that Linger had mentioned he was the chosen one, which made such occurrences seem rather normal. After all, the strange events of the day had been numerous, and he could only expect more peculiar happenings in the future. Thus, after all that had transpired, he was no longer fazed. He picked up the wooden box, inspecting it closely. To his astonishment, he discovered it contained compartments. After some fiddling, he finally figured out how to open the inner sections. Carefully, he opened the compartment to find another book and a set of silver needles. He took the book out and flipped through a few pages before returning it. As he had no knowledge of medicine or how to utilize the silver needles, he decided to study it later when he had the time. He placed the wooden box back in its original spot and suddenly remembered that he was still in the midst of fishing. His companions were waiting for him to return with food. With that thought, he immediately used his soul energy to guide his spirit back into his body. In an instant, he found himself being shaken by someone who was calling his name. "Fangu, wake up, please wake up." Slowly, Lin Fan opened his eyes to see Xiao Danzi's concerned face. Upon seeing him awake, Xiao Danzi exclaimed, "Fangu, you're awake. Are you all right?" Lin Fan replied, "I'm fine, Xiao Danzi. Why have you come back?" Xiao Danzi explained, "I just went back to eat something and was worried you might struggle with fishing, so I came to check on you and help out. But when I got here, I saw you with blood all over your neck and thought something terrible had happened that I rushed over, and upon closer inspection, I realized there was no blood, just that you were unconscious." Lin Fan quickly inquired, "How long was I out?" Xiao Danzi replied, "I'm not sure how long you were out before I arrived, but I've been here for about a quarter of an hour." Lin Fan was astonished, realizing he had spent so much time in that trance while only a few minutes had passed outside. Xiao Danzi asked, "Fangu, are you really okay? How did you faint?" Lin Fan reassured him, "I'm fine, that I must have been too tired and just dozed off for a bit, but I'm all right now." That he reflected that he felt lighter than before. Xiao Danzi sighed in relief. "I am glad to hear that. You scared me." Lin Fan continued, "Since you're here, help me pull the fishing net over to gather the catch that we can each take an end. It will be quicker that way." Xiao Danzi agreed, "Sure, no problem." Together, they began to pull the net towards the shallow corner of the water. It was then that Lin Fan joyfully realized his body had indeed undergone transformation. Pulling the fishing net felt significantly easier than before. As the encirclement tightened, the fish within began to panic and dart about in a frenzy, desperately seeking an escape. Soon, the net had shrunk to a width of only 3 or 4 meters, with the fish thrashing wildly, attempting to find a gap to slip through. However, they were firmly ensnared by the net. Xiao Danzi, witnessing such a bountiful catch of large fish, was utterly astonished, having never seen so many fish of such size before. Just then, a group of children who had been fishing returned to the scene, eager to witness whether Lin Fan, the fool, could indeed catch any fish, hoping to validate their earlier assumptions. However, upon their arrival, they were left speechless at the sight before them. They had never caught such a large haul in all their years of fishing. Lin Fan, equally amazed by the net filled with fish, was struck with disbelief. Chapter 8. A bountiful catch. Lin Fan could hardly believe the richness of the fish resources in the creek. It seemed he had stumbled upon a massive school of fish. This net alone must hold dozens of fish. Moreover, the fish were quite sizable, leaving Lin Fan utterly astonished by the bounty of his catch, but he never anticipated that a casual dip into the stream would yield such a remarkable harvest. Perhaps the fishing techniques of this era were inadequate, or the tools used for fishing were subpar, making it exceedingly difficult to capture larger specimens. Even when encountering a school of fish, they might scarcely manage to catch a few due to their rudimentary equipment. It seemed they had yet to master the art of crafting the appropriate fishing tools. Not dwelling further on this matter, Lin Fan observed as the group of children drew nearer, ignoring their astonished and envious gazes. He promptly began to dig a large pit in the center of the beach. Before long, a pit over half a meter deep was completed, given its location in the middle of the river. Water quickly seeped into the excavation that he then called to Xiao Danzi, instructing him to transfer all the fish captured in the net into the sandy pit, that as they worked, their laughter filled the air. Counting each fish as they were pulled from the net, that in approximately 20 minutes, every fish from the net had been securely placed in the pit. Just as their joy peaked, a vexing dilemma arose: how to transport the fish back home. While pondering this, Xiao Danzi suggested, "Brother Fan, why not fold my fishing net, place the fish inside, and carry it home?" Lin Fan had already contemplated this solution, but hesitated to voice it, fearing he might damage the net. Now that Xiao Danzi had proposed it, he pretended to deliberate for a moment before nodding. "All right, but this might ruin the net." "No worries," Xiao Danzi replied. "If it tears, we can repair it." Lin Fan conceded. "Very well. It seems this is our only option." But he gestured for Xiao Danzi to gather the fishing net, and after folding it several times, they transferred all the fish from the pit into the net. With the fish secured, the two of them joyfully attempted to lift the hefty load homeward. However, despite their considerable effort, after just a couple of steps, Xiao Danzi exclaimed, "I can't do it, Brother Fan. It's too heavy." Gasping for breath, he added, "This bundle of fish is simply too much for me to carry." Lin Fan acknowledged, "Indeed, this haul must weigh over 40 fish, each ranging from 1 to 3 pounds. That easily surpasses 100 pounds. How could your small frame manage such a load?" The other children, witnessing this scenario, burst into laughter, mockingly commenting, "You caught so many fish, yet you can't even lift them. How will you take them home?" Lin Fan, undeterred by their taunts, cheerfully retorted, "Why not come over and lend a hand? You're still laughing. Hurry and help us carry these fish home. There is a share for everyone." Taken aback by Lin Fan's unexpected cordiality, the children pondered, wondering why he seemed so amiable today. Was it because he was marrying today? Typically, he was rather arrogant and imposing, but now he was cracking jokes. The prospect of assisting him in carrying fish home while reaping a reward was indeed enticing. Surprised by Lin Fan's sincere demeanor, the children responded, "All right, we'll go find some sticks and be right back." They hurried off to gather a few sticks, returning with cheerful expressions to help carry the fish back to Lin Fan's home. With the addition of their assistants, the atmosphere became lively. Lin Fan tied the 4 corners of the net together and threaded 3 sticks through. With combined strength, 6 of them easily lifted the haul of over 100 pounds. As they walked towards Lin Fan's home, they chatted animatedly about their fishing experiences, each expressing a desire to learn Lin Fan's methods. Generously, he shared his technique of using a dragnet, though he refrained from divulging all his secrets. After all, having watched numerous fishing videos in modern times, he knew there were countless methods available. However, their current fishing tools were undeniably outdated. Today's success was merely due to good fortune in encountering a school of fish. As they joyfully conversed and carried their impressive catch, the journey felt significantly shorter. Before long, they arrived at Lin Fan's doorstep. From a distance, he spotted 2 figures standing at the entrance, his wife and sister-in-law. Song Xiaoxue, noticing Lin Fan and the group approaching with an unknown load, hurriedly called out, "Husband, you're back. What are you all carrying?" As they drew nearer, her eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing the multitude of fish. "Husband, how did you catch so many fish? Where did they come from?" Lin Fan replied, "I caught these fish in the stream." That he continued, "Dear, quickly open the door wider. We need to bring the fish inside." Song Xiaoxiu momentarily paused, questioning, "Are they coming to our home?" "Of course. These fish are ours," Lin Fan affirmed. The realization dawned on her, and she hurried to fully open the gate. The group placed the fish in the yard, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. They had been overly exuberant, carrying the fish from the stream to Lin Fan's home in one go. Once the fish were down, Song Xiaoxue approached Lin Fan with her sister Xiao Qiao, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Husband, are all these fish really ours?" With certainty, Lin Fan confirmed yes. Xiaoxue was taken aback, astonished by her husband's capabilities, having returned with such a bounty in merely 2 hours. In her heart, she silently acknowledged her good fortune in having such a capable husband who could provide for them. It felt as though the heavens rewarded those who were diligent, as she had finally found someone reliable to depend upon, igniting a glimmer of hope for survival. Chapter 9. Dividing the fish. Seeing the pile of fish, Xiao Qiao clapped her hands joyfully, hopping with excitement. "Wow! So many fish! Such big fish!" Lin Fan affectionately patted her head, saying, "Xiao Qiao, be a good girl and listen. We'll have fish for dinner tonight." After spending the morning together, they had grown somewhat familiar. The mention of fish for dinner filled Xiao Qiao with even greater delight as she spun in circles in the yard, exclaiming, "Yay, yay, we're having fish, we're having fish." Lin Fan called out, "Dear, bring out all the containers we have to store the fish out." "Of course, husband," Xiaoxue responded promptly, rushing to the kitchen to retrieve the only wooden bucket and a basin available. Together, they all assisted in placing the fish into the bucket and basin until both were filled to capacity. However, there were still many fish left, most of which were still alive. Lin Fan contemplated how to manage such a large quantity of fish that he couldn't possibly consume in one evening. Knowing they would spoil by the next day, he considered selling some in the city for a bit of silver. With that thought in mind, he swiftly organized a group to transfer all the live fish into a water tank. After counting, he realized there were approximately 30 live fish. Once positioned properly, the fish revived shortly thereafter, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Turning to the group, Lin Fan gestured towards the basin filled with fish, saying, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work in helping me bring these fish back. Please take one fish each to enjoy at home." A group of boys, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, wore expressions of disbelief. After a brief pause, they waved their hands and exclaimed, "No, no need. We haven't caught any fish with you. Just a moment ago, you mentioned that you couldn't catch any, so we decided not to take any." They felt somewhat embarrassed about accepting the fish. Then one of them said, "We are fellow villagers. After all, helping you carry the fish back is quite a normal thing. You needn't take it to heart." Lin Fan, upon hearing this, was left speechless, feeling that the previous original owner was hardly human. How could someone offend an entire village of such kind-hearted people? Truly a remarkable talent. Listening to the children's genuine simplicity, Lin Fan felt even more compelled and declared, "From this day forth, I, Lin Fan, shall keep my word that I promised to share the fish with you, and I shall do so." He insisted that each of them take one fish. Without waiting for their response, he swiftly selected several fish of similar size, each weighing over a pound, and directly placed them into the hands of each boy. He then urged them, "It is getting late. Hurry home and prepare your meals." The boys were utterly astonished by Lin Fan's generosity. They could hardly fathom that such sizable fish were being given to them without hesitation. They had expected that if they had gone to fetch fish themselves, they would have ended up with the smallest ones. Little did they anticipate that Lin Fan would directly hand them such large fish. In this era of scarcity, where many struggled to afford even a meal, let alone fish, this was a delicacy, savory fish meat. How many people could afford to eat meat more than a few times a year? Most only indulge during the new year, with many not even having meat. Then, if this fish were to be sold in the market, who knows how many coins it might fetch? Their expressions were filled with disbelief. The former Lin Fan would never have been so generous, nor would he have engaged in such lengthy conversations with these children. Today, however, he seemed like a completely different person, akin to the amiable older brother from the neighboring family. Observing Lin Fan's sincere demeanor, the boys no longer felt they were being mocked, with a hint of confusion. They said, "Thank you, Brother Fan, we'll head home now." Lin Fan smiled and nodded, saying, "Go on, it's getting late. Return home and enjoy your fish." Seeing Lin Fan smile, their last traces of doubt vanished, and they left, happily clutching their fish. Once the children departed, Lin Fan picked up 2 more fish and approached Xiao Danzi, offering them, "Danzi, take these 2 fish home to eat." Xiao Danzi looked at the fish and replied, "Brother Fan, I don't need the fish. I still have some at home." Lin Fan countered, "Are you referring to those few small fish you just caught?" Xiao Danzi, feeling a bit awkward, lowered his head and did not answer. Lin Fan continued, "Take these 2 fish back to nourish your family." Xiao Danzi hesitated, wishing to refuse, But Lin Fan pressed on. If you don't take them back, then don't come to play with me anymore. Hearing this, Xiao Danzi could only awkwardly reply, All right, Brother Fan, I will take the fish. Lin Fan urged, Go home quickly. Otherwise, your parents will come looking for you. Xiao Danzi complied and hurried home with the 2 fish in his fishing net. Noticing that everyone else had left, Lin Fan inquired, Wife, can you clean fish? Song Xiaoxue, feeling a bit shy, nodded and replied, I've seen my father do it before. I should be able to manage. Lin Fan instructed. Then please prepare these dead fish at home, that I'll step out for a bit. That he picked up 2 large fish and 2 smaller ones. Continuing, process all these fish, and when I return, I will personally cook dinner for us. Song Xiaoxue responded, Understood, my husband. She promptly took the basin of fish to the kitchen to prepare. As Lin Fan stepped out of the yard, a familiar voice called from around the corner, Brother Fan. Are you home? Before the person appeared, Lin Fan answered. I am here. As the voice faded, a figure emerged. It was Lin Fan's good friend, Lin Feng. Upon seeing Lin Fan exit his gate, Lin Feng immediately inquired, Brother Fan, are you heading out? Today is your big day. Where are you off to? Lin Fan replied, Today is not your wedding day, so why are you out? The two engaged in light banter for a while before Lin Feng, growing serious, said, Today is indeed your big day. That MY family is poor, and I have no gifts to offer. To MY mother asked me to bring some broken rice to congratulate you. Wishing you happiness in your marriage and many children. I hope you won't think it too little. That he then handed over a bag of rice. Lin Fan glanced at it. It weighed about 5 or 6 pounds. That in this era of famine, where many struggled to fill their stomachs, being able to present such a quantity of rice spoke volumes about their relationship. Lin Fan did not refuse and said, Thank you. I will accept it graciously. He thought to himself that they were in need of rice at home and had been pondering where to find some. This was truly a timely gift. Lin Fan then added, Today is also your wedding day. I have nothing to offer you either. I caught some fish this afternoon, so I'll give you 2 fish as a gift that I hope you won't mind. Wishing you happiness in your marriage and a bountiful life. Lin Feng immediately waved his hands, saying, No need. I can't accept such a large gift. That if I take something so substantial, my mother will surely scold me. She said that since your family only has you, and you just married, I shouldn't accept anything from you. Hearing this, Lin Fan felt deeply moved that he hadn't expected Lin Feng's family to be so considerate, that he smiled and said, Thank you for your family's kindness towards me. It is perfectly fine. Take it that I caught plenty of fish today, and we have more than enough to eat. Besides, since you've given me a gift, I must reciprocate. It's only proper. He then led Lin Feng into the kitchen to have a look. As they entered, Lin Feng noticed a petite woman busy preparing fish, with a large basin full of fish already being processed. Upon seeing her, Lin Feng immediately greeted, Sister-in-law, hello, are you busy cooking? Song Xiaoxue turned her head and saw a tall figure grinning at her. She didn't respond but looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan introduced, Wife, this is my childhood friend, Lin Feng. His home is not far from ours, and he has come to bring rice to congratulate us. Song Xiaoxue smiled and replied, Hello, thank you for your gift. She continued, Yes, my husband caught a lot of fish today, and I'm now preparing them. Lin Fan gestured towards the water tank, encouraging him to take a look. Lin Feng, puzzled, approached the tank. Peering inside, he was astonished to see the tank filled to the brim with fish, completely obscuring the bottom. Though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the sheer number of fish. Unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, Wow, so many fish. He had never seen so many fish before. Such a sight was unheard of in their village. He was incredulous as he asked, Brother Fan, did you catch all these fish today? How could you be so skilled as to catch so many? Lin Fan explained, I went fishing in the creek today, and I was fortunate enough to find a school of fish. It was a bountiful catch. So don't worry about taking some home. Your mother won't scold you that if she doesn't believe you. Just invite her to our home to see. Song Xiaoxue politely added. If my husband says you should take them, then you should. Lin Feng, unsure of how to respond, scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Lin Fan continued, Today is your wedding day. Since your bride is at your home for the first time, you can't let her go without a proper meal. Saying this, he directly placed the 2 fish into Lin Feng's hands, urging him, Hurry home and cook for her. Your bride is waiting for you. With that, he pushed Lin Feng out the door, insisting, Take these home quickly and prepare a good meal for your bride. After some contemplation, Lin Feng realized Lin Fan had a point. It was indeed their wedding day, and having some meat for his bride on her first day at his home would be wonderful. Upon contemplating this, he readily acquiesced. Very well, I shall graciously accept your offering. I shall take this fish. Lin Fan declared. Indeed, that is the proper course of action. We are comrades, and such formality is unnecessary that I have accepted your gift without hesitation, so you two need not stand on ceremony with mine. This is how true friends ought to behave. Lin Feng chuckled sheepishly. You are right, good friend. His refusal stemmed from the fact that this fish was far more precious than mere grains of rice. He then remarked to Lin Fan, your roof has developed several large holes. Should it rain, you would undoubtedly be drenched like a rat. Tomorrow, I shall come by to assist you in repairing the roof. He added. Lin Fan, recognizing the necessity of the repairs, replied, I appreciate your help, Brother Feng. The two often refer to each other as brothers. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Feng took his leave, carrying the fish home. Once Lin Feng departed, Lin Fan set forth with 2 fish in hand. He meandered through the village's narrow paths, turning left and right, and after approximately 3 to 5 minutes, arrived outside a courtyard. Approaching the entrance, he called out, Uncle, are you at home? Swiftly, a voice from within, belonging to a middle-aged man, responded, Yes, is that you, Fanner? What brings you here? As the voice echoed, the door creaked open, and within moments, the village head, Lin Dufu, also Lin Fan's uncle, stepped out, hastening to the entrance. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Fan announced, Uncle, today I caught some fish in the creek and thought of you and Annie at home. Therefore, I brought 2 fish to nourish you. Upon hearing this, Lin Dafu was taken aback, pleasantly surprised that his nephew Lin Fan wished to bestow fish upon him, laden with such courteous words. Has my nephew fallen ill, or has he experienced a change of heart? Since marrying, he seems a transformed man. Could it be that the joys of matrimony have instilled such virtue in him? He pondered, bewildered. In the past, Lin Fan had never spoken to him with such kindness, let alone offered gifts of food. Yet, witnessing Lin Fan's earnestness, he felt no jest in his demeanor and was genuinely pleased to see his nephew becoming so amiable. He dismissed further contemplation, content with maintaining a good relationship with his nephew, one of his lifelong aspirations. With a smile, he replied, Fanner, today marks your joyous occasion. You are wed and blessed with a wife. Your household is modest, and you both must strive to live well. Keep the fish for yourselves, should you encounter difficulties with living expenses. Do not hesitate to confide in your uncle. I shall assist you. Take the fish back to share with your wife. She is still young and has a little sister who requires nourishment. Chapter 11. Lin Fan's transformation. Lin Fan was deeply moved and gratified by his uncle's words that it seemed that his uncle had not abandoned hope in him. Reflecting on the goodness of such a relative, he questioned how the original owner of this body could have wronged him, so that he felt perplexed, eager to comprehend the nature of the individual he had replaced. Nevertheless, he resolved to mend the rifts of human connection and restore goodwill. Lin Fan then explained to his uncle, Uncle, please accept this fish. Fortune smiled upon me today. I stumbled upon a school of fish in the creek and caught plenty that I brought these fish as a gesture of respect for you and Andy. So please do not refuse them, that if you doubt my words, you are welcome to visit my home, where you will find an abundance of fish that we cannot possibly consume. Otherwise, they may spoil by tomorrow. And I trust you will not turn them away. Upon hearing his nephew speak with such warmth and courtesy, Lin Dafu's heart swelled with joy and excitement that it appeared that his nephew had indeed transformed into a new person. The ancient adage states that marriage can alter one's character. Could this truly be the case? Yet, it had only been a day that he dismissed any doubts, relying on his seasoned judgment to discern sincerity. Lin Dafu, grinning broadly, found himself unable to suppress his delight since Lin Fan's arrival. His grin had remained fixed, his eyes crinkled with joy that he had not experienced such happiness in a long while. For this was the genuine warmth of familial affection. With heartfelt sincerity, he said, Fanner, you have truly matured. Uncle is exceedingly happy and gratified. Your parents, blessed be their spirits, can now rest in peace. Stepping closer to Lin Fan, he embraced his shoulders and earnestly continued, Today has been such a joy that I momentarily overlooked your kindness. Very well, I shall graciously accept the gift you have offered. Lin Fan once more presented the fish. And this time, Lin Dafu accepted it without hesitation, but he then instructed Lin Fan, Please wait here for a moment. Today is your wedding day, and I also have something to give you. With that, he entered the house, returning shortly with Andy, who carried a bag of items. Upon seeing Andy, Lin Fan promptly extended his greetings. Annie, too, perceived a remarkable change in Lin Fan. He had never before greeted her first, having just heard her husband speak of Lin Fan's transformation. She was astonished at the evident shift in demeanor. Lin Dafu approached Lin Fan, saying, "In these times of hardship, we possess little of value to offer, but this is a small token from your uncle and aunt. Take it home and cherish it with your wife." Witnessing the happiness radiating from his uncle and aunt, Lin Fan felt no inclination to maintain the aloofness of his predecessor that he reached for the bag. Replying, "Thank you, Uncle and Annie," the elderly couple beamed with joy at Lin Fan's polite and gracious response that as the sun dipped below the horizon, they urged him, "It is getting late. Go home and prepare a meal with your wife." Lin Fan, without hesitation, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle and Annie, that I shall take my leave now." That he exited the courtyard and made his way homeward. The elderly couple watched as Lin Fan walked further away until he vanished from sight before closing the courtyard door. They engaged in cheerful conversation as they returned inside. Soon, Lin Fan arrived back home. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Chao rushed towards him, taking his hand and pulling him toward the kitchen while babbling in baby talk. "Hurry up and cook the fish. I want to eat fish. I've never eaten fish before." Lin Fan observed this little one, her familiarity endearing, that in less than a day, they had grown quite close to it. Seemed that the people of this society, both young and old, were remarkably genuine. A little kindness could dissolve their defenses. Moreover, these children were quite perceptive, though their understanding stemmed from necessity, having faced hardship from a tender age that in this world, many adults and children alike suffered from hunger. A mere morsel of food could evoke immense gratitude, sometimes even saving a life. However, the simplicity and sincerity of this society stood in stark contrast to the complexities of modern life, where one often feared deception and manipulation. The weariness of navigating such treachery in contemporary existence was palpable. The only solace in modern life was the assurance of not succumbing to hunger as long as one worked. Lin Fan refrained from dwelling on comparisons between the ancient and modern worlds. Before long, Xiao Chao had dragged him into the kitchen. Upon seeing Lin Fan's return, Song Xiaoxue inquired, "Husband, you have returned?" Lin Fan replied, "Yes, my dear, I have returned." He then asked, "Have the fish been prepared?" "They are ready." She responded that, "Splendid. I shall prepare the fish shortly. By the way, dear, come here. I have something wonderful to show you." He placed the bag given by his uncle on the table. Seeing that Lin Fan had returned with a bag of items, Song Xiaoxue approached with curiosity, asking, "Husband, what is this?" Lin Fan remarked, "I am uncertain. It was just given to me by my uncle. Why don't you take a look for yourself?" He had not seen the contents and was equally in the dark. Song Xiaoxue, intrigued by Lin Fan's air of mystery, approached the table stealthily, cautiously extending her delicate hand to open the bag. The moment she revealed its contents, her joy was palpable. "Wow, darling, there are so many wonderful things inside," she exclaimed, her surprise prompting her to instantly name the various items: oil, salt, a packet of sugar, and a bag of white rice. She had never encountered such an abundance of goods before, and the sheer novelty of it all thrilled her. Song Xiaoxue was overwhelmed with delight, nearly bouncing with excitement, for all these items were edible. Chapter 12. Cooking. Lin Fan, however, found these items rather ordinary and felt little astonishment. In the modern world, they were mere staples. Yet in this era, they were treasures indeed. Lin Fan recognized the current circumstances of his world, where these items were considered luxuries. Thus, they were quite useful for his household, especially since he had just been contemplating the necessity of these very provisions, having fish and rice, but lacking oil, salt, or any spices, which would render his culinary endeavors less than delectable. Yet, in this society, mere sustenance sufficed. As long as one was not starving, that was a blessing enough. The palatability of the food was secondary. Consequently, the people were not overly particular, content as long as their bellies were filled. However, for Lin Fan, accustomed to the myriad delicacies of modern cuisine, the prospect of consuming such simple fare was daunting. He had been pondering where to procure some seasonings, and unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him with this generous gift. Now equipped with these seasonings, he could prepare a delightful meal for his beloved and her sister that evening. As Song Xiaoxue caressed the various items on the table, treating them as treasures, she joyfully reiterated to Lin Fan, "Darling, Uncle has given us so many precious things: a bottle of oil, a packet of salt, a large bag of sugar, and a sack of white rice. These are indeed valuable items. We must use them sparingly. Lin Fan glanced at the jar of lard, estimating it to weigh around 2 pounds. While the salt appeared to be about 10 to 8 pounds, albeit coarse. The dark sugar bag likely contained over 10 pounds, and the sack of rice was approximately 10 pounds as well, true long-grain rice. Unlike the rice brand Lin Feng had previously brought, that of course, Lin Fan bore no disdain for the brand. Recognizing that everyone was struggling in these hard times, that he mused, no wonder it felt heavy when he carried it back. It was solid and substantial. It seemed his uncle was quite generous and considerate towards him, that in such a poor household. To be able to offer him so many good things was a heartfelt gesture indeed. Perhaps they were reluctant to use them regularly. His uncle treated him as if he were his own son, and it was likely that even a biological son, upon partitioning the family estate, might not receive such a bounty. He resolved that should he rise to prominence in the future, he would repay their kindness. Lin Fan replied, "Very well, I shall leave the care of these items to you, my dear." Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoxue felt a surge of happiness, thinking to herself that her husband entrusted her with such precious goods, and she must not let him down. She would safeguard these items diligently, using them judiciously. Lin Fan continued, "However, today marks our wedding day, so let us prepare a special meal." That he then instructed, "Darling, take some rice to cook. Tonight, we shall feast on fish." Upon hearing they would have fish for dinner, Song Xiaoxue felt an immediate thrill, though a hint of concern crossed her mind. Given their current poverty, would it be too extravagant? Too wasteful? Yet, recalling her husband's words that today was a joyous occasion, her spirits lifted once more. Since her husband had spoken, she would comply with his wishes. Whatever he desired, she would do. She would follow his lead. Now that he had taken her and her sister in, that was already the greatest blessing. Thus, she must not contradict him or question him. She would simply listen and work diligently, eating sparingly. Quickly, she responded, "All right, darling." Initially, she had thought that with their meager provisions, they might manage with a simple porridge made from the broken rice that had been brought. This rice could last them quite some time. But since her husband had expressed a desire for a proper meal, she had no choice but to cook. Although young, Song Xiaoxue was adept at household tasks, her movements quick and agile. Soon, she had fetched the rice, washed it, and placed it on a makeshift stove constructed from stones, kindling a fire to cook. Lin Fan observed his nimble wife, feeling a sense of admiration that he mused that many modern children, even at the age of 10, might struggle with such tasks, let alone cooking and managing a household. The fact that she could care for her little sister while living independently for so long without succumbing to hunger was impressive. In contrast, most modern children were accustomed to having everything provided for them, rarely undertaking household chores, and some even took ages to be called for a meal. The differences between eras were stark. As they chatted in the kitchen, with the two sisters engaging in lively conversation, the atmosphere grew more vibrant with the presence of Xiao Chao, the child who, unreservedly, asked many questions that her sister hesitated to voice. "Uncle, this rice smells so good. Can my sister and I have dinner tonight?" Lin Fan inquired. "What did you call me?" Xiao Chao replied, "Uncle." Song Xiaoxue gently took Xiao Chao's hand and whispered, "Xiao Chao, from now on, you should call him brother-in-law." Upon hearing her sister suggest calling Lin Fan brother-in-law, Xiao Chao immediately exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, you are my brother-in-law. How wonderful." Song Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. Lin Fan, amused by the sisterly banter, smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, you can eat as much as you like. Whatever I eat, you shall eat too. As long as I have food, you shall have food." Xiao Chao, overjoyed at the prospect of a meal, began to twirl and jump, exclaiming, We have food! We have food!" Lin Fan observed Xiao Chao's delight and felt a surge of happiness himself. During their casual conversation, Song Xiaoxue shared that ever since their parents passed away, the two sisters had been relying on each other, living as guests in others' homes, often struggling for their next meal. Moreover, after the demise of their parents, being girls made them frequent targets of bullying by others. Relatives and kin looked down upon them, deeming them as burdens, leading to their isolation and abandonment, leaving the two children to fend for themselves. Over the past 2 years, they had endured untold hardships, with Song Xiaoxue wandering from place to place with her younger sister, foraging for wild vegetables, fruits, and roots to stave off hunger. Toward the end of last year, they were discovered by officials who took Song Xiaoxue to the magistrate's office. Following an investigation, It was determined that she was of marriageable age, necessitating her to wed. Throughout this ordeal, she was escorted to numerous villages for betrothal. Yet no one was willing to take her in due to the additional tax burden of having an extra dependent without any labor capacity. Hence, she found herself still unclaimed until today, when Lin Fan happened to notice her and did not mind that she had a sister to care for. Upon hearing about Song Xiaoshue's plight, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of compassion and sorrow, but he silently vowed to cherish her and ensure she would never again suffer any indignities. Their conversation flowed swiftly, and after a while, the rice was ready. Given the small size of the kitchen and the single stove, he first prepared the rice before moving on to the dishes. Once the rice pot was set aside, the iron wok was already cleaned, and Lin Fan took it upon himself to cook, ensuring that they would not go hungry. Meanwhile, Song Xiaoshui added kindling to the fire, while Xiao Chao watched intently, fearing the fish in the wok might escape, occasionally licking her lips in anticipation, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Like a little foodie, she observed every move Lin Fan made in the kitchen, mimicking him with her tiny actions, swaying her little bottom and waving her hands, fully engrossed in the learning process. The cheerful atmosphere amplified as they witnessed her earnest efforts. That evening, Lin Fan prepared a feast consisting of 3 dishes: steamed fish, pan-fried fish, and fish soup, aptly named a whole fish banquet. The remaining fish was salted and placed in a basin to be cured, ready to be dried in a day or two. Dried fish is a delightful delicacy that keeps well for an extended period. With everyone's cooperation and effort, the dishes were soon completed. The fragrant aroma of the fish wafted through the air, causing their stomachs to grumble in protest. Lin Fan and Song Xiaoshui exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. With the meal ready, it was swiftly brought to the table. Song Xiaoshui, the diligent little housewife, quickly served the rice. After Lin Fan cleaned the pot, he approached to find Song Xiaoshui and Xiao Chao still standing there. He casually called out, "Wife Xiao Chao, come, let us begin our meal." With that, he sat down at the table. Glancing sideways, he noticed they remained still. He called out again, "Come and sit down to eat." Xiao Chao was eager to break free from her sister's grasp and join the meal. Yet her sister held on tightly, preventing her from moving. Lin Fan, puzzled, inquired, "The food is ready. Why do you not come to eat?" It was then that Song Xiaoshui quietly murmured, "Husband, you eat first. We will wait until you have finished." This was a tradition passed down in their community. You are the head of this household, and we must wait until you are satisfied before we may eat. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Is there really such a custom in this world? Even in poverty, why are there still so many rules? These customs seem tailored for the wealthy, who have servants to cater to them, and wives must wait until their husbands are full before they may eat. The servants, regardless of gender, are left to eat the leftovers that in times of peace. Women hold a respected position, but in chaotic times, they are reduced to mere commodities, bought and sold. Thus, in this era, women's status is quite low. Especially in a time of perpetual conflict, where men are scarce and women abundant, men's status is elevated. Lin Fan, bewildered, asked, "Is there such a rule? I was unaware of it. Even if such customs exist in our own home, we shall not adhere to them, that we are now a family, equal in every regard, regardless of gender, that in our household, there need be no constraints or excessive formality. Furthermore, from this day forth, you shall be the mistress of this home. You are free to act as you wish, as it suits you." Song Xiaoshui, taken aback by Lin Fan's words, gazed at him with a mix of astonishment and confusion. Does he truly not know? Why is my husband so different from others? Other husbands eat first, leaving their wives to consume what remains. Furthermore, most women in society are not even allowed to dine at the table. Today, my husband has invited me to share a meal with him, an honor seldom bestowed upon women unless they have made significant contributions to their family. Seeing Lin Fan's earnest expression, Song Xiaoshui took Xiao Chao's hand and slowly approached the table. Once there, noticing Lin Fan did not say much, they both sat down alongside Xiao Chao. Lin Fan then asked, "Is it sufficient for you to simply sit? Shouldn't you serve the rice?" Realizing her oversight, Song Xiaoshui immediately sprang into action, intending to fetch their servings. However, Lin Fan gently restrained her, saying, "No need. You both may remain seated, that I will serve." Without waiting for Song Xiaoshui to respond, he stood up and turned to serve the rice. Before long, Lin Fan returned with two generously filled bowls. Upon seeing this, Song Xiaoshui exclaimed, "Husband, I cannot eat so much. It would be wasteful that a small portion will suffice." She promptly lifted her bowl, intending to share a large portion with Lin Fan. Lin Fan stopped her, asserting, "A grown person cannot eat just a little. You must finish this entire bowl. And as for the dishes on the table, you must not sleep until they are all consumed tonight." Song Xiaoshui was taken aback by Lin Fan's insistence, overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness of being allowed to share a meal at the same table as her husband, who even served her. Her heart swelled with mixed emotions, realizing that such a compassionate man truly existed. Lin Fan, oblivious to her thoughts, sat down and said, "Wife, Xiao Qiao, weren't we just discussing how hungry we were? Why are we still sitting idle? Let us eat." With that, he deftly picked a piece of fish for Song Xiaoshui, then took a piece for himself, carefully removing the small bones before placing the tender fish meat into Xiao Qiao's bowl. "Xiao Qiao, eat up. There are no bones in this fish, so you can enjoy it without worry. Wife, you too should eat quickly, or you will be left starving." Xiao Qiao, with her keen appetite, chimed in, "Thank you. Brother-in-law, it is wonderful to have you." With that, she eagerly began to devour her meal. Lin Fan, noticing her enthusiasm, cautioned, "Slow down, take your time, and don't choke." Did I end chapter 14? As they dined and chatted, Song Xiaoshui took a couple of bites and realized how delicious the fish was. Letting go of all formalities and enjoying her meal, exclaiming, "Husband, this fish is truly delectable. It is simply exquisite." Lin Fan observed that everyone was enjoying their meal, and his heart swelled with joy. They praised the delectable fish. Yet it was evident that their hunger was the true source of their delight. Rarely did they indulge in dishes rich with oil and salt, let alone those sweetened with sugar, and meat was a luxury they seldom encountered. Even a simple steamed bun or sweet potato would surely elicit exclamations of delight from them, for their hunger was overwhelming. Witnessing everyone devour their food with gusto, laughing and chatting, filled Lin Fan with immense happiness. He relished the atmosphere, surrounded by both adults and children, all savoring their meal together. The day's events had unfolded rather abruptly. They had barely met before deciding to bring each other home. Much information about one another remained unasked and unexplored. And upon returning home, they each busied themselves, having never truly engaged in conversation to understand one another's circumstances. As they ate and conversed, Lin Fan finally inquired, "My dear, how old are you this year?" Song Xiaoshui replied, "My husband, I am 15 years old. According to the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom, a woman must wed by the age of 13, that now that I am 15, I am already 2 years overdue. Which is why the officials brought me here for marriage." Lin Fan responded, "Oh." Song Xiaoshui then asked, "And how old are you, my husband?" He replied, "I am 19, already 4 years past the required age to find a partner for marriage." The laws of the Great Xia Kingdom stipulated that its citizens must marry by the age of 15 for men and 13 for women, to contribute to the nation's prosperity and ensure a thriving populace. Lin Fan, at this moment, possessed the body of a 19-year-old. Though in his modern life, he was in his 30s, he had never anticipated finding himself inhabiting the body of a youthful boy. He bore the experiences of a 30-something individual, yet was confined to the body of a teenager. Thus, upon arriving in this world, he felt no trepidation. For someone with contemporary thoughts, surviving in this era seemed quite feasible. With a mind advanced by millennia, sustaining several individuals and a household would be a simple task. Moreover, having crossed into this realm with an inherited spatial system was akin to having wings added to his capabilities. However, it appeared that this spatial system had yet to provide him with anything substantial. Currently, his circumstances remained rather impoverished, to the point of desperation. Had it not been for his uncle and Lin Feng providing food, they might have gone without dinner that evening. The thought alone was disheartening. Although they now possessed some food, it would scarcely last a few days. Therefore, he needed to devise a plan to secure their basic necessities first. Once he resolved this pressing issue, he could focus on establishing a foothold in this world and gradually rise to prominence. Yet, all of this was merely a figment of imagination, a theoretical endeavor. Meals must be consumed bite by bite, and paths traversed step by step. Lin Fan chose not to dwell further on this troubling matter. Preferring to take one step at a time, that they ate and chatted. Time flew by. Everyone's lips were glistening with oil, their bellies full. Song Xiaoshui and Xiao Qiao had never experienced such a bountiful feast in their lives. This evening marked the most satisfying meal they had enjoyed in years. They had never imagined that they could eat so much and feel so full, let alone indulge in such exquisite dishes. After finishing her meal, Song Xiaoxue was moved to tears, overwhelmed with happiness. She had never dared to dream of such comfort. The feeling of being satiated was indescribably blissful. Lin Fan, noticing her tearful state, inquired gently, "My dear, are you unwell?" Startled, Song Xiaoxue replied, "Husband, no, I am perfectly fine. I am merely overwhelmed with joy, having eaten so well. Thank you for preparing such delightful dishes. You have worked hard." Lin Fan smiled and said, "If you find the food enjoyable, I shall make it a point to cook for you often." Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoxue, already teary-eyed, began to weep freely. Lin Fan's heart ached at the sight, and he reached out to tenderly stroke her hair, offering comfort. "Fear not. Your days of hardship are over. Brighter days await you." Eventually, everyone had their fill. Song Xiaoxue diligently tidied the dishes, while Lin Fan took Xiao Chao outside to enjoy the cool evening air. After cleaning up, Song Xiaoxue joined them, taking Xiao Chao to wash up. Exhausted from the day's excitement, Xiao Chao soon fell asleep. Song Xiaoxue and Lin Fan took turns bathing, and once they had finished, as they entered the room, Song Xiaoxue seemed to recall something and promptly turned to leave. Moments later, she returned slowly, hands clasped behind her back as if concealing something. Seeing her return, Lin Fan inquired curiously, "My dear, where did you go? What are you hiding behind your back?" Just as he asked, Song Xiaoxue knelt before him with a thud. Taken aback, Lin Fan exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? What has happened?" With a hint of surprise, Song Xiaoxue gazed at Lin Fan before revealing a stick she had been hiding, extending it toward him. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, quickly reacting to help her up, but inadvertently grasped the stick she offered. In a quavering voice, she said, "Husband, could you please be gentle? Don't wake Xiao Chao." Lin Fan, bewildered, asked, "What is going on? Why must you be gentle? How would this disturb Xiao Chao?" With a puzzled expression, Song Xiaoxue explained, "Husband, this is a customary practice here, that on the first night of marriage, the husband must give the wife a light beating, a way of showing affection and establishing dominance. So she understands that the husband is in charge of the household. This is a tradition in every family. Surely you must know this." Lin Fan was astounded. Such customs existed in this world, which he had been unaware of. Though he had inherited the previous owner's memories, some details remained vague. Chapter 15. The inherited tradition. Lin Fan muttered to himself, "What kind of impoverished world has this become? Upholding such superstitions? Why not establish a tradition where the couple must brawl on their wedding day?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this tradition? It is nothing but abuse disguised as custom. A joyous occasion should not devolve into a tragedy." With that, he raised the stick above his head. Yet, he couldn't help but notice that Song Xiaoxue, fully aware that the stick was meant for her, had brought in such a hefty one. It seemed she had genuinely accepted this tradition and was prepared for the punishment. But as she saw Lin Fan raise the stick, she tightly shut her eyes, her brow furrowed with tension. Internally, she braced herself for the impact, uncertain of the weight of the pressure she was enduring. However, after a prolonged silence, the anticipated blow never came. She thought to herself that she must endure and remain silent. Suddenly, the sound of the stick slicing through the air broke the stillness, followed by the thud of it hitting the ground outside. In that moment, distant screams from women echoed through the air, hinting that perhaps the tradition was indeed being enacted on other newlyweds that night. Hearing the distant cries, Song Xiaoxue trembled, her anxiety mounting as she fidgeted, unsure where to place her hands. Just then, a pair of large hands rested on her shoulders, startling her. She shivered from the unexpected touch, but felt no pain. Only Lin Fan's gentle voice, "My dear, please rise. Our family does not adhere to such archaic customs." Song Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words. Gradually, the tension in her forehead began to ease, and she slowly opened her eyes, gazing at her husband with a look of confusion. "My dear, rise quickly. The customs of others are their own affairs, but we do not adhere to such practices in our household." Lin Fan gently assisted Song Xiaoxue to sit at the bedside, continuing to speak softly. "I, your husband, am not a man of feudal superstitions, nor do I believe in those so-called customs that I shall never partake in actions unbecoming of am, and To assert dominance over a woman on the very first day of marriage speaks only to the impotence of a man. Our family does not subscribe to such outdated traditions. Therefore, we shall dispense with all feudal superstitions. You need not dwell on this matter any longer. Tonight, let us simply enjoy a restful sleep. Upon hearing Lin Fan's declaration to abolish these archaic customs, Song Xiaoxue felt a surge of astonishment and gratitude. She had not anticipated her husband would so readily dismiss traditions that had endured for generations, sparing her from the physical and emotional torment they entailed. She realized he was protecting her, shattering the chains of these age-old practices. Her faith in her husband deepened, and she resolved to repay his kindness with unwavering devotion. A smile graced her face as she contemplated Lin Fan's actions that night, believing they would usher in a new era of respect and care for women in their society. However, that was a discussion for another time. In truth, there were indeed women in this society who were not subjected to violence on their wedding day, particularly those from powerful families. Some cases were merely performative, a semblance of tradition rather than an enactment of it. Yet, there had been instances where a bride lost her life on the very day of her marriage. This was often contingent upon the man's regard for her. The customs were not to be trifled with. Yet, today, Lin Fan had shattered these conventions, openly defying them within the sanctity of their home. This act of defiance left Song Xiaoxue with newfound admiration for her husband. It seemed that every challenge presented to him could be effortlessly resolved, as if nothing were amiss. Moreover, Lin Fan's every action appeared to transcend the logic of their current era, presenting him as a figure beyond the ordinary. What manner of man was he, able to navigate situations with such composure and audacity to alter long-standing customs? Did he not fear rebuke from the elders of the village? Or was her husband truly an extraordinary being, a force of nature, or perhaps even a deity? As she pondered these peculiar thoughts, a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. "What are you contemplating?" she mused. "An extraordinary man. How could one like that ever cross my path? And truly, are there deities among us?" Soon, she emerged from her reverie, realizing that the man before her was very much flesh and blood. An ordinary person. She glanced around, affirming her conclusion. He was indeed just a common man. Song Xiaoxue chose not to dwell excessively on the matter, recognizing that if clarity eluded her, it was best to let it go. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, during those fleeting moments, Song Xiaoxue had entertained a myriad of strange thoughts that he then spoke. "My dear, it is getting late. We should retire for the night." The mention of sleep reminded Song Xiaoxue of another thought. We must share a bed. Only by doing so can we hope to have children. Marriage is meant for procreation. She recalled tales of villagers who, after years of marriage, remained childless. She wondered how long she and Lin Fan would need to share a bed to conceive. Finally, she replied, "Very well, my husband, let us sleep." With that, she cautiously climbed onto the bed, settling down beside the little grass. Lin Fan responded, "Indeed, my dear, you rest first. I shall ensure the door is secured." He then moved to the entrance, where he noted that the village had grown increasingly quiet. The inhabitants had retired early, a necessity in an age devoid of electricity and entertainment. The village was cloaked in darkness, save for the occasional flicker of a torch carried by a villager traversing the night. After the evening meal, as darkness descended, the villagers would inevitably seek rest. Chapter 16. Confirming the spatial system in the rural modernity that Lin Fan inhabited, witnessing such tranquility at this hour was a rarity. It was likely only around 8 in the evening, yet the villagers had succumbed to slumber, enveloping the village in profound silence, punctuated only by the serenade of various insects, akin to a soothing symphony. Standing at the doorway, Lin Fan savored this enchanting melody, reflecting on the captivating allure of nature's free music, which brought him solace and contentment. After relishing the peaceful ambience, he closed the door and returned to bed. Not long after lying down, he heard the soft breaths of the two young women, perhaps exhausted from the day's toils or relieved to have a place to call home after a long period of uncertainty. With the comfort of shelter, Song Xiaoxue soon succumbed to deep sleep. Lin Fan, however, found himself restless, tossing and turning, increasingly alert and unaccustomed to retiring so early. After a brief period of closing his eyes in an attempt to relax, he rose and seated himself at the table, sipping water while lost in thought. It seemed he had received a spatial inheritance today, but he was unsure whether it was reality or merely a dream. Perhaps it was time to explore the space once more. With this notion, he wasted no time in action, clearing a space and preparing to meditate on the ground, following the methods taught to him by Linger in his dream. He focused his mind, repeating the incantation to enter the space as his consciousness transcended. He found himself in the realm of the spatial inheritance. Upon entering, Lin Fan was elated to discover that the events of midday had indeed not been a mere figment of his imagination. It was all very real, that he finally believed that he had acquired genuine spatial powers and treasures, that as soon as he arrived in the space, he called out, "Linger, Linger, are you there? Come forth quickly." No sooner had he spoken than he received an adorable response from Linger. "Master, you've arrived. Why the urgency? What is it you seek?" With a reply, Lin Fan felt an unwavering conviction that all he had obtained was indeed authentic, and he posed his question without hesitation. "Why did you leave so abruptly last time? I still have many questions to ask." That Linger responded with an air of disdain. "Is that all?" Lin Fan inquired. "What else could it be?" Linger appeared exasperated and replied, "Fine, ask away, that I shall answer you to the best of my ability." Without holding back, Lin Fan asked, "You mentioned that the planet I am on is not Earth. How is it that I can understand their language, and they can comprehend mine? I feel as though I am speaking the language of Earth," that Linger explained. "That is merely because your memories have fused with those of the original inhabitant, granting you their expressive capabilities. In truth, the languages of this planet and Earth are entirely distinct. You have simply accessed the core of the original inhabitant's memories, which you have yet to recognize. The literal meanings conveyed are the same. It is merely the phonetics that differ. You would not discern the difference unless speakers from both planets converse directly, for the essence of their expressions remains identical. Just as on Earth, where dialects vary from region to region. Until they encounter different pronunciations, individuals often believe their own is the sole language in existence." Lin Fan, absorbing Linger's explanation, felt somewhat bewildered yet enlightened, responding with a simple, "Oh, I see," like an explorer uncovering new territories. He inquired further, "You just mentioned the myriad dialects on Earth. Have you ever been there? How do you possess such knowledge of it?" Linger remarked, "I cannot ascertain whether I have ever visited Earth. Yet I am aware that a fragment of its information resides within my consciousness, that as for how I obtained this knowledge, or if I indeed set foot on Earth, I cannot recall. This is something I can only reveal once my memories are restored." Lin Fan pondered. If Linger had truly been to Earth, it would imply that he still harbored a chance to return. He could ask Linger to take him back to Earth, to see it once more, to indulge in the nostalgia of the planet he had inhabited for over 30 years. The abrupt departure left him yearning to revisit, much like one who, after working away from home, longs to return. Just as he was immersed in thoughts of returning to Earth, Linger's voice interrupted. "You are contemplating that if I knew where Earth was, you might be able to return. Am I right? Do not entertain such fanciful notions. You are overthinking. Even if I did know the location of Earth, I would not be able to bring you back. Moreover, I currently have no knowledge of Earth's whereabouts, that I am uncertain whether my memories hold the answer. Thus, do not cling to the idea of relying on others to take you back. It is best to dispel that thought entirely, that if you genuinely wish to return to Earth, it must be through your own abilities. You are the master. I am merely your spirit, that if you cannot accomplish it, how could I?" Hearing Linger's words felt like a bucket of cold water dousing him, chilling him to the core. The fleeting hope he had nurtured was swiftly shattered, plunging his spirits into despair. However, upon reflection, Linger was indeed correct. He was the master, and she was simply his spatial spirit. How could she take him to Earth? If anyone should be doing the taking, it would have to be him bringing her along. Yet, in his current state of weakness, devoid of skills, how could he venture forth or take her with him? He might not even be able to protect his own life. At that moment, Linger's sweet voice chimed in again. "Master, do not lose heart. You have yet to begin your training. You can commence your cultivation now. Once you become powerful through your training, you will have everything you desire and can go wherever you wish. How convenient and splendid that would be. Therefore, it is imperative that you start cultivating diligently." Chapter 17. Commencing cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was taken aback yet intrigued that Ling had just mentioned that if he trained earnestly, he could eventually dominate an entire planet, which would allow him to explore other celestial bodies. Did this include Earth? As he contemplated this, Linger continued, "However, it is still premature to discuss such matters. They remain theoretical. All of this is contingent upon your success in cultivation and reaching the pinnacle of the world. Pondering it now is futile and will only lead to further headaches. Once again, Linger had doused him with cold water. Within such a brief span, he had been left feeling icy twice. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that he had not even been on this planet for a full 24 hours. Why was he already fixated on returning to Earth? Primarily, it was because his parents and siblings were still there, and if they knew he had perished, they would surely be heartbroken, weeping inconsolably. Perhaps this was why he yearned to return, to reassure them that he was still alive and they need not grieve so deeply. However, there was no means of returning at present. Thankfully, his older brother and younger siblings remained at home to comfort their parents. Otherwise, his departure would be a grave disservice to them. After a moment of reflection, he returned to reality. In truth, Lin Fan understood that all of this was mere fantasy. It ultimately hinged on his own efforts. Was he truly the chosen one? He did not dwell too heavily on these abstract questions and agreed. Very well, I understand that I shall begin my training at once. Without further hesitation, he sought a spot that felt auspicious and settled down to meditate. Once seated, he pressed his palms together before his chest, closed his eyes, and immersed himself entirely. That he began to meticulously study the foundational techniques of the Nine Heavens Divine Dragon Sutra, focusing on the first layer's insights that in his mind. The first through ninth chapters of the sutra played out like a cinematic display, with all the subtitles vividly illuminating his thoughts. After reviewing the material several times and conducting thorough research, he attempted to practice the techniques as instructed in the text. Fortunately, the Nine Heavens Divine Dragon Sutra required only internal cultivation. Since it was an internal practice, there was no need for excessive physical movements. One only needed to meditate quietly and absorb its essence. Thus, in the future, each session of cultivation would simply involve sitting in contemplation, which was remarkably convenient. With clarity in mind, he grasped the meanings and truths of the first 9 chapters and began to cultivate in earnest. Seeing her master diligently meditating, Linger felt immense joy and satisfaction. She refrained from interrupting his practice and instead began her own cultivation. It was Lin Fan's first attempt at meditation. He struggled initially, trying several times without any visible progress. Eventually, he opened his eyes and called out to Linger, sincerely seeking her guidance. Lin Fan was a diligent learner and preferred to resolve issues promptly. Thus, he inquired, Linger, I have attempted numerous times, yet I feel no advancement. What could be the reason? Soon, Linger responded, unfazed by the inconvenience. With patience, she explained the various challenges one might encounter during cultivation. Cultivation is a lengthy and often tedious endeavor that is about refining the heart. Patience is key. One cannot rush the process that if it were simple, everyone would be cultivators that succeed. One must possess perseverance and determination. Your progress is contingent upon your resolve and focus, as well as your innate talent and destiny for cultivation. Besides, you have only just begun. Do you expect to master it so quickly? Such things do not come easily, not even for the most extraordinary of chosen ones. Thus, take your time and try again. Once you break through the initial barriers, it will become easier as you will understand the rules and meanings of cultivation. However, it is a realm of endless possibilities, and only through personal experience can you truly comprehend it. Advancing in cultivation is challenging, a distant and arduous journey that reflects your attitude towards it. Afterward, Linger continued to observe Lin Fan's training attentively, undeterred by the potential complications. Although Lin Fan could not see her, she had a clear view of him. With Linger attentively guiding and instructing him, Lin Fan resumed his practice. Under Linger's gentle encouragement and patient teachings, Lin Fan soon grasped the fundamentals of the first chapter of the Nine Heavens Divine Dragon Sutra. After much guidance from Linger, he finally succeeded in entering the introductory stage of the first layer of the sutra. Upon witnessing her master accomplish this with such ease, Linger could not help but exclaim, "Truly remarkable! A being of extraordinary caliber. No wonder you are the chosen one. This fortune is indeed remarkable. You are exceptionally gifted." Lin Fan, filled with delight, inquired, "Have I truly completed the introductory chapter? It seems cultivation is quite simple." Linger said, "Master, for a genius like you, this must feel rather simple. However, for an ordinary person, it might take 5, 10, 20, or even 30 years to master the introductory techniques." Chapter 18. The existence of the Dantian. Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback by this. "Really? Does it take that long to practice the introductory techniques?" Linger replied, "Indeed. For those lacking affinity and talent, it can take quite a while, and success is not guaranteed. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. This proved that he had a connection with the Nine Heavens Divine Dragon technique. That Linger continued. Merely having a connection is insufficient. One must also possess the requisite talent. Lin Fan remarked, then it seems I am truly fortunate. Linger cautioned, Master, take a moment to assess your body. See if there is any discomfort or notable changes. Upon hearing Linger's advice, Lin Fan began to attune himself to his body. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be an additional presence within him, located just a bit inward from his navel. Upon inspection, it felt roughly the size of a mung bean, emanating a warm energy intermittently. He expressed his astonishment to Linger bowed respectfully and said, Congratulations, Master. You have successfully cultivated your Dantian. You now possess one. Lin Fan inquired, What exactly is the Dantian? Linger explained, The Dantian is essentially a vessel for gathering energy. Akin to a container, the IT is designed to store your energy, which takes the form of a liquid-like substance within. Even a minuscule drop can sustain you in combat for an extended period. As you mentioned, your Dantian is currently the size of a mung bean. However, it contains at most only 0.1 of energy at present. That if this mung bean-sized Dantian were filled with spiritual energy, it could unleash a force capable of obliterating an entire city. Furthermore, the energy you refine during your practice is collected within the Dantian. Additionally, any spiritual energy you absorb from external sources will also be stored there, gradually dispersing throughout your body, allowing your meridians, muscles, and bones to absorb it. This energy can also be concentrated at a specific point, such as your fist, creating an immensely powerful strike. However, these abilities can only be mastered when you reach a certain level of strength. As it stands, you have merely entered the beginner stage. Your current capabilities are only slightly superior to those of an ordinary person, granting you a bit more strength, quicker reflexes, and a more robust constitution. Therefore, be cautious when navigating the outside world. Do not recklessly place yourself in danger. Just because you have begun your training does not mean you are invincible. Even with the inheritance of the spatial system, you can still fall victim to death. That I merely urge you to remain prudent. If you cannot win, retreat swiftly. Linger deemed it essential to remind Lin Fan of this, for should he perish, she too would vanish into oblivion. She had waited so long for someone with whom she shared a bond to resurrect her, and did not wish to be extinguished shortly thereafter, having to wait for an unknown duration for the next fated individual to appear. Thus, she felt compelled to remind Lin Fan to safeguard his life. Linger continued, The path of cultivation is long. You must dedicate ample time to your practice to progress more swiftly. Lin Fan, having sensed the benefits of cultivation, agreed, Very well. I shall commit to my training diligently. The time spent in cultivation and conversation seemed to pass swiftly, although time flowed at 3 times the normal rate within the spatial realm. They had occupied themselves for quite a while, and dawn was approaching outside. The two souls exchanged a few more words before Linger resumed her practice. After Linger departed, Lin Fan immediately vanished from the spatial realm, returning to his physical body. Upon awakening, he felt as though he had rested well despite not sleeping the night through. Invigorated and alert, it seemed that meditation and cultivation were tantamount to rest. Lin Fan rose quietly and stealthily approached the bedside. Lying down gently, he closed his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. After approximately an hour, Song Xiaoxue was awakened by the crowing of a rooster from the neighboring house. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she drowsily opened them and slowly got out of bed. After a glance at Lin Fan and Xiao Qiao, who were still sound asleep, she tiptoed out of the room and made her way to the kitchen. After washing up, she began preparing breakfast. After some time in the kitchen, the sky gradually brightened. Before long, breakfast was ready. The first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating Lin Fan's face, having dozed off again. The sunlight pierced his eyes, causing him to awaken groggily. As he opened his bleary eyes, the door creaked open, and a gentle voice called out, Darling, breakfast is ready. Please get up and eat. Upon hearing the soft voice of the young lady, Lin Fan replied, All right, I will get up now. He then rose carefully, concerned not to disturb Xiao Qiao, and exited the room to wash up before joining the young lady for breakfast. Just as he was about to eat, Song Xiaoqiao emerged from her room, standing at the doorway and calling out, Sister, brother-in-law. Hearing the shout, Song Xiaoxue immediately responded, I'm here. Xiao Xiao has woken up. I'll be right there. She quickly made her way to the room, soon carrying Xiao Xiao over after helping her freshen up, and they all sat down together for breakfast. Though it was termed breakfast, it consisted merely of plain porridge made from small fragments of rice. Lin Fan inquired, "Darling Xiao Xiao, did you sleep well last night?" Song Xiaoshu nodded. "I slept quite well." Xiao Xiao chimed in, "I had the most delightful sleep last night. As they chatted and enjoyed their breakfast, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Before long, they finished their meal. Since Lin Fan intended to sell fish in the city today, after breakfast, Song Xiaoxue assisted in gathering the necessary items for their journey, such as a water flask and a tattered rain cloth. With so many fish, a single wooden barrel would not suffice, and they were likely to perish easily. Today, they planned to take a dozen or so to sell, uncertain if they would even find buyers. Thus, he intended to make 2 trips over the next couple of days. Just as they finished packing, a jovial voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Chapter 19. Lin Feng assists with house repairs before the person even appeared. The voice resonated through the yard. "Fan Ge, did you enjoy a pleasant night with your wife?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a tall figure appeared outside the courtyard. It was Lin Feng, who had delivered rice the previous evening. Lin Fan immediately retorted, "Hey, how can you speak like that? Your sister-in-law is right here." Lin Feng approached the yard and, upon seeing Song Xiaoxue, apologized. "Sister-in-law, I am sorry. I didn't mean to offend. I often joke with Fan Ge, so please don't take it to heart." Hearing this, Song Xiaoxue's face flushed with embarrassment. She thought, how could he ask such a thing? To break the awkwardness, Lin Fan asked, "What brings you here so early? Is there something you need?" Lin Feng replied, "Did I not mention yesterday that I would come to help you repair your house today? Your roof has several large holes. If left unaddressed, you will surely be drenched like a drowned rat in the rain." Lin Fan smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling, "Ah yes, my house does need some repairs." Lin Feng stepped into the courtyard and noticed the items Lin Fan and the others had prepared. He inquired, "Fan Ge, are you planning to go out?" Lin Fan confirmed, "Yes, I intend to take these fish to the city to sell. However, I may not have time to assist you with the repairs today." Lin Feng responded, "No worries. You go about your business, that I'll take care of the repairs, that it's just a matter of patching a few holes. It's quite simple. You focus on your tasks." Lin Fan felt a sense of gratitude for having such a good brother and decided not to be polite. "Thank you, Feng Ge." Lin Feng replied, "We are brothers. There is no need for such formality." Then, Lin Fan hesitated for a moment before awkwardly asking, "Feng Ge, could I trouble you for one more favor? I need to go to the city to sell fish. But I currently have no money." Lin Feng interrupted him promptly, "All right, I will head back now and ask my mother to lend you some travel expenses." Lin Fan remarked, "Only someone like Feng Ge understands me." After speaking, without waiting for Lin Fan to say anything else, he turned and dashed home. Lin Fan smiled with relief, thankful that the original owner had not offended everyone in the village. He still had 1 or 2 close friends. Otherwise, with such a trivial matter, he wouldn't know where to find help. Before long, Lin Feng returned, panting heavily. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he tossed a bag to Lin Fan, saying, "Brother Fan, my family is also poor and doesn't have much money. Take these coins for your travel expenses." Lin Fan caught the bag, weighed it in his hand, opened it and counted. There were 30 copper coins inside. Lin Fan replied, "Thank you, Brother Feng, that I'll return the money when I come back from the city." Lin Feng responded, "We're brothers. No need for thanks. There is no rush for this money." Lin Fan continued, "Later, could you help me with some repairs on the house? I'll have my wife assist you." After saying this, he called for his wife and explained the repairs needed for their home. Once the instructions were given, Song Xiaoxue helped gather Lin Fan's belongings for his trip to the city. Lin Fan secured the large wooden bucket with a rope and then slung it over his back like a backpack, carrying the dozen fish and several dozen pounds of goods on his shoulder. He took the water kettle and a piece of rain cloth that Song Xiaoxue had prepared for him and stepped out of the house. Lin Feng didn't dawdle. After playing with a little grass, he promptly fetched a ladder to begin repairing the house. Song Xiaoxue busied herself handing him tools and supplies. Exiting the courtyard, Lin Fan turned left and right along the village path and soon arrived at Uncle Village Head's home. Upon reaching the door, he found Uncle leisurely seated in the yard. Lin Fan greeted him. "Good morning, Uncle. Have you had breakfast? I'm heading to the city to sell fish today. Could you please help me with a travel permit?" Hearing the voice, Lin Defu turned to see Lin Fan indeed, carrying a bucket at the entrance. He immediately stood up, approached the door, and glanced at the bucket behind Lin Fan, that he was taken aback. It was surprising to see so many fish. He quickly replied, "All right, I'll help you get a travel permit." Lin Fan chuckled. "This is only half. There is another half at home that I'll take this bucket to the city to sell first." Lin Dafu was even more astonished to hear that his nephew had more at home. Truly, his nephew was quite capable. To catch so many fish in a single day to sell for money, he had indeed grown up. Having a wife really made a difference. He appeared more mature and composed, which filled Lin Dafu with joy and satisfaction. Soon he returned with a travel permit and handed it to Lin Fan, cautioning, "Be careful on the road and stay safe." Lin Fan nodded, accepted the permit, and thanked his uncle before setting off towards the village exit. As Lin Dafu watched his nephew walk farther away, he felt a wave of emotion, but he never expected that the once proud and lazy boy would change so dramatically in just one day, becoming diligent, simple, and capable. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover, nor measure the sea by a single dipper. Before long, Lin Fan reached the village entrance, where a grove of peach trees flourished, currently in bloom. The delicate and fresh fragrance of peach blossoms wafted through the air, and as a gentle breeze blew, the scent enveloped him. Breathing in this free floral aroma invigorated Lin Fan, and he felt rejuvenated. Drawing from the original owner's memories, he began planning his route to the city. According to those memories, it took about 2 hours to walk from Taoyuan village to the city, but he swiftly traversed the peach grove, solidifying his route, identifying forks in the road, and setting his direction firmly towards the city. Along the way, the melodious chirping of birds and the beauty of nature surrounded him. The untouched beauty of nature, unspoiled by modern technology, was truly exquisite. In the distance, both sides of the road were bordered by deep mountains, dense with primitive forests, while wildflowers bloomed on either side, with butterflies dancing gracefully. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying various floral scents that delighted Lin Fan's senses, offering a feast of aromas. Birds sang enchanting melodies in the forest, and every spot here was a rare glimpse of pristine beauty hard to find in modern times. Enjoying the breathtaking scenery uplifted his spirits as he walked cheerfully. Chapter 20. The scenery along the way not far from the roadside. A small stream flowed alongside the path, its crystal-clear waters revealing fish darting playfully about. The warm and bright morning sun frequently graced Lin Fan's head and shoulders, but fortunately, shade from the occasional large tree provided relief. As he admired the stunning vistas, his steps became lighter, and he occasionally hummed a modern tune. Passing by the stream, he sang, "Sister, you sit at the bow, while I walk along the shore in love," swaying gently on the tether. Climbing uphill, he sang, "The sun has come out. I climb the slope. When I reach the top, I want to sing, letting my voice drift to my sister, who will hear my song and smile." However, as time passed, his pace quickened, and approximately an hour later, even the most beautiful scenery lost its charm. The joyful melodies faded as he walked further, and the number of people on the road increased. The bucket of fish he carried felt heavier with each step, and Lin Fan found himself panting, drenched in sweat, his legs growing weak. Just as he was about to give in to exhaustion, he spotted a sign for a tea shop ahead, a place where the original owner had once rested on the way to the city with his parents. Lin Fan quickened his pace and soon reached a table at the tea shop, setting the fish down and taking deep breaths. The waiter approached, greeting him warmly. "Hello, esteemed guest. What would you like to eat? We have tea, herbal tea, buns, steamed bread, porridge, pickles, sunflower seeds, and red dates. What would you like to order?" Lin Fan was surprised by the variety available at this small establishment. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I would like a pot of herbal tea." "Please," the waiter responded. "Certainly, esteemed guest," then called out, "Table 2, 1 pot of herbal tea." After placing the order, the waiter busied himself with other tasks. Soon he returned with a pot of herbal tea and set a large bowl on the table, saying, "Your herbal tea is ready. Please enjoy." Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you." The waiter then resumed his work. Although his wife had prepared a water kettle for him, he needed that water for the journey. Lin Fan chose herbal tea because at this season, and with the heat of the day reaching nearly 9 o'clock, it was essential to avoid heat stroke. Herbal tea could detoxify and cool him down. Without hesitation, he poured a bowl of herbal tea and savored it slowly, knowing that after such vigorous activity, drinking too quickly could be detrimental. This tea shop was conveniently located beside the stream, and the owner utilized this natural resource by soaking the herbal tea in the stream water. The tea was exceptionally cool, providing immediate relief, like a long-awaited rain after a drought, soothing his throat and delighting every taste bud. In short, it was simply refreshing and pleasurable. Lin Fan continued to drink, finishing 3 bowls before gradually recovering. His heartbeat slowing, he sighed, reflecting on how weak the original owner's physique had been. Carrying such a heavy load for just 1 or 2 hours had left him utterly exhausted. Almost fainting. Fortunately, after practicing the night before, Lin Fan had strengthened his body significantly. Otherwise, with such a frail build, he would not have managed. The bucket truly contained a substantial weight, approximately 20 pounds of fish, about 10 pounds of water, and the bucket itself weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, totaling around 40 to 50 pounds. Resting on the bench, sipping herbal tea, Lin Fan reminisced about modern Earth where taxis were available for travel. He wished for a taxi at that moment. After a few moments of contemplation, he dismissed the thought that he still had roughly half the distance to the city. The prospect of carrying this heavy load for such a long way was daunting. But there was no choice but to press on. Encouraging himself, he thought, I must keep going, that if I don't work hard, how will my family and I survive in this world? Even when weary, one must endure and press on with steadfast determination. Survival, whether in modern times or in antiquity, is a grueling and exhausting endeavor. If it were not so, it would scarcely be called life. After a brief respite, I found solace in a refreshing herbal tea that rejuvenated my weary body. Having drained the cup, I called out, "Young lad, the bill, please." The nimble attendant promptly replied, "Certainly, esteemed guest." Approaching the table, he glanced at it and stated, "Esteemed guest, you have consumed a pot of herbal tea, totaling 2 coins." Lin Fan responded affirmatively, producing 2 copper coins to place on the table. The attendant swiftly gathered his belongings, taking the coins in the process. Lin Fan took a moment to stretch and limber up, performing a few exercises to invigorate himself. Steadying himself in a horse stance, he shouldered the bucket of fish once more and resumed his journey toward the town. The path ahead was notably wider and more even than before, bustling with a greater number of people. Most of them were headed into the city to procure goods or attend to various matters. Lin Fan followed the throng, proceeding steadily toward the city. Before long, he caught sight of a grand city gate rising in the distance. Unconsciously quickening his pace, he soon arrived at the entrance. Looking up, he noted the large, bold characters that read Qingshui County. Guards were stationed at the gate, inspecting the travel permits of all villagers entering the city, to thwart any potential spies or enemies from infiltrating and gathering intelligence, or masquerading as villagers to commit heinous acts. A considerable number of villagers were already queuing at the gate, and Lin Fan joined the line. When his turn arrived, the guards merely glanced at his permit before granting him passage that he entered the city and casually sought a spot to rest the fish for a moment. To his surprise, the county town was bustling with life, a veritable hub of activity that as he pondered where to sell his fish, he recalled the route to the market from the memories of the original owner. Ultimately, he decided to head to the market first, that he slung the fish on his back and navigated the streets of the city, turning left and right toward the market. Along the way, vendors were loudly advertising their wares, enticing passers-by with shouts of, "Come one, come all. Don't miss out." Each vendor was fervently promoting their products. Soon, he arrived at the market, which was even more crowded and vibrant, teeming with people and merchants hawking their goods. After circling the market, Lin Fan finally found a suitable spot to set down his bucket of fish. He rolled up his sleeves and, imitating the nearby vendors, called out, "Fresh fish for sale. Fresh creek fish. Large and delicious with tender, sweet meat." He repeated this chant energetically. Soon, someone approached and inquired, "Young man, where did you catch these fish? How much for each?" Fortunately, Lin Fan had taken note of the prices while observing other fishmongers earlier. They had sold smaller fish, but they had nearly sold out, indicating that city dwellers had an affinity for fish, particularly wealthy merchants and landowners. Lin Fan confidently replied, "These are creek fish from Taoshi. Plump and fresh. The large ones are 60 coins each, the medium ones 40 coins, and the small ones 20 coins." That he had specifically selected a variety of sizes that morning, as scales were rare in this era, and usually found only in shops. Typically, one would have to borrow scales from a shop or go to the government office for weighing. As he had gauged earlier, the large fish weighed approximately 3 pounds, the mediums about 2 pounds, and the small ones around 1 pound. Upon hearing the prices, the potential buyer shook his head, saying, "Let me think, that seems a bit pricey," and walked away. Lin Fan paid no mind to it. After all, it was still before noon, and he was not overly anxious about selling that he continued to call, "Fish for sale, fresh and Sweet Creek fish. Don't miss out." After about half an hour of this, some passers-by inquired but left without purchasing. Lin Fan grew concerned. Was it truly so difficult to sell fish? The attire of the townsfolk suggested they were not impoverished. Perhaps his prices were too high. Yet, the other fishmonger had sold at similar rates and had cleared his stock effortlessly. With his advanced insight, Lin Fan quickly deduced the issue. The other seller likely had established a loyal customer base over time, while he was a newcomer, unfamiliar to the crowd. Those he observed interacting with the other vendor appeared to be familiar acquaintances, sharing laughter and banter. Determined not to dwell on it, he persisted in his cries for business. Before long, a lady accompanied by a maid approached to inspect his fish. "My, what large fish! How much do you ask for them?" Lin Fan promptly recited the prices as though reciting a rhyme. The lady inquired, "Do you have more fish than these? Can you offer a discount?" Taken aback momentarily, Lin Fan quickly regained his composure, his heart racing with excitement. Almost believing he had misheard, he stuttered, Madam, what did you just say?" The lady replied, "Young man, I find your fish quite appealing. Can you lower the price a bit if I buy them all?" Lin Fan realized that she wished to purchase all his fish. He quickly responded, "I can offer a discount. If you need more, I have some at home." The lady expressed her delight. "If you have more at home, that would be splendid, as I want need to search elsewhere." "How many do you have?" Lin Fan replied, "About the same amount as here, but may I ask what you intend to do with so many fish?" The lady, unreserved, explained, "My esteemed father is celebrating his 60th birthday tomorrow, and I am out procuring fish for the occasion. Yours look quite splendid, so I'd like to buy them." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan realized this was a significant order. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to sell everything at once. A slight concession on price was a small price to pay for such a swift sale that he eagerly replied, "Of course, madam, I can offer a discount. However, I only have half of what you need here. The other half is at my home. Do you want them now or later?" The lady responded, "I need the fish today, as they are required for tomorrow morning." Lin Fan assured her, "That's no problem. I will deliver these fish to your residence shortly, and I will bring the remaining half this afternoon. Does that work for you?" The lady, pleased with his thoughtful service, replied, "Young man, your service is commendable. Let us finalize our agreement. Please tally the cost of these fish." Lin Fan replied, "Certainly, madam." He continued, "For the large fish, I will charge you 55 coins each. For the medium, 35 coins. And for the small, 15 coins. Does this sound acceptable?" The lady, satisfied with the pricing, nodded and said, "Very well. Let us count them." Lin Fan began to tally the fish. For large at 55 coins each, totaling 220 coins. 5 medium at 35 coins each, totaling 175 coins. And 8 small at 15 coins each, totaling 120 coins. The grand total was 515 coins. The lady, a generous woman, promptly produced the coins and handed them to Lin Fan, stating, "Young man, please deliver the fish to Lu Manor. You can settle for the remaining fish later this afternoon." Lin Fan replied, "Thank you, madam." Upon receiving the payment, Lin Fan counted the sum, which amounted to precisely 515 won, neither more nor less. After securing the money, he promptly hoisted the fish and set off towards the address provided by the lady, though he was keen to expedite the delivery, as he still needed to return home to fetch more fish for her. Navigating through the winding streets of the city for about 10 minutes, he soon arrived at Lu's residence. Lin Fan entrusted the fish to one of the servants and, with his wooden bucket on his back, made his way directly toward the city gates. Upon exiting, he noticed horses and carriages available for rent and approached to inquire about the rates. To his surprise, the cost of hiring a carriage was steep, 200 won for a round trip to Taoyuan village. Conversely, renting just a horse would set him back 80 won for the same journey. The higher price for the carriage was justified by its capacity to carry goods, whereas the horse, while faster, was more economical. Chapter 22. Delivering fish to the doorstep without hesitation. Lin Fan opted to rent a horse, for walking was simply too slow, and he was both weary and fatigued. As a modern individual, he would choose not to walk whenever possible. However, renting a horse did not mean he could simply ride off. A rider would accompany him. Just as Lin Fan was lamenting his lack of equestrian skills, he found relief in not having to worry about that issue any longer. Having settled on a price, he mounted the horse and set off at once towards Taoyuan village. riding proved to be swift. With the trees lining the road blurring past him, that a journey that would take over 4 hours on foot was accomplished in a mere half-hour on horseback. Lin Fan mused that once he had the means, his first purchase would undoubtedly be a horse or a carriage. Without a horse, one was akin to being footless. Traveling became exceedingly inconvenient. Upon returning to Taoyuan village, he rode directly to his doorstep. Just as Lin Fan dismounted, Song Xiaoshu heard the commotion outside and emerged from the house. Upon seeing her husband conversing with another man at the gate, Lin Fan called out, "Brother, would you like to come in for a glass of water? Please wait here while I grab a few things. I shall be quick." The horseman replied, "Sure, thank you." With that, he dismounted, tethered his horse, and followed Lin Fan into the courtyard. Noticing his wife stepping out, Lin Fan greeted her. "My dear, I have returned. Could you please pour a glass of water for our guest?" Song Xiaoxue replied, "Of course," and inquired, "Husband, why are you back so early?" "Did you sell the fish?" Lin Fan responded, "The fish have been sold. But it is not enough. I still need to deliver the remaining fish from home, that I shall share more details with you tonight. But for now, I must hurry to deliver them." With that, he headed to the kitchen with the bucket. Song Xiaoshu entered to fetch a bowl of water for the horseman. Upon receiving it, he graciously said, "Thank you, sister." Soon, Lin Fan had the fish packed into the bucket and re-emerged from the kitchen. Calling to the horseman, "Brother, we are ready to depart." Upon hearing this, the horseman quickly downed the water and followed Lin Fan out of the courtyard. Lin Fan gathered a few leaves from outside to place in the bucket, preventing the water from sloshing out during their ride. Mounted on the horse, they set off towards the city. As the horseman guided the steed, Lin Fan, burdened with a bucket of fish, sat behind. The journey, which had taken over 4 hours on foot, was significantly quicker on horseback, though the horse did not gallop too swiftly due to the load. Nonetheless, they reached the city gates in under an hour. Because the horse and carriage for hire were only permitted to approach the gates and not enter the city, Lin Fan chose to walk the remaining distance to Lu's residence. Once he arrived at the entrance, he encountered the lady returning from her errands with a maid. Lin Fan approached respectfully, greeting her, "Madam, you have returned." Turning to see Lin Fan with another bucket of fish, she remarked, "Young man, you are quite the man of your word. Your efficiency is commendable. How is it that you have delivered the fish so swiftly?" Lin Fan thought to himself, with such a significant client requesting all his fish at once, how could he not be prompt? Yet he refrained from expressing this sentiment, replying respectfully, "I did not wish to delay the preparations for old Master Lu's grand birthday banquet. Moreover, with your household bustling with wedding preparations and numerous items to procure, delivering the fish early alleviates one hassle, does it not?" The lady, pleased with his reasoning, chuckled heartily, "You are quite the clever lad, smooth-tongued indeed. Your analysis is remarkably clear, and your arguments are well-founded. That I did not expect such eloquence from a rural youth. Truly impressive." She then gestured, "Very well. Please bring the fish inside, and let us count the quantity." Lin Fan replied, "Certainly, madam." He followed her inside, where she promptly organized for Lin Fan to count the fish together. After tallying, he reported, "There are 5 large fish at 55 won each, totaling 275 won. 5 medium fish at 35 won each, totaling 175 won, and 6 small fish at 15 won each, totaling 90 WEN total. There are 16 fish, amounting to 540 won." The lady responded, "Excellent." She immediately retrieved the silver coins to count out for Lin Fan, noting, "Payment will be made in full, and I shall not recognize any claims after you leave." Lin Fan accepted the coins, counted them, and confirmed, "Thank you, madam. The amount is perfect. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave." The lady courteously replied, "Very well. I have many matters to attend to, so I bid you farewell." After their parting, Lin Fan exited Lu's residence and made his way towards the city gates. On his journey, he stopped by a shop to inquire about white sugar and fine salt, purchasing a few daily necessities and some meat. He learned that under the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom, fine salt was prohibited from private sale, rendering it unavailable in the marketplace. Anyone daring to sell salt privately would face severe penalties, including imprisonment. Consequently, fine salt was quite precious, and possessing more than 3 taels was illegal. Only government officials and affluent merchants had access to it, while ordinary folk could only afford coarse salt, as fine salt was prohibitively expensive. Realizing that such a business venture was unfeasible, Lin Fan inquired further about white sugar. The shopkeeper, unfamiliar with the term, expressed confusion. "White sugar? What is that? Lin Fan, taken aback by the shopkeeper's reaction, felt elated, for it indicated that white sugar had yet to exist in this era. He simply explained, "It is a crystalline substance, transparent and sweet. Have you never seen anything like it?" The shopkeeper pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I have neither seen nor heard of such a thing." Lin Fan was filled with surprise and joy, firmly convinced that white sugar had yet to emerge in this era, that if he were to return and produce white sugar, it would undoubtedly be highly sought after, yielding substantial profits. Observing the assortment of candies in the shop, he noted their dark, murky appearance. Even the finest sugar was a mottled black and yellow, laden with impurities. This brought to mind the bag of candy his uncle had given him, which was similarly dark. Upon inquiring about the prices of these sugars, he found them to be rather steep, 6 won per pound for such impure brown sugar. Chapter 23. I have never managed money if he were to create white granulated sugar. The price would certainly be considerable. His heart swelled with delight as he realized he had finally conceived a means of livelihood in this world. There were indeed many ways to earn a living, but having just arrived, he was still unfamiliar with his surroundings and lacked resources, that he had contemplated subsisting solely by fishing. But he understood that overfishing would deplete the creek's fish population. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy to sustain himself and his family. At last, he had formulated a plan and decided to return and test it. He purchased 20 pounds of brown sugar, in addition to the 10 pounds he already had at home, to use for his experiments. That he recalled that within his space, there was land that facilitated threefold growth, though it measured only about 100 square feet. With little space available aside from the house and fish pond, that he could only find 1 or 2 seeds to experiment with. After completing his purchases, Lin Fan set forth from the city gate, heading towards Taoyuan village. Having toiled throughout the day, he had only earned a mere 1 or 2 coins, leaving him with no choice but to walk home. It was now approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon. With no clock to tell the time, he relied on his instincts. The journey home felt swifter, perhaps due to his eagerness to return, as his steps became noticeably lighter. Safely traversing the path, he arrived at Taoyuan village in just over 3 hours, feeling less fatigued than when he had departed that morning. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. Having earned a bit of money and achieved a small success lifted his spirits. As he approached the village entrance, he made his way home. Before reaching his door, he spotted a tall figure and a small one waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing the two waiting for his return, peering down the path, Lin Fan's heart soared with happiness. How blissful it was to be missed and awaited. It filled him with warmth, embodying the essence of having a home. The two, upon noticing Lin Fan's return, waved enthusiastically. He quickened his pace and soon stood at his doorstep. Song Xiaoxue and Song Xiaochao approached to greet him. Upon seeing her brother-in-law return, Xiaochao shouted joyfully, "Brother-in-law is back! Brother-in-law is back!" As Lin Fan drew near, Song Xiaoxue lovingly inquired, "My dear, you have returned?" Immediately, she rushed forward to assist him in setting down the bucket. Lin Fan replied, "Yes, my love, Xiaochao, I am back." After placing the bucket down, he embraced Song Xiaoxue, taken aback by the sudden embrace. She stood frozen, cheeks flushed. Xiaochao, witnessing her sister being hugged by her brother-in-law, exclaimed, "I want a hug too. I want a hug too." Hearing Xiaochao's words, Lin Fan released Song Xiaoxue and swiftly lifted Xiaochao into the air, spinning her around. Xiaochao gleefully shouted, "Ha ha, this is so much fun." The joyful atmosphere soon enveloped Song Xiaoxue, dissipating her earlier shock and embarrassment, prompting her to join in the merriment. After playing for a while, Song Xiaoxue assisted Lin Fan in carrying the bucket into the yard. Lin Fan then handed all the contents of the bucket to her. Upon seeing various daily necessities, some seeds, and a large bag of sugar, she inquired, "My dear, don't we already have sugar at home? Why did you buy so much more?" Lin Fan explained, "This sugar is for my experiments, that if I succeed, we shall have a means of making a living. I intend to transform this sugar into white sugar." "What is white sugar?" Song Xiaoxue asked, puzzled. Lin Fan teasingly responded, "If I explain now, it won't make sense. Wait until it's done, and then you shall see. It will be a surprise." Though somewhat bewildered, Song Xiaoxue nodded. Since yesterday, her husband had been rather enigmatic, each of his actions reshaping her understanding, leaving her in awe of his endeavors. She believed wholeheartedly that he would indeed provide a surprise. All she needed to do was wait patiently. Not wanting to press further, she organized the items and returned to the yard. Lin Fan, having placed the wooden bucket back in the kitchen, joined her in the yard. Noticing her presence, he approached and handed her a bag of items. Song Xiaoxiu casually accepted the bag, asking, "My dear, what is this?" "Open it and see for yourself," Lin Fan replied. Curious, she slowly unwrapped the bag. Her eyes widening in shock as she discovered it filled with copper coins, her hands trembling slightly. "My dear, how is there so much money?" "These coins are the profits from selling fish today." Lin Fan explained that I earned a total of 1,055 when from selling fish, and after borrowing 31 from Lin Feng this morning, that totals 1,085 won. However, I spent 288 when on these daily necessities and sugar, and used 2 when on the way here, along with 81 for renting a horse. Therefore, I should have 715 when left, and I need to return 30 when to Lin Feng, that he promptly counted out 30 coins, holding them in his hand. "That leaves us with 685 yen, that my love. You shall be in charge of this money from now on." Song Xiaoxiu stared at the pile of coins, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. "My dear, I've never managed money before, let alone such a large sum." Her words rang true. She had never handled money herself, that in her previous life, her family had some funds, but her mother managed all of it. After her parents fell ill, the family's resources dwindled, and following their passing, she had not seen much money since. She expressed her concerns. In this society, making money is truly challenging. For instance, a common laborer earns about 10 to 15 won a day, while a manual laborer might make 15 to 21, and construction workers earn between 20 to 31, depending on their skills. Skilled workers earn between 30 to 61, while bookkeepers and shopkeepers earn at least 35 won, with higher rates exceeding 100 won. Her husband earning over 1,000 won in a single day was indeed a remarkable sum, enough to cover the tax for 2 individuals. She hesitated. "But I've never managed money. I don't know how to store it or where to keep it." Chapter 24, delivering meat. Lin Fan reassured her, "Don't worry. You are the mistress of this household. It is essential that you manage the finances, that if you are unsure, I can teach you." That he then led her into the room and pointed out a hole beneath the bed. "You can hide the money there, taking out only what you need later. That I trust you. You can do it. Now, please count the coins to ensure the amount is correct. This way, we will know how much money we can circulate. I will step out to return the money to Lin Feng." With that, he picked up 2 pieces of meat he had just purchased and 30 copper coins before heading outside. Song Xiaoxiu felt a twinge of nervousness, but reassured by her husband's faith in her ability to manage the money, she vowed not to disappoint him and to handle the task diligently. Xiao Chao, seeing Lin Fan preparing to leave, chimed in with her childlike enthusiasm. "Brother-in-law, where are you going?" "Take me with you, I want to go too." She promptly ran over and clung to his leg. Unable to resist the charm of the little girl, Lin Fan chuckled. "All right, brother-in-law will take you. Now let go." He handed her the meat to hold and lifted her onto his shoulder as they exited the yard. As they walked, Xiao Chao chattered incessantly in her baby talk, bringing Lin Fan immense joy. Navigating the winding paths of the village, they soon arrived at Lin Feng's courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Fan called out boisterously, "Brother Feng, are you home?" No sooner had his voice echoed than he heard Lin Feng's reply from within. "I am here." As Lin Feng emerged, he queried, "Do you really need to shout so loudly? My ears aren't deaf." Lin Fan burst into hearty laughter. "I learned it from you." 2 individuals were engaged in light-hearted banter in the courtyard, exchanging playful jests. With the addition of a little girl named Xiao Chao, Lin Fan gained the upper hand in their verbal sparring. After a brief period of playful teasing, they returned to the matter at hand. Lin Fan tossed a small pouch to Lin Feng, saying, "Brother Feng, here is the money I borrowed from you this morning. Now return." He then handed him a piece of meat, adding, "This is for you as well." Wrapped in oil paper, Lin Feng could not discern its contents and accepted it, inquiring, "What is this?" Lin Fan merely smiled in response. Perplexed, Lin Feng unwrapped the oil paper to reveal a substantial piece of meat. Exclaiming, "Fango, what does this mean? Such a large piece of meat. I cannot accept this. If I take this, my mother will surely be furious with me." Lin Fan reassured him, "Do not worry. She won't be upset. If she questions you, simply tell her that I earned some money from selling fish today and bought this to help her health, given how much her family takes care of me. Tell her it's from me, and if she doubts it, she can come ask me herself. That it's already bought, and I have plenty at home. Just take it and enjoy. We are brothers, so there is no need for such formality." Being overly polite can create distance between us. You cannot simply help me and refuse my gifts. That wouldn't be right. Lin Feng found himself somewhat bewildered by Lin Fan's reasoning, which, despite its oddity, seemed quite sensible. After scratching his head, he acquiesced, saying, "Thank you, Fan Go." They exchanged a few more words before Lin Fan, carrying Xiao Chao, headed towards his uncle's house. Navigating the winding village paths, they soon arrived at his uncle's courtyard, where he spotted his uncle Lin Dafu enjoying the cool air. Approaching him, Lin Fan asked, "Uncle, have you started the fire yet?" Lin Dafu turned to see Lin Fan with a little girl on his back and replied, "Ah, Fan Air has come. Your aunt is inside preparing a meal." Lin Fan nodded, stating, "I sold all the fish today and brought back some meat for you and aunt to replenish your strength." With that, he presented the meat to his uncle. Initially inclined to refuse the gift, Lin Dafu hesitated, recalling his conversation with Lin Fan the previous evening. Understanding Lin Fan's steadfast nature, he did not wish to jeopardize their amicable relationship and smiled warmly. "Very well, Fan Air, your thoughtfulness is appreciated, so I shall accept it." That he took the meat and affectionately ruffled Xiao Chao's hair, remarking, "This little girl is quite lovely." Lin Fan's perception shifted upon hearing this. Had his uncle not previously shown disdain for the two sisters? It was indeed a curious world, where once they were like wildflowers trampled upon, now they received kindness even from those who had previously disdained them. Lin Fan, having seen the fickleness of human nature throughout his long life, chose to disregard such matters. Xiao Chao, sensing her grandfather's newfound kindness, sweetly called him Grandpa repeatedly. They asked the village chief. Lin Dafu never truly disliked the sisters. He merely worried that they might burden Lin Fan. Now, however, the situation was settled, and in fostering goodwill with Lin Fan, he also endeavored to please those around him. After a few more cheerful exchanges, Lin Fan and Xiao Chao returned home. Upon entering, they found Song Xiaoxue still seated inside. Lin Fan approached her. "My dear, we are back. Have you counted the money?" Song Xiaoxue replied, "Husband, I apologize. I am not educated and can only count to 100. I have managed to tally it, though I am unsure if it is correct. There are 6 piles of 100 coins and 85 coins. Lin Fan glanced at the table to find indeed 6 neat stacks of copper coins, each strung together by twine. This totals 685 coins, my love. You have done exceptionally well. You possess a remarkable talent for managing finances with warmth. He continued, "No need to fret. I will teach you how to read and write in due course." Lin Fan thought to himself that he had indeed put her in a challenging position, counting many hundreds. Encouraged by her husband's praise, Song Xiaoxue felt a surge of confidence, vowing to assist him in managing their finances with care. She then stored the money away securely. Just then, a harsh voice echoed from outside. "Lin Fan, pay up. You owe me money, and I want it back now." Startled, Song Xiaoxue and Xiao Chao jumped at the threatening tone. Lin Fan gently patted Song Xiaoxue's shoulder, signaling her to keep Xiao Chao safe inside while he boldly stepped outside to the courtyard. As he reached the entrance, the brash individual, accompanied by 2 cohorts, approached. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he bellowed, "Hey, you see me here to collect a debt, and you don't run? You've got guts, kid." He continued with a loud demand. "Enough chatter. Lin Fan, return my money. You've owed me for ages. I have the IOU, so don't try to weasel out of it. Pay up now." Recognizing the voice, Lin Fan knew it was Lin Xiaohu, a local troublemaker. This man had borrowed 50 taels of silver from Lin Fan's father during his illness, but had only returned 30 taels. After repaying half the land for 25 taels, he had written an IOU for the remaining amount, which still stood at 25 taels. Feigning ignorance, Lin Fan asked, "What? Pay you? How much do I owe?" Lin Xiaohu, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, "Your family owes me 25 taels, borrowed when your father was unwell. Are you attempting to deny it? I have it all documented." At this point, Song Xiaoxue emerged from the house to stand beside Lin Fan. "Husband, what is happening? How much do we owe him?" Lin Fan offered her a reassuring glance, stating, "Do not worry. I will handle this." He addressed Lin Xiaohu. "I acknowledge the debt, but may I have some time to repay it?" Upon seeing Song Xiaoxue step out, Lin Xiaohu and his companions were visibly taken with her beauty, their eyes greedily assessing her petite figure and flawless complexion, despite her tattered clothing. Lin Fan quickly pulled Song Xiaoxue behind him, positioning himself protectively in front of her, and shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" The group was startled by his fierce tone, and Lin Xiaohu, swallowing hard, retorted, Damn it, keep it down. You scared me. You must pay today. Or he continued, if you refuse to pay, I'll just take your wife as collateral until you settle the debt. In truth, he had come today with the intention of targeting Lin Fan's wife, Song Xiaoxue. But he had received word from a subordinate that Lin Fan had married a beautiful and slender woman the day before. Intrigued by the tale, a sense of lust stirred within him. Coincidentally, Lin Fan also owed him money, which inspired this scheme that he thought to use this pretext to abduct Lin Fan's wife for his own indulgence that he had engaged in such nefarious acts before, and had indeed succeeded a few times. He believed that Lin Fan, with his lofty demeanor and reluctance to owe anyone a favor, would acquiesce to his demands. Moreover, being the local hoodlum, who would dare to provoke him? Even Lin Fan had been a victim of his bullying in the past, often enduring it without retaliation. Thus, he was convinced that he had Lin Fan's wife firmly within his grasp. After expressing his intent, Lin Xiaohu moved forward, attempting to seize Song Xiaoxue. Upon noticing the advancing figure, Song Xiaoxue instinctively recoiled, while Lin Fan remained steadfast, motionless. Observing Lin Fan's inaction, Lin Xiaohu mistakenly concluded that Lin Fan was intimidated and paralyzed by fear, emboldening him to approach further. Just as he began to commend Lin Fan for being wise, his words were abruptly cut short. A stinging sound echoed as his face met with a resounding slap. Dazed and disoriented, he stumbled around, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, bearing the marks of 2 resounding slaps upon his cheeks. "That I in a frenzy," he exclaimed, "who struck me?" as he touched his mouth and nose. The warm blood stained his hands. Startled, he shouted in anguish, Who? Who did this? Show yourself." He harbored no suspicion towards Lin Fan, for in his eyes, Lin Fan had remained still, like a wooden statue. However, his 2 subordinates had witnessed the fleeting shadows of Lin Fan's hands in motion. They approached Lin Xiaohu, stating, "It seems he was indeed the one who struck you. I just saw his hands move." Yet their vision was unclear, and their focus waned. Lin Xiaohu, puzzled, scrutinized Lin Fan, increasingly convinced that it was indeed Lin Fan who had assaulted him. Especially given Lin Fan's composed and haughty demeanor, he was certain that Lin Fan had inflicted the blows, for no one else was near enough to do so. With a flushed face, he stepped forward and cursed. "Damn it, you dare to strike me, you little punk. I will make you pay dearly for this. You took advantage of my unawareness to hit me. Not only will I ensure your demise, but I will also torment your wife for 10 days and nights. And gather my brothers to join in for an additional 3 days and nights. No, 5 days and nights." Lin Xiaohu continued to rant, growing bolder with each word, as though he had already subdued another's wife beneath him. Reveling in his audacity, Lin Fan, silent, merely used his pinky to clear his ear, then swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful kick to Lin Xiaohu's abdomen, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing into his 2 subordinates behind him. The force of the impact caused them to tumble as well. Lin Xiaohu curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach, gasping for breath as if exhaling, but unable to inhale. After a prolonged moment, he managed to catch his breath and once more began to breathe heavily. Eventually, his 2 subordinates helped him to his feet. At this juncture, they clung to him, wary of letting go, for if they did, Lin Xiaohu would collapse once more, unable to stand. After a few moments of recuperation, Lin Xiaohu, now more astute and composed, refrained from reckless words and bravado, fixating his gaze on Lin Fan. Witnessing this unexpected behavior left Lin Fan astonished. He had only intended to deliver a couple of slaps as a lesson to curb Lin Xiaohu's foul language. He had not anticipated that such casual strikes would wield such tremendous force. The kick, which he believed would be insignificant against Lin Xiaohu's imposing stature, had instead propelled him across the ground. It seemed that his training had indeed transformed his physique, enhancing his strength. Lin Xiaohu pondered, bewildered that the docile individual he had previously bullied would dare to retaliate today. Catching him off guard with 2 strikes, he was stunned, grappling with the reality that Lin Fan had changed. He scrutinized Lin Fan closely, searching for any indication of transformation, yet found none. That he still believed that had he been prepared, Lin Fan would not have been his match. Nonetheless, it appeared that the once timid Lin Fan had now become a formidable opponent, capable of inflicting bloodshed with mere slaps and a single kick that sent him flying. When had this fool developed such strength? Had he merely been pretending to be weak before? Lost in thought, Lin Xiaohu concluded that he and his 2 companions could certainly overpower Lin Fan. Moreover, He was resolute in avenging the humiliation of the previous blows. After a brief recovery, he observed Lin Fan's continued silence and inaction. Wiping the blood from his face with his sleeve, he prepared himself for both offense and defense, declaring, "Lin Fan, I have tolerated you for far too long. Today, I will break your limbs and render you powerless. Then I will make you watch as I entertain your wife right before your eyes, that I vow to do so." Upon hearing these words, Lin Fan's thoughts turned to the folly of Lin Xiaohu's taunts. Realizing he was courting disaster, did he not understand the adage that trouble often arises from one's own words? Just as he was about to act, a stern voice resonated from outside the courtyard. "Cease this at once." It was none other than Lin Defu, the village chief. The commotion had drawn a crowd, and someone had hastened to inform the chief of the disturbance. Upon arrival, Lin Defu witnessed Lin Xiaohu and his companions preparing to assault Lin Fan. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately intervened. The moment the others heard his authoritative tone, they knew who had arrived and quickly relented, though Lin Xiaohu glared at Lin Fan with seething anger. As Lin Defu approached, ready to inquire, Lin Xiaohu preemptively accused, "Village chief, you came just in time. Lin Fan owes me money that I sought him out for repayment, and not only did he refuse, but he also assaulted me." He gestured to his battered face, adding, "Look at my injuries." He then lifted his shirt, revealing bruises on his abdomen. Lin Defu took a glance and noted the injuries, realizing that it was his nephew who had been on the receiving end of the beating. He scolded, "Violence is unacceptable. We must resolve matters through dialogue. That we are all villagers here. Let us not disrupt the peace." Finally, Lin Fan interjected, "I owe you money, and I acknowledge that. However, while you may seek repayment, you have shown disrespect towards my wife and dared to lay a hand on her, spewing a litany of insults. You are courting death. That I acknowledge the debt, but if you possess evidence of the loan, present it." Lin Xiaohu replied confidently, "I have the evidence." He produced a piece of paper, unfolding it and pointing to the text, "Village chief, see here. It is a written acknowledgement of debt, signed by his father, Lin Daong. Though it is not Lin Fan who borrowed the money, it is customary for children to repay their parents' debts." Lin Defu nodded, "I am aware of this matter. The debt must indeed be repaid." Lin Fan glanced at the document, stating, "I accept that my father owes you money. However, the final repayment date has not yet arrived. It clearly states that there are still 7 days remaining." Lin Xiaohu and the others were momentarily taken aback. The crowd exchanged glances and began to murmur, "Indeed, if the repayment date has not yet arrived, then this is your fault." And in truth, Lin Xiaohu was aware that the repayment date had not yet come. His primary purpose for being here today was to entice Lin Fan's delicate wife away. Observing the crowd's animated discussions, he proclaimed loudly, "Yes, yes, there are still 6 days until the repayment date. But do you truly believe you can repay me in just 6 days? Do you have any idea how much that is? A substantial sum of 25 taels of silver. Not to mention 6 days. Even if I grant you 60, you still wouldn't be able to repay it." Lin Fan replied, "In 6 days, I will return the money to you. Please do not disturb me during this time. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Xiaohu burst into laughter, nearly losing his teeth in the process, and chuckled, "Lin Fan, are you a fool? Do you even comprehend how much 25 taels of silver amounts to? You dare to claim you will return it in 6 days? Will you sell yourself? Or perhaps ask your wife to do so? Let me tell you, even selling both of you wouldn't suffice to cover such an amount." Then, in a fit of rage, he declared, "Fine, if you insist on saying you'll return it in 6 days. I shall come to collect. Then that if the money is not there, do not blame me for being ruthless and disregarding the people of this village." Chapter 27. The village chief mediates today. "I will let you off once due to the village chief's regard for me. If I do not receive the money in 6 days, not even a deity can save you." Lin Fan, upon hearing this, paused momentarily, feeling as though he had been struck. He couldn't help but chuckle, nearly choking on his own laughter. Lin Xiaohu continued, "You laugh all you want. I tell you, if I do not receive the money in 6 days, all your fields and houses will belong to me. I will also take your wife with me. You may keep the little one to raise, and perhaps marry her later. Ha ha ha." Lin Fan rolled up his sleeves, adopting a stance as if to strike. Lin Xiaohu, having been caught off guard twice earlier, instinctively stepped back in surprise at Lin Fan's gesture. Lin Defu quickly intervened. "Fanner, do not act impulsively," Lin Fan warned. "If you continue to provoke me, Do not blame me for being unkind. You are unwelcome here. Leave at once. Lin Xiao understood that, with so many witnesses present, even if he were to engage Lin Fan in a fight, help would surely come, and neither would be harmed. Therefore, he planned to wait until Lin Fan failed to repay the money in a few days, at which point he would deal with him severely, venting all his frustrations on Lin Fan's wife instead. After exchanging a few harsh words, he turned and swaggered away with his two lackeys. Lin Xiao's brazen demeanor instilled fear in the villagers. Most people genuinely feared him, as he was the son of the wealthiest man in Taoyuan village. His father had once been a small-time thug in the village, but after a brawl in the city, he caught the eye of a notorious gang leader who took him under his wing. He worked tirelessly for the boss, earning his favor, and eventually ventured into business, amassing wealth. His father spent most of his time away, thus wielding considerable influence at home, which is why Lin Xiao was so affluent that he surrounded himself with a gang of ruffians who engaged in petty crimes, much to the villagers' disdain. However, the villagers were too intimidated to voice their grievances. Fearing retaliation, they chose to endure minor inconveniences and avoid confrontations. This very fear only fueled Lin Xiao's arrogance. His wealth allowed him to lend money to Lin Daong and other villagers, and he regarded others with disdain, bullying whomever he pleased. His only hesitation towards Lin Dufu stemmed from needing his assistance as village chief in certain matters. Their departure was not solely out of fear of Lin Fan, but rather to save face for Lin Dufu, given that Lin Fan was his nephew. However, should Lin Fan fail to repay the money in 6 days, Lin Dufu's presence would be of no consequence. He would face repercussions regardless. Lin Xiao had never felt so humiliated before, nor had he ever been beaten by someone. Even if Lin Fan managed to repay him in 6 days, he would still seek vengeance against Lin Fan. It was a matter of principle for him. He would go to great lengths to seize anything he desired. Upon noticing Lin Fan's wife, with her exquisite features, he could not resist the temptation to possess her for himself, regardless of the consequences. After Lin Xiao and his companions left, Lin Dufu called out, "There is nothing more to see here. The day is fading. Everyone should return home to prepare dinner. Disperse now and hurry back." Hearing the village chief's words, the crowd began to slowly disperse, returning home to cook. Once everyone had left, Lin Dufu turned to Lin Fan and said, "Fanner, your family has faced numerous troubles in recent years. Your uncle is but a poor man and cannot offer much assistance. You have offended Lin Xiao. He is a petty man, narrow-minded and ruthless, but he employs despicable means against others, so you must be cautious from now on." Lin Fan replied, "Thank you for your concern, uncle, that I will handle this matter myself." After a few more words of caution, Lin Dufu returned home. Song Xiaoxue approached Lin Fan, circling around him, inspecting him from head to toe. She was quite perplexed. She had never expected her husband to possess such strength and agility, having swiftly defeated Lin Xiao before she even realized what had happened. What sort of person is my husband? Is he truly some kind of expert or deity? Song Xiaoxue pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Wow, husband, you are amazing, so formidable. I truly admire you." Lin Fan was taken aback by Song Xiaoxue's sudden admiration. How could his wife, who seemed so innocent and unsophisticated, suddenly express such romantic sentiments that would captivate any man? He found it hard to fathom. How could someone who had never attended school and appeared so pure and simple utter such words of admiration? These phrases seemed more fitting for modern young women. Lin Fan looked at Song Xiaoxue with surprise, but he could not discern any signs of change. She was still the same innocent girl. Perhaps she had simply picked up on some phrases from society, and he dismissed the thought, as it was fleeting. Having worked tirelessly throughout the day, evening had now fallen, and Song Xiaoxue began preparing dinner in the kitchen. Lin Fan played with Xiao Chao in the courtyard, but was preoccupied with thoughts of the future. He reflected on the past few days, having worked tirelessly fishing and selling fish, earning barely a tael of silver. The pace of earning money was far too slow, especially with the looming repayment of 25 taels to Lin Xiao in 6 days. That at this rate, he would never be able to repay it. He needed to devise a faster way to earn money. After much contemplation, he could not come up with a better plan and realized he would have to experiment with making white sugar. Having only seen the process on a modern video platform, he had never truly attempted it, leaving him uncertain if he could successfully produce it. Chapter 28. The manufacture of white sugar. It appears that the video has instructed us on 2 methods. filtering with charcoal, or using yellow mud water for sedimentation. I am uncertain which method would be more effective, so I shall select one to experiment with. Perhaps I will first try the charcoal method, as it is more convenient given that I have it at home. With this thought in mind, I immediately set about preparing for the task ahead. Since filtering with charcoal requires a funnel, Lin Fan devised a solution by crafting one from bamboo. With determination, he took a knife and stepped outside. Not far from his home, where he chopped down a sizable bamboo stalk to create several rudimentary funnels. However, his wife was still inside cooking, so he would have to wait until the meal was prepared and eaten before he could begin his endeavors. In the courtyard, he continued to play with Xiao Qiao, who, seeing her brother-in-law, chirped joyfully without pause, her little face glistening with perspiration from their playful antics. Indeed, children around the age of 3 to 5 are the most delightful companions. They might fall and cry briefly, only to resume their laughter moments later. Xiao Qiao engaged Lin Fan in a playful game of Bull Demon King, capturing the fair maiden, calling out in baby talk, brother-in-law, brother-in-law, come catch me, come catch me." With that, she dashed away, but Lin Fan swiftly caught her with one hand. Realizing how effortlessly she had been caught, she instantly began to protest, crying, "That is not how we play. You must wait until I run away before you catch me." The lively exchange with this adorable child brought forth peals of laughter from Lin Fan, just as they were immersed in their merriment. A voice echoed from the kitchen, "Husband Xiao Qiao, the meal is ready. Hurry and wash your hands before coming in to eat." This emphasis on hygiene was a habit Lin Fan had recently instilled. Upon hearing that food was ready, Xiao Qiao dashed to the kitchen without waiting for Lin Fan, believing that if she ran fast enough, she would eat first. Yet upon entering the kitchen, her sister promptly took her to wash her hands and face. Despite Xiao Qiao's protestations of, "I don't want to wash my hands. I don't want to wipe my face. I want to eat." However, her sister was resolute and would not indulge her whims, picking her up and carrying her to the water trough to clean her up. Lin Fan sauntered into the kitchen leisurely, and soon they all sat at the dining table. After last night's lessons and exceptions, they no longer felt constrained. Song Xiaoxue understood that this was a privilege granted by her husband. In fact, today she had overheard some villagers discussing that it seemed there was no commotion from Lin Fan's household the previous night, and they speculated whether he had not been harsh with his wife. These villagers were merely conjecturing, lacking any concrete knowledge. Nevertheless, her husband had told her to disregard the villagers' gossip, and she was determined to do just that, for whatever her husband decided was law. The family of 3 enjoyed a harmonious meal together, and before long, they were satiated. After clearing the table, Song Xiaoxue took Xiao Qiao to bathe. Once Lin Fan finished his meal, he immediately set about the task of producing white sugar, and he took a basket of charcoal and cleaned it thoroughly until no black water remained. Then spread it out to dry. After Song Xiaoxue finished bathing Xiao Qiao, the little one, perhaps exhausted from a day of play, fell asleep early. It seems most children are like this, well-fed, clean, and then ready for slumber. Seeing Xiao Qiao asleep, Song Xiaoxue did not remain idle and joined Lin Fan in the sugar-making endeavor, for it is said that teamwork makes tasks lighter. They began by lighting a fire and boiling water. Once the water reached a rolling boil, they reduced the heat, took out 13 units of sugar, and added it to the pot. The brown sugar dissolved instantly in the hot water, transforming into a dark syrup. They stirred it thoroughly, allowing the brown sugar to completely dissolve before letting it cool slowly, stirring intermittently. Meanwhile, the water from the charcoal had nearly drained away. They divided the charcoal into large, medium, and small sizes, placing them into 3 bamboo funnels. Once everything was prepared, they stacked the funnels from largest to smallest, ensuring a wooden barrel was positioned beneath to catch the syrup. With all in place, they were merely left to pour the syrup into the top funnel. Uncertain of the outcome, they decided to proceed with the experiment. As they poured the syrup, it was evident that the liquid emerging from the first funnel was significantly clearer than before, after passing through the second and third funnels. The final output was much lighter, approaching the clarity of water, though still with a hint of yellow. Despite this, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy upon witnessing such promising results, believing that this gentle hue indicated the potential for producing white sugar. However, the filtration process was exceedingly slow. With such a volume of syrup to filter, they wondered how long it would take. They took turns pouring the syrup into the funnels, after over 3 hours of labor. They finally poured the last scoop of syrup into the funnel. Exhausted from their efforts, Lin Fan remarked, "My dear, After such a long endeavor, you must be weary to go wash up and rest early. Let it settle overnight, and we shall resume sugar-making in the morning." Upon hearing her husband's words, Song Xiaoxue did not hesitate and promptly went to find clothes for her bath. Lin Fan, waiting for all the syrup to flow through the funnels, covered the pot with a cloth to prevent any debris or insect from contaminating it before stepping out of the kitchen. As he exited, Song Xiaoxue emerged from her bath. Lin Fan then proceeded to wash up himself, entering the bathing area to be greeted by a subtle fragrance reminiscent of youthful innocence. When Lin Fan returned to their chamber, he found Song Xiaoxue already asleep. It was still around 10 o'clock in the evening. And while modern life might just be beginning, for these ancient people, it was considered quite late. Lying in bed, Lin Fan closed his eyes to rest, but after a while, sleep eluded him. He contemplated that he would likely have no time to practice during the day, leaving the night as his only opportunity for cultivation. Reflecting on the benefits of practicing, he also had several questions to pose to Dai Ling. With a sense of duty, he promptly sat up. Chapter 29. Practicing strength. Glancing at Song Xiaoxue and Xiao Chao, he noted that they were soundly asleep. He rose from bed and walked to the spot where he had meditated the previous night. Laying down a mat upon the floor, without hesitation, he settled himself down to begin meditating. His spirit detached from his body, entering the ethereal space. Upon entering, he immediately called out, "Linger, Linger, are you there?" Before long, he received a response from a sweet, youthful voice. "Master, I am here. You've come. What do you need?" Lin Fan promptly recounted the events of the day's earlier confrontation, as the sheer force he had displayed had left him perplexed. He had long wished to consult Linger on the matter, yet in that moment, it would have been inappropriate to abruptly enter the spiritual realm, risking startling those around him. Moreover, the practice of cultivation was a personal secret he was not ready to share, even with his wife, until the time was right. Upon hearing Lin Fan's account of the day's events, Linger smiled gently and said, "Actually, I've been aware of this for some time. I forgot to mention that I can sense anything you do within a 5-meter radius. I can detect even the dangers lurking beyond your line of sight. Is there anything specific you wish to ask me? You need not enter the space to communicate. You can connect with me directly through your thoughts. For instance, while you are engaged in your tasks, you can still reach out to me mentally without needing to pause your work." Lin Fan slapped his forehead. Why didn't I know this before? I've been harboring so many questions. I always thought I could only speak with you by entering the space. If that is the case, it would be far more convenient to consult you directly whenever I have a question. Linger smiled. "Exactly. You wish to know why, during your altercation today, your strength seemed so great, and why you struggled to control it. Correct?" Lin Fan nodded eagerly. "Yes, that's right." Linger explained. "This is because you have just begun your cultivation journey and are still unaware of the extent of your power, not yet comprehending how much force is required to yield the strength you possess. Fortunately, you are merely at the onset of your training. Were you to ascend to a higher level, with the power you exhibited today, that individual would have perished countless times over. A single strike from you would surely sever their head from their shoulders, leaving their features indistinguishable amidst the carnage. After all, they are but an ordinary person. A mere mortal cannot withstand the might of your blow. Thus, if you wish to master your strength, it is imperative that you practice controlling your force. For you are no longer an ordinary individual." Lin Fan inquired, "How should I practice controlling my strength?" "Over there, beside the house, are several pieces of wood of varying sizes. Use them for your trials. Begin with the smallest, applying a gentle force at first. Gradually increase your strength with each strike until you break it. Once you have mastered that, move on to larger pieces of wood, applying the same method until you can break them as well. This will allow you to gauge how much force is necessary to achieve the desired effect. With diligent practice, you will learn to wield your power with precision. Otherwise, if you strike too lightly, you will fail to achieve the intended result, and if you strike too forcefully, you may inadvertently cause fatal harm." Lin Fan was astonished that he had not realized that there was such depth to the art of combat. The nuances of striking with the appropriate force required study and practice. This revelation profoundly altered his understanding, and he agreed, "Very well, I shall practice." That he had no desire to become a ruthless killer, merely seeking to impart lessons to others without escalating to violence. Without hesitation, he approached the wood, selecting a spot he deemed most auspicious for his practice, and began to meticulously refine his control over his strength. As time flew by during his training, Lin Fan devoted over 2 hours, approximately 4 to 5 hours. To mastering the fundamentals of force, he successfully grasped the rudimentary application of strength, realizing that it was categorized into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. His current ability fell within the realm of low-level control. Noticing his progress, he seated himself to meditate, recognizing that mastering strength was intrinsically linked to his level of cultivation. Upon entering the foundational realm of strength, the higher his primary cultivation method advanced, the more precisely his strength would naturally adapt. Thus, there was no need for dedicated practice in controlling strength. As long as he understood the basics, it would evolve alongside his cultivation. Linger, observing her master's progress, contemplated speaking, but refrained when she saw him enter a meditative state once more. She marveled internally at his extraordinary talent. Within just 2 short hours, he had advanced to a basic level of strength control. Grasping its essence, that he was indeed a prodigy of martial arts. For most individuals, even those with remarkable talent, achieving such proficiency would require at least a year or more of dedicated effort. She could only wonder what remarkable heights her master would reach in the future. After a considerable time, Lin Fan sensed the dawn approaching and prepared to conclude his training. Just then, a tremendous rumble echoed, reminiscent of an earthquake. Instantly, he opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, and called out, "Linger, it's an earthquake! An earthquake!" Linger quickly responded, "Master, do not fear. This is not an earthquake." Just as she spoke, the earth-shattering noise ceased, and tranquility returned to the space. Lin Fan then witnessed the area around him expand before his very eyes. Doubling in size, now approximately 200 square meters, that Linger announced, "Congratulations, Master. You have successfully upgraded to the 2nd chapter of the 9 Heavens Divine Dragon Technique that I never anticipated your talent would allow you to advance 2 minor levels in just 2 nights." Lin Fan, astonished, questioned Linger, "What does this mean?" Chapter 30. Space Upgrade. Linger explained, "Master, you may not be aware, but this space system operates in such a manner. With each chapter you upgrade, the space increases by 100 square meters. Advancing by a major level, or a layer, causes the space to double based on its current area. This principle applies uniformly across every chapter and layer. The time differential and speed within this space are also consistent. But those will align with your cultivation progress once you reach the 3rd chapter. This is the essence of the space system's inheritance. Currently, time in this space moves at a ratio of 1 to 3 compared to the outside world, and the growth rate is similarly accelerated. After you reach the 3rd chapter, it will align with your cultivation chapters and layers." Lin Fan exclaimed in delight, "So, I have upgraded and my abilities have strengthened." Linger nodded, her expression brightening as she replied, "Indeed, Master. Congratulations." With renewed appreciation, Lin Fan surveyed the now expanded space. That he noticed the open areas, the fish pond, and the small hill behind the thatched cottage had all grown larger. However, he found it curious that the cottage and the well appeared unchanged. At Linger, "I've noticed that everything seems to have expanded, yet the cottage and well appear unaffected. Why is that?" Seeing her master's confusion, Linger, unperturbed by the question, began to elucidate. "These 2 seemingly simple and ordinary items are, in fact, the core of this space. They have not changed for reasons I cannot yet discern, that I lack the strength to investigate further. And only when I grow stronger and regain my complete memory will I be able to understand why." Lin Fan, recognizing that Linger was uncertain, chose not to pursue the matter further. He sensed the outside world brightening and bid farewell to Linger before returning to his physical form. Upon returning to his body, he resumed the familiar routine from the previous morning, settling back in a bed for a brief slumber. Remarkably, meditation and cultivation provided him with a sense of restfulness, leaving him invigorated rather than fatigued. Before long, Song Xiaoxue was roused by the crowing of the rooster from the Wang family's abode. After freshening up, she busied herself preparing breakfast. An hour later, having completed her chores, and with breakfast ready, she had leftover dishes from the previous night, which she cooled in a basin with cold water, akin to a refrigerator's preservation. Thus, this morning's breakfast consisted of congee and reheated leftovers. She stepped to the door, gently calling, "Husband, breakfast is ready. Please rise and eat." Lin Fan rubbed his sleepy eyes and softly replied, "All right, I'm getting up." Upon hearing his response, Song Xiaoxue headed to the kitchen to serve breakfast. After washing up, Lin Fan joined her at the table, and the 2 quickly finished their meal. Following breakfast, Lin Fan examined the sugar water he had filtered the previous night. After a night of settling, it had clarified considerably. After cleaning the large iron pot, Song Xiaoxue kindled the fire, while Lin Fan poured ladles of sugar water into the pot, discarding the colored and impure sediment at the bottom. With a harmonious partnership, they worked diligently. Song Xiaoxue continued to stoke the fire, while Lin Fan stirred the sugar water with a spatula. The process of boiling such a large quantity of sugar water was time-consuming. Before long, Xiao Chao awoke and made her way to the kitchen door, exclaiming in her infantile speech, "Sister, brother-in-law, I'm awake. I woke up all by myself. I didn't cry or fuss. Am I amazing? Am I great?" Hearing Xiao Chao's voice, the pair turned to praise her. "Yes, Xiao Chao, you are wonderful, so remarkable. Come here, and let sister wash your hands and face so you can enjoy breakfast." Xiao Chao responded in her adorable voice. "Okay, I want to wash my hands, wash my face, and eat breakfast." Sister Song Xiaoxue is truly a commendable elder sister, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness. After assisting Xiao Chao with the tidying up, Song Xiaoxue returned to her post, continuing her role as the firewood attendant. Observing the syrup in the pot, she noted the gradual evaporation of moisture, causing the liquid level to dwindle. Following over 2 hours of cooperation between the two, the syrup had nearly reached the desired consistency, revealing a translucent liquid. However, it still retained a slight yellow tint. After simmering gently for another 10 minutes, the moisture had evaporated to perfection. Lin Fan called out, "Wife, it's ready. You can stop the fire now." Song Xiaoxue withdrew the firewood and extinguished it, while Lin Fan continued to stir, mindful of the residual heat to prevent scorching. After another 10 minutes of stirring, the moisture was just right. He scooped the syrup from the pot and transferred it to a pre-prepared basin, cleaning the pot thoroughly. The syrup was set aside to cool and crystallize naturally. Song Xiaoxue and Xiao Chao gazed intently at the transparent, crystalline substance, especially as the sweet aroma wafted through the air, causing their mouths to water. Lin Fan fetched 2 chopsticks, poking the crystalline sugar with them before handing each sister a stick. "Here, give it a taste, but be careful. It's still very hot." Xiao Chao happily accepted, blowing gently on the sugar atop her chopsticks. Song Xiaoxue, equally intrigued by the exquisite transparency of the sugar, was astonished and delighted. Having never encountered such beautiful candy before, with a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Husband, is this what they call white sugar?" Lin Fan replied, "Indeed." Song Xiaoxue pondered how the dark, gritty sugar of her past could transform into such a stunningly clear and beautiful form through Lin Fan's hands. As she admired it, she gently blew on the sugar to cool it before tentatively extending her little tongue to taste it. The next moment, her eyes widened in shock. The sweetness was overwhelming, far beyond her expectations. Nearby, Xiao Chao exclaimed joyfully, "Wow! It's sweet, so sweet, absolutely delicious." Both sisters were taken aback by the honey-like sweetness of the white sugar. Song Xiaoxue, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Sweet, so sweet. This is the sweetest sugar I have ever tasted." Lin Fan observed the sisters' astonishment with a faint smile, knowing that once the sugar cooled naturally, it would be ready to break apart and dry out. Chapter 31. Transformation of image. The 2 little food enthusiasts held their chopsticks, savoring the sugar like lollipops, showering praises as they licked. "Delicious, delicious, so sweet, incredibly tasty." Lin Fan recognized that this attempt at making white sugar was a success, albeit still slightly colored, and he wondered how it would turn out once fully dried. He mused that to achieve true white sugar, perhaps a method involving settling with yellow mud water might be necessary, though he had never tried it and was uncertain of its success. Regardless, the sugar was already made, and he decided to wait and see how it would turn out once dried. After another hour or two, the sugar had mostly cooled, forming frost-like clumps at the bottom of the basin. Lin Fan removed the sugar, breaking it into smaller granules and placing them in a well-ventilated area to dry out. Meanwhile, Song Xiaoxue was busy clearing the weeds in the yard. After repairing the house and fence with Lin Feng the day before, the only task left was tidying the garden. At that moment, several adults accompanied by children approached the yard. Upon seeing Lin Fan, they paused to observe him closely. After a moment of scrutiny, they thought, "It appears Lin Fan hasn't changed much. He still looks the same as before. How did he manage to give us fish the other day? There seems to be no apparent difference. Could it be that marrying has softened his heart?" They were all puzzled, recalling how he used to hold himself above others, often looking down on them and boasting about how he would treat the villagers once he became an official. Approaching Lin Fan, they greeted him warmly, that he quickly stepped forward to return the greeting, asking, "What brings you here today?" The adults exchanged glances, and one cautiously stepped forward to speak. Lin Fan, regarding the fish you gave to our children the other day. We intended to come thank you yesterday. However, we were busy, and when we passed your house, you were not home, though we didn't have a chance to return until today. They all chorused their gratitude. Thank you for the fish. Lin Fan, realizing the reason for their visit, waved his hand dismissively that we are all neighbors. No need for formalities, that it was just a few fish. Not worth mentioning. Their astonishment grew at his gracious demeanor. It seemed Lin Fan had truly changed into a kind and generous person. They had come prepared, wondering how to approach him, fearing he might look down on them or scold them. However, they now saw that he was easy to talk to, which left them with a newfound respect for him. Lin Fan continued with his amiable tone. It was merely a few fish. Really, no need to be formal. Besides, your children helped carry them back, so consider it a reward. Nothing to dwell upon. They nodded, smiling in agreement. Then we won't be polite. Thank you, that if ever you need assistance, just let us know. Lin Fan readily replied, of course, no problem, that we're all neighbors. Let us help each other out. The group chuckled, praising, a scholar is indeed a scholar. They understand the greater principles. After exchanging a few casual words, they bid farewell to Lin Fan and his family. As Lin Fan watched them depart, he recognized that he had left a favorable impression as a good neighbor in their minds, successfully altering their perception of him. That moment, Song Xiaoxue approached and said, Husband, yesterday those people passed by here and inquired if you were home. I told them you were not, but they didn't elaborate on their purpose. They left upon learning you were absent, and I forgot to mention this to you amidst all the happenings yesterday. Lin Fan replied, oh, it's nothing. After a brief exchange, Song Xiaoxue resumed her household chores. Lin Fan contemplated drying the sugar today and taking it to the city tomorrow to see if anyone would be interested in buying it. He glanced at the sky, noting it was nearly noon, and thought about the abundance of fish still in the creek, considering how to catch some more to sell in the city, knowing the villagers lacked fishing skills. Constantly rummaging through my mind, I recalled various fishing videos I had watched in the past, along with the diverse fishing tools featured therein. Ultimately, I conceived a fishing method, not so much a new idea, but rather a technique I had unearthed from those earlier videos. Once I had this thought, I took immediate action, feeling an undeniable sense of obligation that I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, exchanged a quick greeting with my wife, and stepped outside. Lin Fan made his way to the bamboo grove by the stream without hesitation, promptly chopping down several bamboo stalks that he intended to weave these into fishing nets to catch fish. With his rural upbringing, Lin Fan skillfully transformed the bamboo into nets in no time. After several hours of diligent work, he completed 6 or 7 nets. Raising his gaze to the sky, he estimated it to be around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. He hurriedly collected some earthworms and gathered a few insects, wrapping them in leaves and securing them to serve as bait in his nets. Once everything was prepared, he traversed the stream's edge, searching for suitable spots to deploy his nets. That he chose deep water areas for placement, swiftly setting all 6 or 7 nets into the water to prevent them from being swept away or lost. He tethered each net with a piece of string, anchoring the other end to the nearby foliage. With the nets securely deployed, he returned home, eagerly awaiting the bounty of the following morning. Upon his return, night had already fallen. Song Xiaoxue had prepared dinner and was waiting for Lin Fan to arrive. Chapter 32. The request to sleep together. When Lin Fan walked in, before he could even utter a word, Xiao Chao, resembling a little adult, inquired, brother-in-law, why are you back so late? Where have you been? I've been so hungry, and my sister won't let me eat that I want to eat. I really do. Lin Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter at the adorable child. Oh, Xiao Chao is hungry, is she? All right, let's eat right away, shall we? Xiao Chao clapped her hands in delight. Yes, it's time to eat. Having returned home late, the darkness made it difficult to see, with no kerosene lamps or candles in the house. Even the act of dining posed a challenge. After a moment's thought, he decided to light a fire beside the table for illumination. The small kitchen soon brightened up, creating an ambience reminiscent of camping outdoors, a refreshing change. With the fire's glow, mealtime became much more manageable. Lin Fan reflected on the inconveniences of an era without electric lights, particularly since their home lacked even candles or kerosene lamps, that he resolved to purchase some candles or a kerosene lamp during his trip to town the next day. To avoid future dining difficulties, however, he noted that such items were quite expensive, and few families in the village could afford them. Dinner was swiftly consumed, After clearing the dishes, Song Xiaoxue immediately went to take a bath. Having already bathed Xiao Chao before dinner, these routines were established by Lin Fan, marking the family's nightly task. A bath was essential to conclude a perfect day. After a brief playtime, Xiao Chao soon retired for the night. Before long, Song Xiaoxue finished her bath and entered the room. Lin Fan also began his bathing routine. Upon returning, he found Song Xiaoxue still awake, seated by the bedside. "Darling, you've finished your bath. Come to bed quickly." She beckoned. Lin Fan, gazing at her like a radiant lotus flower, pondered, what could be the reason she is still awake? Is she waiting for me? Does she have something to discuss? He approached the bed and sat beside her. "I just finished my bath, and my hair is still damp. You should sleep first. I'll join you shortly." "No," she insisted. "I don't want to sleep alone. I want to sleep with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a flicker of excitement ignite within him. However, after a few deep breaths, he managed to quell the rising flame. "All right, let us sleep together." Lin Fan felt a thrill, which any normal man would experience upon hearing such words from a woman. As they lay down together, his mind wandered through various modern scenarios. Soon, he heard the soft sound of Song Xiaoxue's breathing beside him. Leaning closer, he confirmed she had indeed fallen asleep, but he realized he had overthought her invitation. She simply wanted to share a bed. Rubbing his face vigorously, he steadied his thoughts, inhaling deeply to suppress any lingering distractions. Perhaps due to his training, his self-control remained strong. Before long, he shifted his focus to the tasks of the following day. First, to retrieve the fish, and then to take them to town along with some white sugar to sell. This diversion proved effective, calming his mind, but he glanced at Song Xiaoxue, noting how quickly she had drifted into sleep. He felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps she had been worn out in recent days, and thus fell asleep so readily. Lin Fan resolved to exert more effort to improve their family circumstances. Believing that stability would alleviate their burdens and reduce his fatigue, as he lay in bed, he pondered various matters. After lying awake for over an hour, sleep eluded him, prompting him to sit up. Observing the two sleeping figures, he shook his head with a slight smile. He walked to his usual meditation spot, just as he was about to lay down a mat when he heard Song Xiaoxue stir. The unexpected sound startled him, as if he were a thief caught in the act, and he hastily returned the mat to its place. "Darling, weren't you just asleep? Why are you up?" Song Xiaoxue asked. Feeling a twinge of nervousness, he replied, "Oh, I was asleep, but I just needed to go to the bathroom." "Oh dear, is that so?" "I was also awakened by the urge." "Let us go together," she said, quickly getting out of bed and walking to his side. "All right," he conceded, bracing himself to accompany her. They soon returned to the room, climbing back into bed. Not long after, perhaps 20 minutes, Song Xiaoxue fell asleep again. Lin Fan estimated it to be around 9 o'clock. After their brief outing, he noticed that the village was enveloped in darkness. Devoid of any lights, he mused that if he continued to meditate openly at home, it would only be a matter of time before Song Xiaoxue discovered his secret. Clearly, he needed to find a more secluded spot for his practice. As he preferred to keep his training private for now, that he intended to inform her eventually, but not at this moment, for fear of inadvertently revealing too much and attracting unwanted attention. Lying in bed, sleep remained elusive. He closed his eyes for half an hour, but thoughts of training kept him awake. Once more, he sat up to check on Song Xiaoxue's slumber. This time, she appeared to be sleeping soundly. Peacefully. Having just relieved herself, she likely wouldn't wake again soon. However, if anything occurred outside, he would be able to sense it from his space. Chapter 33. The Functions of Space. Once again, he rose and returned to his usual meditation spot. He spread the cloth on the ground and sat down to begin his practice. As his spirit separated from his body, he entered the space. This time, he didn't call for Ling immediately, but sat quietly, immersing himself in meditation. The space was serene, a sanctuary for the soul, filled with fresh air and a comfortable environment. Lin Fan reveled in the tranquility. However, it was not long before Ling's voice echoed in the stillness. "Master, you've arrived." Lin Fan no longer found it surprising. He understood that a butterfly spirit resided within. Unlike the first time he encountered it, he was not startled and replied, "Yes, I just arrived this time." Linger did not wait for Lin Fan to inquire. She began to explain, perhaps because they had grown familiar with one another, allowing them to discuss any questions freely. Linger said, "Master, you suddenly leveled up last night. Possibly due to your practice of strength, it seems that strength is one of the elements within your cultivation of the Nine Heavens Divine Dragon technique. Therefore, by cultivating strength, you have effectively practiced a segment of the Divine Dragon technique. You had already practiced the first introductory chapter. When you were about to advance to the second chapter, you fortuitously practiced strength, leading to your sudden elevation in level. Upon hearing Linger's explanation, Lin Fan felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that serendipitous missteps could yield such results. However, as he lacked understanding in this area, he accepted Linger's assertion, believing it to be correct. They chose not to delve further into this matter, as it had already transpired, and moreover, it was a positive outcome. Lin Fan then inquired Linger, "The area here has expanded so much. May I plant something within?" Linger replied, "This is your space. You may plant whatever you desire without needing my permission." She thought to herself, "If you plant, then I need not do so myself, which would be preferable. After all, if something good arises, it can be utilized as needed." Linger was quite willing to reap a small benefit from such effortless gains. Lin Fan clarified, "That is not what I meant. I intended to ask if I could bring external plants in to cultivate." Linger explained, "Currently, external items cannot be brought inside. To plant external items, you must cultivate to the third chapter. Once the growth rates of everything within the space synchronize with the passage of time, you will be able to introduce external items. When you venture out, you won't need to carry cumbersome baskets for items. Just like when you bought things in the city the other day. You can directly place them into the space and retrieve them upon returning home. Wouldn't that be much more convenient? The process of placing and retrieving items is akin to how you control your soul's entry and exit from the space using your mind. Moreover, placing items within the space does not add any weight to your person. It is as if you were carrying nothing at all. However, fish are an exception. If brought in, they would perish instantly and be dead upon removal. Yet, there is a significant advantage to the space. If you place fresh meat or recently deceased animals within, they will remain eternally fresh, as if just killed, without spoiling, stinking, or rotting, nor will they breed bacteria. This is far superior to the refrigerators you used on Earth. The storage duration is permanent, and you can retrieve items for normal use at any time. Thus, reaching the third chapter brings numerous benefits and convenience. However, only inanimate objects, such as plants, can be brought in. Living things cannot be introduced for the time being, except for seeds, herbs, and plants. Currently, only your soul can enter the space. No other external items may enter. If you truly wish to plant something, you could seek items within the space itself. However, everything that can grow inside is already present, so there is no need to plant anything. The areas behind the house and around the mountain may yield different plants and treasures. Other areas should consist of ordinary flowers and grasses unless deliberately cultivated. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. He had purchased some seeds, believing he could bring them into plant, anticipating a tripling of growth speed for a quicker harvest. He had not realized he was overly optimistic and that it was merely a dream. He would have to reach the third chapter before planting. Now he could not bring in external items. And his little schemes were dashed that he would have to wait until he cultivated to the third chapter to reconsider this matter. But he thought to himself, "I must reach the third chapter, that I have already progressed to the second chapter. So I only need to complete one more chapter to reach the third. Surely, it won't take too long." After all, the transition from the first to the second chapter was so smooth and swift. Progressing to the third should not require an excessive amount of time, right? Linger continued, "In fact, once you cultivate sufficiently and grow strong, living things will also be able to enter, including people, and even your own body. However, these matters are for the future. We shall speak of them when you are strong enough. It is still too early to discuss now, merely idle talk. Let us focus on your efforts to reach the third chapter and fulfill your small wish first." Reaching the third chapter offered Lin Fan a degree of confidence. After clarifying these matters, they began to part ways, each delving into their own cultivation. The two souls, one large and one small, one transparent and one shadowy, sat in meditation within the space. That night, uninterrupted by any external distractions, their cultivation progressed rapidly. However, with each chapter, the difficulty increased exponentially, and their strength surged accordingly. Thus, while the speed of cultivation was swift and successful, advancing to the next level was not so easily achieved. Sometimes, effort could prove futile, dependent on the fortune and talent for cultivation. Lin Fan cultivated diligently throughout the night, but did not reach the third chapter. As he sensed that dawn was approaching, he realized that it was unlikely he would achieve the third chapter that night. So he ceased his practice and exited, greeting Linger as he prepared to depart. At that moment, he cast a sidelong glance at the well and noticed something peculiar. Chapter 34. The Power of Spiritual Spring Water. That he inquired with curiosity, "Linger, why does this well seem different to me? Ever since I drank nearly half a bucket of water last time, I have come in many times, and it has never been full. It seems to have only increased a little. What is the reason for this? Isn't there a spring at the bottom? Moreover, shouldn't water continuously flow from that spring? How can it not fill up?" Linger, upon hearing this, replied with a hint of disdain, "Who told you to drink so much well water at once? Do you think this is ordinary water? This is spiritual spring water, incredibly rich in spiritual essence. The half bucket you consumed will take a long time to replenish. And I also have a question. How could you possibly drink so much spiritual spring water in one go and not explode into oblivion? What manner of being are you? Most individuals would struggle to endure even a drop or two, leading to their demise. Yet you, having consumed so much, suffered no ill effects, as though it were mere boiled water. When you took the bucket to drink, I momentarily did not notice and failed to intervene. Just as I was about to remind you, before I could react, you had already gulped down that half bucket of water. I was astonished, watching for quite some time, expecting you to explode on the spot. Therefore, I kept observing you in silence when I saw you consume so much spiritual water without any adverse reactions. I thought I would wait until you calmed down before approaching you. Little did I know you needed no time to recover. I was left utterly astounded by your existence, seeing you in such a state. I no longer worried and felt no need to remind you, lest you accuse me of being stingy and preventing you from drinking spiritual water." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's astonishment deepened. He had not realized that what he believed to be well water was, in fact, rich spiritual spring water. Linger added, "Perhaps your rapid and exceptional cultivation is indeed linked to consuming such a large quantity of spiritual spring water. This is why I refer to you as a prodigious genius, a rare talent in martial arts cultivation. However, it may also be due to the fact that this space belongs to you. Everything within is created for you and revolves around you. Hence, you can drink so much spiritual water without discomfort, absorbing it entirely into your body. Now, most of it should be stored within your dantian. Your ability to cultivate so swiftly is largely attributable to the benefits of consuming such an abundance of spiritual spring water. Otherwise, merely cultivating the dantian, without a span of 3 to 5 years, or even 8 to 10 years, is an impossible feat. Thus, it is only beings of your extraordinary talent, akin to a prodigy, who can achieve such astonishing and unforeseen results. Such occurrences are reserved for the chosen ones and the remarkable individuals like yourself. As for these matters, I too am not entirely clear at present, and I cannot provide much explanation. Perhaps it is because you are the master of the spatial system's inheritance. The spiritual spring water poses no harm to you, but rather nourishes you. It seems you are indeed the true master of this space, a fact that is beyond dispute. The spiritual spring water within this well is the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, a treasure indeed. Use it sparingly in the future. Moreover, the concentration of this spring water is so potent that ordinary individuals or plants would wither and perish immediately upon contact. For them, it is akin to poison. If it must be used, it should be diluted with water. Therefore, should you venture into the outside world, exercise caution in its application. It is a remarkable substance, yet also a tool of destruction. Some things cannot withstand supplementation. Ordinary people can perish with just a drop. Exercise discretion in your usage. However, this spiritual water also serves as a miraculous remedy. A single drop, when mixed into 100 gene of water, becomes a cure for myriad ailments and a source of nourishment. For those severely injured or on the brink of death, you may add 2 to 3 drops into the same quantity of water, as long as they still draw breath. There is a chance for their salvation. The severity of their injuries will dictate the appropriate ratio. However, do not exceed 3 drops in 100 gene of water. Beyond that, it becomes a potent poison for ordinary individuals. If it pertains to martial practitioners, adjust the proportions according to their level of cultivation. For those engaged in martial training, the assistance of the spiritual spring water can yield unexpected results. especially when breaking through barriers, should a martial artist sustain injuries. The situation changes. It depends on their cultivation level and the gravity of their wounds to determine the appropriate ratio. After absorbing all this information, Lin Fan finally began to grasp the significance of the spiritual spring water. Linger then remarked, "As for when this spring water will replenish, I am currently unaware of the true reason, that I sense it may be related to your cultivation level." Lin Fan, still somewhat bewildered, replied with a non-committal mm. He then stated, "It is nearly dawn outside. I must take my leave." That Linger acknowledged him, and after exchanging a few casual remarks, Lin Fan stepped outside, returning to his physical form. Upon returning, he resumed his usual routine, lying back down to rest and close his eyes for a brief nap. Song Xiaoxue, as always, rose early to prepare breakfast and attend to household chores, perhaps due to Xiao Chao's early slumber the previous night. Today, she too arose alongside Lin Fan. After finishing their breakfast, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Song Xiaoxue continued tidying up the house, repairing everything old that was usable and disposing of what was not. Song Xiaochao was equally occupied, alternating between playfully tussling with her sister and chasing butterflies or dragonflies, or amusing herself with small flowers, blades of grass, and tiny ants. She was thoroughly engrossed in her activities. Lin Fan informed Xiaoxue before heading out of the courtyard, carrying a wooden bucket towards the creek. Navigating the winding paths of the village fields, he soon reached the creek's edge. Last night, he had set 7 fish traps. He wondered what the day's yield would be, and whether they would indeed catch fish. Having never attempted to catch fish using bamboo traps before, he was filled with anticipation as he approached the first trap. Unable to contain his eagerness, he grasped the vine tied to the trap and pulled it back. As he tugged on the rope, it felt somewhat heavy, heightening his excitement. When he finally extracted the trap from the water, Lin Fan couldn't help but break into laughter. Indeed, there were fish. The traps had proven effective. The first trap was a resounding success. It seemed this fishing method was quite promising. Upon inspecting the contents of the trap, he discovered 2 or 3 sizable fish, along with several smaller ones. Lin Fan was grinning from ear to ear, astonished by the abundance of fish in this stream, that he promptly transferred the catch into his bucket and checked the bait in the trap, only to find it completely consumed. His earlier excitement had led him to neglect preparing bait in advance. He would have to return in the afternoon to replenish it. He cast the trap back into the stream and hurried to the second one. The second trap yielded only a few small fish and some shrimp. Not as bountiful as he had hoped, but still a satisfactory catch. The third and fourth traps produced 1 or 2 larger fish alongside several smaller ones. The fifth and sixth traps, placed in deeper waters, each contained 4 or 5 sizable fish. Yet oddly, there were no small fish or shrimp at all. That it was uncertain whether they hadn't entered or had been consumed by the larger fish. As the bait was entirely gone, Lin Fan disregarded such concerns. Seeing the fish was enough for him. The last 2 traps were a considerable success, filling him with joy as his bucket neared its capacity. Now only the final trap remained. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, he approached the 7th trap, located in a large river bend. Without hesitation, he seized the vine and began to pull. However, this trap felt distinctly heavier than the previous ones. He wondered if it had snagged on something beneath the water. Continuing to gently tug and maneuver, he gradually brought the trap closer, confirming it was not caught. As Lin Fan's excitement grew, he speculated that perhaps the trap was overflowing with fish. Finally, he managed to pull the trap to the shore, and at that moment, a cacophony of splashing water erupted from within. To his delight, the trap was indeed brimming with fish, at least half of it filled. Overjoyed, Lin Fan's smile was abruptly halted when the vine snapped with a sharp crack. Disappointment washed over him. Just as he was about to curse his misfortune for losing the catch, he quickly noticed the trap sinking back into the water. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt in, fully clothed, and grasped the trap, pulling it towards the shore. Fortunately, the trap had nearly reached the bank when the rope broke. With great effort, he finally managed to haul the trap onto the shore. Just as he was about to vent his frustration, the sight of the fish within the trap restored his spirits, and he began to smile again. There were at least 8 to 10 sizable fish, along with several smaller ones. Seeing such a bountiful catch eased his heart, balancing his mood despite being drenched. After all, Lin Fan was but an ordinary person, occasionally prone to minor irritations like anyone else. Seeing the abundant haul, his heart swelled with joy. He quickly searched for a sturdy stick and a thicker vine, securing the bucket and the trap while estimating the weights of the fish on either side. He then hoisted them onto his shoulders and set off towards home. Surprisingly, even with the substantial load of dozens of pounds, he felt no strain, likely due to his enhanced physical strength from cultivation. With a cheerful heart, he made his way home. Now around 8 in the morning, as he passed through the fields, some villagers were already busy tending to their crops, upon seeing Lin Fan carrying such a heavy load. They were astonished and inquired, "Lin Fan, what are you carrying so early?" Lin Fan candidly replied, "Fish." Just as one villager was about to jest, "Who are you fooling? That load must weigh a great deal. If it were fish, how many would there be?" Before he could finish his thought, however, the laughter caught in his throat. Lin Fan was carrying a load of fish as he walked past him. When he realized that Lin Fan was burdened with nothing but fish, he was taken aback, startled by the sheer quantity. He had never seen so many fish before and, in astonishment, inquired, "Where did you catch so many fish? How did you manage to do it? How could you possibly catch this many?" Lin Fan, not one to withhold information, candidly replied, "I caught them in the creek." With that, he sidestepped the man and continued on his way home. The man, watching Lin Fan's retreating figure, mused to himself, "Are the fish in the creek truly that easy to catch now?" His mind was preoccupied with thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fan remained oblivious to his musings. However, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised by his own physical stamina. After all, his cultivation had transformed his physique. The burden of dozens of pounds of fish felt remarkably light, that he carried the fish back from the riverbank in one breath. These past few days, with better nourishment from rice, his body had significantly improved, becoming much stronger than before. While he claimed to be stronger, it was, in truth, only a slight enhancement. Previously, he had been quite lean. One could even say he was skin and bones that in this era. Most people were relatively thin, yet some individuals, despite consuming only plain boiled water, managed to gain weight. This phenomenon baffled him. Take his friend Lin Feng. For instance, despite having a nurturing mother at home, he survived on simple meals, yet still managed to gain weight. That was indeed perplexing. Others, who consumed the same amount and type of food, either gained or lost weight, leaving him to ponder that perhaps it was linked to individual body types and constitutions. Before long, he returned home with a hefty load of fish. As he approached his courtyard, Xiao Chao spotted Lin Fan from a distance and shouted joyfully, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, you're back." Lin Fan acknowledged her and swiftly carried the fish into the yard. Hearing Xiao Chao call for Lin Fan, Song Xiaoxue quickly emerged from the house. Upon reaching the doorway, she was taken aback to see Lin Fan returning with such a substantial catch. Overwhelmed with surprise, she hurried to assist him in unloading the fish, exclaiming, "My dear husband, you are truly remarkable. Having caught so many fish," Xiao Chao, thrilled by the sight of the fish, began jumping up and down, her voice ringing with delight. "Wow, so many fish, so many fish, such big fish, such big fish." Once the fish were set down, Song Xiaoxue quickly fetched a basin from the kitchen, and Lin Fan proceeded to pour the fish from the cage into the basin. Chapter 36. Gathering Fragrance Pavilion, the young couple promptly got to work, sorting the fish. After washing them once, they placed the larger fish into a water tank for safekeeping. The smaller fish were designated for slaughter and processing later, with Song Xiaoxue planning to clean and salt them when she had a moment. Once the fish were organized, Song Xiaoxue noticed that Lin Fan's clothes were drenched and immediately sought out a change for him, urging him to change to avoid falling ill. After he changed, they began repackaging the fish intended for sale back into barrels. Lin Fan counted the morning's catch, noting that the larger fish weighed between 1 and 4 pounds. With approximately 20 sizable specimens, indeed a bountiful harvest. Knowing that her husband intended to sell fish in the city again, Song Xiaoxue helped him prepare the necessary items for his journey, a water flask and a pouch containing 100 coins, which she neatly handed to him. She secured the fish barrel with rope and prepared a separate bag of white sugar. Lin Fan weighed the sugar in his hand, estimating that yesterday's haul of over 10 pounds of sugar had yielded around 6 or 7 pounds of refined sugar, effectively reducing the yield to about 50 to 60%. He wondered if that was a low yield but remained uncertain, as he had no prior experience to draw upon. Regardless, the success of the endeavor was commendable in itself. Realizing that time was slipping away and the hour was likely nearing 9, Lin Fan hurriedly gathered his belongings. With the fish barrel on his back, a bag of sugar in hand, and a water flask, he set off towards the village entrance. However, each trip to the city required a travel pass for the day. So Lin Fan made his way toward his uncle's house without exception. Fortunately, the route to the village entrance passed by his uncle's residence, making it convenient. Upon arrival, his uncle, upon hearing that Lin Fan was heading to the city to sell fish, promptly prepared the travel pass and handed it to him. Watching Lin Fan's departing figure, Lin Dufu couldn't help but express his disbelief. Are the fish truly that easy to catch nowadays? Can one really catch so many every day? Does this lad possess some secret to fishing? As Lin Fan reached the village entrance, he happened upon a horse-drawn cart transporting goods to Taoshi village, preparing to return to the city. Spotting the cart not far ahead, Lin Fan waved his hand and called out, "Hey, good sir, are you heading back to the city?" The driver, who had just intended to mount the cart and drive it back, turned at the sound of Lin Fan's voice and replied, "Yes, I'm preparing to return to the city." Lin Fan quickened his pace to approach. In that case, would you be able to take me along? I can pay for the fare." The driver, perceiving a potential business opportunity, realized he had a returning customer, which meant a considerable income. After all, who would refuse extra money? Embracing the philosophy of not seizing the opportunity is foolish, he readily agreed, "Sure, no problem," after discussing the fare. The driver, recognizing Lin Fan as a repeat customer, charged him only 40 coins. Lin Fan readily accepted the terms, and the driver helped him load the fish onto the cart, given that it was a barrel of fish filled with water. The driver ensured the horse didn't trot too quickly to prevent the water from spilling out and the fish from suffocating. As they traveled, Lin Fan conversed with the driver while admiring the scenery that receded beside them. Riding in the cart was far more comfortable than walking, making the journey seem to pass swiftly. The comfort he referred to was relative. It was certainly more pleasant than trudging along on foot. The journey took just over an hour to reach the city gates. Naturally, the cart moved slower than a single horse due to the need to keep the fish from being jostled and harmed. However, Lin Fan was not concerned about the time, as he was in no hurry. Although he spent 40 coins on this trip, he felt it was well worth it, especially compared to the arduous task of carrying fish previously. That experience had left him somewhat apprehensive, but necessity had compelled him to endure. Upon reaching the city gates, Lin Fan paid the driver 40 coins and entered the city with the fish. This time, he intended to take a different route directly to the market. While en route, he passed by a tavern named Gathering Fragrance Pavilion. Lin Fan paused, contemplating whether the tavern might require fish daily. "I wonder if they bought any fish today. Perhaps I should go in and inquire if they need any," he thought, and with determination, he proceeded forward. Upon arriving at the tavern entrance, before he could step inside, a young attendant approached and asked, "Sir, are you here to dine or to stay?" Lin Fan replied, "Good sir, I am neither here to dine nor to stay. I am here to sell fish. Could you please inform your manager that I have fish for sale?" The attendant, upon hearing this, regarded him with disdain and curtly responded, "Be off with you. Our manager is not here. Go on. Don't hinder me from attending to other guests." Lin Fan was taken aback by the rude dismissal despite his courteous demeanor. Yet he understood it was a common occurrence, as he had often seen such portrayals on television. Some attendants tend to look down on others, especially when one appeared as he did, dressed in tattered rural clothing. Just as he turned to leave, a voice from inside called out, "Hold on, young man, are you selling fish from that barrel?" Upon hearing the voice, Lin Fan turned to see a man approximately 40 years of age addressing him. He replied, "Yes." The attendant, upon recognizing the man, immediately showed respect, asking, "Manager, why are you out here?" The manager shot the attendant a glare, commanding, "Get back to work." That he then approached Lin Fan and inquired, "Young man, may I see the fish in your barrel?" Lin Fan replied, "Certainly," and promptly set the barrel down. That he began to describe the contents, stating, "These fish are all from Taoshi, plump and large, fresh and delicious, with tender meat. Moreover, they all weigh over a pound." The manager stepped closer to inspect the fish in the barrel. Visibly impressed with their quality, "They do seem quite good. What are your prices?" Lin Fan confidently quoted, "The largest are 70 coins each, the medium large ones 60 coins, the medium ones 40 coins, and the smaller ones 20 coins each." Upon hearing the price, the shopkeeper noted that it aligned with the market rate. However, being a businessman, he was keen to negotiate for a better deal. He inquired, "If I were to purchase everything, how much of a discount could you offer?" Such is the nature of a shrewd merchant, swift and incisive in their dealings. Lin Fan replied, "Should you decide to take it all, I can reduce the price by 5 when for each item." The shopkeeper, noticing the quality of the fish, calculated the costs and found it reasonable compared to market prices. That he reasoned that further haggling might jeopardize the sale. Thus, he said, "Very well, Let us bring the fish into the shop. Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised at how easily the deal was struck. The fish sold out quickly, filling him with a sense of fortune. Once inside the shop, he placed the fish down and, observing the amiable demeanor of the shopkeeper, decided to reveal a parcel he had been holding. "Shopkeeper, might I inquire if you have any interest in this item?" The shopkeeper, puzzled, thought to himself, what could a fishmonger possibly offer that is of value? He stood there, arms crossed, lacking the inclination to inspect the bag. Sensing his skepticism, Lin Fan took it upon himself to open the bag, inviting the shopkeeper to take a look. Curiosity piqued, the shopkeeper approached to examine the contents. Upon seeing the nearly translucent, white substance, his eyes lit up with excitement. "What is this? It appears so exquisite." Lin Fan encouraged him. "Why not give it a taste?" The shopkeeper, astonished, asked, "Can something so beautiful actually be edible?" Lin Fan nodded and gestured for him to sample it. After a moment of hesitation, the shopkeeper took a small piece and brought it to his nose, noticing a faint sweetness, with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. He placed it in his mouth. The instant the substance touched his tongue, his eyes widened, and he froze in astonishment, momentarily speechless. After a few breaths, he regained his composure and began to savor the sweet crystalline substance. How could it be so sweet? Could this be sugar? Upon hearing the word sugar, Lin Fan nodded, giving a thumbs up. "Indeed, you have discerning taste, shopkeeper. You truly recognize quality." The shopkeeper felt a mix of annoyance and amusement at the playful banter. Yet he chose to overlook it. Maintaining his composure, "I am in awe," he exclaimed, "I cannot believe such sweetness exists in the world." Lin Fan noted the shopkeeper's expression, confirming that in this era, true white sugar was indeed a rarity. After a brief pause, the shopkeeper bowed respectfully, asking, "Pray tell, what is this remarkable substance, and how does it possess such sweetness?" Such is the nature of merchants. They are quick to show respect when presented with something valuable. Their demeanor shifting entirely, Lin Fan, like an affable young lad, crafted a tale, stating, "This is a fine treasure brought by a distant relative from the West. It is sugar, also known as white sugar or granulated sugar." He fabricated this explanation, aware that revealing the true extent of his prized possessions might invite danger. The shopkeeper, now intrigued, repeated, "White sugar, granulated sugar." Lin Fan asked, "Do you have any interest in this?" realizing the potential value. The shopkeeper quickly regained his composure, introducing himself. "I am Xiao Tianla, the proprietor of Juxiang Lu. May I ask your esteemed name?" Lin Fan replied courteously, "Greetings, shopkeeper Xiao, that I am Lin Fan." After exchanging formalities, the shopkeeper remarked, "The items you possess are indeed remarkable. Alas, I cannot decide on my own. I shall summon our master for further discussion." Lin Fan consented. "That would be most appreciated." "Thank you, shopkeeper." The shopkeeper promptly arranged for someone to inform their master. Then suggested, "Shall I assist you in counting the fish and settling the payment?" Lin Fan, eager to conduct business, agreed. "Thank you, shopkeeper Xiao." The shopkeeper wasted no time, instructing a servant to notify their master and another to assist Lin Fan with the fish count. As they busily counted, Lin Fan reported the details. 2 large fish at 75 won each, totaling 130 won. 7 medium fish at 55 won each, totaling 385 won. 6 medium-sized fish at 35 won each, totaling 210 won. And 9 small fish at 15 won each, totaling 135 won. Upon completing the count, Lin Fan declared, "In total, there are 24 fish, amounting to 880 won." He asked the shopkeeper to verify the figures. The shopkeeper, astonished by Lin Fan's swift calculations, was taken aback that he had been recording the counts and had not yet arrived at the total. After a brief moment of computation at the counter, he returned with an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, "I had no idea you possessed such extraordinary numerical talent. To calculate so swiftly and accurately is truly remarkable." Lin Fan smiled modestly, replying, "You flatter me, shopkeeper Xiao. These are but simple calculations." Inwardly, he mused that such arithmetic was akin to a child's exercise. Surely, anyone familiar with multiplication could manage it without a need for paper. Yet, he remembered that this era lacked multiplication tables. He continued to feign humility, saying, "I attended a private school for a couple of years and perhaps got lucky." The shopkeeper, slightly bemused, thought, "Luck in mathematics? How curious." He recognized the inherent skill required to perform such calculations so rapidly. "Shall I settle the payment for the fish now?" Lin Fan responded, "That would be most kind of you, shopkeeper Xiao." The shopkeeper promptly retrieved 880 winning copper coins, handing it to Lin Fan, who accepted the payment gratefully. After completing the transaction, the shopkeeper mentioned, "Our master should be arriving shortly. Would you care to join me for some tea while we wait?" Lin Fan agreed. "That sounds delightful." "Thank you, shopkeeper Xiao." Upon concluding his words, Lin Fan promptly seized the bag of sugar and followed the esteemed shopkeeper, Xiao, into a room on the first floor of the Zhu Xiang building. Once inside, they entered a tea room designed specifically for receiving guests, adorned with elegance and embellished with various calligraphies and paintings hanging on the walls. To the side stood two wooden display cabinets, filled with an array of antiques and assorted ornaments. In the center of the room lay a tea table surrounded by stools on all sides. Upon entering, the shopkeeper gestured for Lin Fan to take a seat at the table, while he himself proceeded to the main seat designated for brewing tea. Without pausing, he immediately set about igniting the charcoal stove, busily preparing while simultaneously wiping away any dust on the tea table. In truth, the table was already quite clean, devoid of any dust. This might simply be a habit of those who savor the art of tea brewing. Thus, whether or not there was dust, it was customary to wipe it away. The two engaged in casual conversation while awaiting the water to boil and the arrival of their host. They also touched upon the current currency exchange rates and significant national affairs in the Great Xia Kingdom. Before long, the water reached a boil, and with deft skill, Xiao brewed a cup of rich, aromatic tea. Just as they lifted their cups to take a sip, a young lady, resplendently dressed and strikingly beautiful, entered the room. Although it was daytime, the light within the room appeared somewhat dim, perhaps due to the overcast weather outside. Upon noticing the newcomer, the shopkeeper promptly stood to greet her, saying, "Miss, you have arrived." The lady replied, "Indeed, I heard from the waiter that we have a significant client at our establishment, so I rushed back." The shopkeeper immediately introduced them. "Correct, miss, this is Lin Gongzi, the esteemed client I mentioned." "Lin Gongzi, this is my employer, my young lady. You may discuss your white sugar directly with her." Upon hearing the young lady's voice, Lin Fan felt a sense of familiarity and stood, slowly turning to face her. When their eyes met, both were astonished and exclaimed in unison, "It's you! How is it you?" The shopkeeper, witnessing their reaction, inquired, "Do you two know each other?" They both waved their hands dismissively, yet nodded, responding together, "We have met before and conducted transactions. One might say we are acquaintances." Their simultaneous response left everyone, including themselves, utterly astonished. It was surprising that after only 2 encounters, they shared such a remarkable rapport. Then, Lin Fan and the young lady exchanged a glance, and they both burst into hearty laughter, instantly elevating the atmosphere several notches. After a spell of joyous laughter, the shopkeeper smiled and interjected, "Since you two are acquainted, you may introduce yourselves. That I shall refrain from playing the role of introducer." This moment, they began to reintroduce themselves. Lin Fan said, "Madam, greetings. It is a pleasure to see you again. My surname is Lin, and my name is Fan, Lin Fan. May I inquire about your honorable surname?" What should I call you, miss?" Upon hearing Lin Fan refer to her as madam, the shopkeeper quickly clarified, "My young lady is yet unmarried." No sooner had he spoken than Tang Ruoxin shot him a glare. Realizing his faux pas, he promptly fell silent. The young lady, noticing Lin Fan extending his hand, felt puzzled, wondering what this gesture signified. Nonetheless, she extended her right hand in kind and began her introduction. "I am but a humble lady, surnamed Tang, named Ruoxin, Tang Ruoxin." However, as soon as she extended her hand, Lin Fan grasped it in his own. She was taken aback, a flush creeping on her cheeks, but after Lin Fan gently shook her hand 3 times, she withdrew her hand, regaining her composure. The moment Lin Fan held her hand, an unprecedented sensation coursed through him. It felt incredibly soft, akin to cotton candy. The texture was smooth and delicate, reminiscent of an infant's skin. Noticing the young lady's face pale slightly, Lin Fan explained, "This is a customary greeting in Western culture. A handshake symbolizes friendship, indicating we are now friends." Upon hearing this, both Tang Ruoxin and the shopkeeper recognized that they had indeed heard of this Western custom and dismissed any further inappropriate thoughts. Lin Fan then apologized, "I beg your pardon. I was simply caught up in the moment and inadvertently introduced this Western custom." Tang Ruoxin waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Indeed, such a custom exists in the West. I hold no grievance against you." How is it that you are so well-versed in Western etiquette? Lin Fan fabricated a story, stating, I have a distant relative from the West who taught me these customs. And I thought I would give it a T. Our wide IT seems to foster a friendly atmosphere. Tang Ruoxin nodded gently, contemplating the matter, and sought to steer the conversation away from this topic. She then inquired, Miss Tang Ruoxin, I have been referring to you as Madam. Why did you not clarify this before? You haven't taken offense, have you? Hearing this, Tang Ruoxin smiled lightly and replied, Is it merely a title? What significance does it hold? Furthermore, at my age, it is quite natural for others to address me as Madam. Lin Fan then scrutinized Tang Ruoxin closely, estimating her age to be around 22 or 23. In this era, women of such an age were generally already married, so it was not surprising for others to refer to her thus. Yet, who would have imagined that such a young lady had yet to wed? Lin Fan pondered, reflecting on the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom, which stipulated that women should marry by the age of 13, that how was it possible that some women of such age remained unmarried, yet still roamed freely in the marketplace? It seemed that the law served primarily to control the common folk, while the wealthy were exempt from such constraints. Dismissing these thoughts, the group settled around the tea table, where Xiao continued his tea preparation. Lin Fan and Tang Ruoxin resumed their discussion regarding the events of the previous day. Tang Ruoxin remarked, After you delivered the fish yesterday afternoon, I intended to discuss something with you that I wanted to inform you that I operate in. And your fish are all stream fish, that if you have more fish in the future, please consider delivering them to my inn for a long-term partnership. However, I became so preoccupied with other matters that I completely forgot to mention it. Lin Fan thought to himself that had she mentioned this sooner, he wouldn't have needed to come today to seek a market for his fish. Nevertheless, he had departed promptly after delivering the fish yesterday. So he could not fault her for forgetting. He responded with polite gratitude. Thank you, Miss Tang, for your kindness. The fish I brought have already been purchased by shopkeeper Xiao, that if your inn requires more in the future, I shall deliver any fish I catch directly to you. Tang Ruoxin replied, That would be splendid. We require a substantial quantity of fish daily. Lin Fan expressed his delight, saying, That is truly wonderful. I shall send my fish directly to you. However, as my fish are from the Peach Stream, I cannot guarantee daily availability. Tang Ruoxin acknowledged, I understand. Naturally caught fish from a small stream are unpredictable. That it is not something one can expect daily. And I can appreciate that. Just send them over whenever you have them. Lin Fan thought to himself how refreshing it was to conduct business with such straightforward individuals that he never anticipated that he would secure a regular customer for his fish, relieving him of any worries regarding sales. The conversation between them grew increasingly familiar, and Lin Fan suddenly recalled something that he asked. Miss Tang, is today not the day of the old Master Lu's grand birthday celebration? Are you not a member of the Lu family? Shouldn't you be there assisting with the reception? Furthermore, as you are still unmarried and a member of the Lu household, how do you come to bear the surname Tang? Tang Ruoxin felt a surge of annoyance upon hearing this. She thought to herself, Are all men so nosy nowadays? Although she found his inquiries somewhat bothersome, she chose to calm herself and provide an explanation. After all, they were preparing to collaborate, and sharing a bit of information did not seem inappropriate. It was not a matter shrouded in secrecy, nor was it forbidden to discuss. She explained, I am not a member of the Lu family. Old Master Lu is my uncle by marriage. My family resides in Yen City, and I was sent here to oversee the shop while also celebrating my uncle's birthday. How have I become a member of the Lu family? The old Master Lu is merely my relative. She continued, The purchases made yesterday were due to a shortage of hands at his household, which is why I came to help with the arrangements. Lin Fan let out a soft exclamation, realizing the situation, and said, I apologize, it seems I misunderstood. The innkeeper, observing the two engaged in their lively conversation, found it difficult to suppress a chuckle, yet managed to restrain himself. Following the amusing interlude, the atmosphere in the room grew warmer and more familiar. After 3 cups of tea, the innkeeper broke the conversational spell, saying, Young Master Lin, why not discuss your white sugar in detail with my young lady? He then turned to his own mistress, saying, Miss, young Master Lin's white sugar is quite a remarkable novelty that I have never encountered such exquisite, beautiful, and sweet confections before. Tang Ruoxin, intrigued by the innkeeper's enthusiastic description, inquired, Young Master Lin, might I ask if what our innkeeper has said is true? If it is, would you be so kind as to showcase it for me to behold? Lin Fan humbly replied, Miss Tang, It is not as exaggerated as the innkeeper suggests. However, I find it challenging to describe that it would be better for you to see and taste it for yourself. With that, he slid the bag toward her. Tang Ruoxin, observing the bag with curiosity, slowly opened it to as she unveiled its contents. Despite her mental preparation, she was still taken aback by the sparkling crystalline substance within. She gasped, "What is this? How is it so beautiful and exquisitely transparent? It glimmers in the light." Lin Fan encouraged her, "Please do taste it, Miss Tang." Stunned into silence, Tang Ruoxin instinctively extended her delicate hand, using her fingertip to pick up a small piece of sugar, bringing it to her nose to inhale its sweet aroma. Then, she opened her rosy lips and gently placed the sugar in her mouth. The moment the candy touched her tongue, an intense sweetness flooded her taste buds. A sweetness akin to love, as sweet as honey that moment. She was left speechless, overwhelmed by the extraordinary flavor. The word sweet echoed in her mind, a realization of the unparalleled sweetness of this confection. After a few breaths, she gradually emerged from her reverie, savoring the sugar as it melted in her mouth, filling her senses with its delightful sweetness. Finally, she regained her composure and remarked, "Young Master Lin, this sugar is truly exquisite. How is it possible to achieve such a level of sweetness? Where did you find such a remarkable delicacy?" Initially a composed and elegant young lady, she now revealed her astonishment. Lin Fan recounted the origin of the sugar, mirroring his earlier explanation to the innkeeper. Upon hearing its provenance, Tang Ruoxin recognized its rarity and exclaimed, "Surely, this is not from our great Xia. Thus, it must be quite valuable. Might I inquire whether you sell this sugar? And if so, at what price? How much do you have, and can you continue to supply it?" Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement at her words. Though he maintained a calm facade, he responded earnestly, "I brought these to sell today. However, I wonder what you think they are worth to as for the stock. It is all here with me that my distant relative brought it back. And if further supplies are needed, I shall need to consult him to see if more can be procured." Chapter 40. A preliminary discussion on white sugar. I believe he can still acquire more, and I will think of a way to negotiate with him about the supply. The question remains, what price should we set? Lin Fan intentionally circled around the issue, wary of potential intrusions. Tang Ruoxin pondered for a moment before stating, "This sugar is so delightful and sweet. If sold externally, it would surely fetch a handsome price that if young Master Lin can continue to procure this sugar, I would be willing to collaborate with you long-term to help sell it. My family, the Tang clan, specializes in commerce in the capital, that we own more than 10 restaurants and numerous shops throughout Great Xia, some of which even feature exclusive counters for fine goods. Therefore, you need not worry about sales. I can assist in planning the marketing strategy. What do you think?" One could truly discern the commanding presence of those with true influence. Speaking with the backing of an entire family lends a certain gravitas. Upon realizing Tang Ruoxin's significant connections, Lin Fan was astonished that some restaurants even had dedicated counters for fine products, akin to modern five-star hotels. Yet he wondered if he had the confidence to secure a steady supply of this sugar for distribution throughout Great Xia. Recognizing the potential for a lucrative venture, Lin Fan asked, "Might I inquire what price white sugar could command if sold in Great Xia?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ruoxin replied, "Currently, ordinary black sugar sells for a few coins per pound. Higher quality varieties fetch several coins, while the best can reach 20 to 30 coins. However, for a product of your quality, I cannot say for certain. If pressed for a figure, I would estimate it could sell between 250 to 400 coins per pound, as it is indeed a premium confection." She considered that given the exceptional quality of this sugar, it might not fetch a high price here, but in larger cities or the capital, it could be valued even higher, possibly reaching 500 coins or even a tael of silver. Although she could not guarantee this, she felt it prudent to propose a figure that would inspire hope and motivation in their dealings. If the price were too low, it would not even cover transportation costs for such a distant acquisition. Lin Fan replied, "However, the issue remains whether we can continue to obtain this sugar in the future. Perhaps I should return to discuss with him first to see if he can procure more as for today as sugar." Before he could finish, Tang Ruoxin interjected, "I will take all of this sugar, and I shall offer you 400 coins per pound. In the future, since this will be a long-term collaboration with large quantities, we can negotiate the price together." Lin Fan nodded in agreement. "Very well. That sounds fair. Miss Tang, you are indeed straightforward and decisive. I eagerly anticipate our collaboration." Tang Ruoxin responded, You flatter me, young Master Lin, that I perceive you to be equally forthright and efficient, as I witnessed yesterday. As we are both earnest in our business endeavors, we must treat every matter with the seriousness it deserves. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Fan felt it necessary to maintain a level of discretion in their discussions to avoid giving the impression that he had an abundance of supply readily available, as that would diminish its value. However, he acknowledged the challenges of producing this sugar, recognizing that improving its quality would require further research on his part. Tang Ruoxin promptly summoned the innkeeper to weigh the sugar, which totaled just over 7 pounds. Lin Fan generously stated, "Let us consider it as 7 pounds for ease of calculation. That extra ounce can be a gift for Miss Tang." Hearing this, Tang Ruoxin beamed. "Thank you, young Master Lin, for your kind gift of sugar." Lin Fan calculated the total for 7 pounds at 400 coins per pound amounts to 2,800 coins. Tang Ruoxin, surprised by his swift calculations, remarked on his impressive arithmetic skills. The innkeeper chimed in, praising Lin Fan's remarkable talent. Tang Ruoxin added, "Indeed, young Master Lin is extraordinary. Because she is also a master of arithmetic, she has just calculated, and indeed, this is the number. She is even faster at calculations than herself. It is precisely due to her innate talent for numbers that her family has assigned her to manage businesses in various locations. However, she is only responsible for this particular line of business. Therefore, she makes a monthly visit to each branch to verify the accounts. Her current stay here is because her uncle is celebrating a significant birthday, and she has come to congratulate and assist at the Liu residence. Typically, when passing through here, she would only check the accounts for 1 or 2 days before departing. She has a quick wit and promptly summoned Manager Xiao to the accounting room to retrieve the funds for Lin Fan. Soon, Manager Xiao brought the money over, presenting 2 taels of silver and 800 copper coins. Handing the silver to Lin Fan, he said, "Young Master Lin, this amounts to 2 taels and 800 coins. Please count it." Lin Fan weighed the bag of silver in his hand, then counted it in front of him. After confirming it was accurate, he said, "Thank you, Miss Tang, and thank you, Manager Xiao, for your efforts." Once this matter was concluded, Manager Xiao left to attend to other matters. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a table of dishes and placed them on the tea table, likely at the behest of Tang Ruoxin. After setting the food, the waiter exited. Tang Ruoxin then spoke, "Young Master Lin, it is now noon. Please feel free to have some lunch before you leave." Lin Fan, seeing such a generous and graceful invitation from the beautiful and charming lady, felt compelled to accept, especially since she did not seem to mind his tattered clothing. Thankfully, these garments were washed daily by his wife. Though worn, they remained relatively clean. However, he was embarrassed to admit he carried a lingering fishy odor. So he said, "My clothes are too shabby and dirty. They might spoil your appetite." Tang Ruoxin reassured him, "It is of no consequence. Everyone faces difficult times. With your talents, your future will undoubtedly be bright. So please eat without worry." Lin Fan replied, "Miss Tang, you can even read fortunes." Tang Ruoxin responded, "Not at all. I merely observe people and matters. I do not judge by appearances, unless, of course, it is a truly foul beggar, which I cannot tolerate." Chapter 41. A change of attire. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was taken aback that he had not expected such a down-to-earth demeanor from this young lady. Truly a beautiful and gracious person. What kind of family could raise such a remarkable daughter? Hearing her words, Lin Fan politely insisted, No, you need not trouble yourself. You are being overly courteous." Yet he remained seated, not moving an inch until the meal commenced. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Then I shall humbly accept your kindness." Tang Ruoxin gently shook her head, smiled, and said nothing further. The group began to eat while engaging in conversation. Lin Fan thought to himself how fortunate he was today. A successful business deal, earnings in hand, and a delightful lunch to boot. It seemed Linger was right. His luck was indeed remarkable, as good fortune appeared to favor him. However, it must be said that Miss Tang was quite extraordinary, not only adept in business but also skilled in winning hearts. Truly a prodigy in commerce. Moreover, observe how she conducts her business without any hesitation, always delivering on her promises, showcasing a keen acumen. Today, he merely mentioned the matter of white sugar, and she immediately considered how to strengthen and expand this venture. From her demeanor, it was clear she intended to monopolize the white sugar trade. This was the true brilliance of her entrepreneurial spirit. Before long, lunch was finished. The waiter promptly came to clear the table. Tang Ruoxin and Lin Fan enjoyed a few cups of tea in the tea room, discussing other matters. When Lin Fan eventually took his leave, he said, "Miss Tang, it is getting late. I must return." Tang Ruoxin replied, "Very well, young Master Lin. Please take your time, that I shall await good news regarding the white sugar matter." She thought to herself that this sweet and exquisite white sugar would surely appeal to the affluent elite. If she could secure this business, she would become a significant asset to the Tang family. Lin Fan, unaware of her contemplations, replied, "I will do my utmost." He then addressed Miss Tang and Manager Xiao, saying, "Miss Tang, Manager Xiao, I bid you farewell." They both returned the gesture, "Farewell, young Master Lin." Lin Fan shouldered his wooden bucket and exited the Juxiang building. Stepping onto the street, he glanced at the sky, estimating it to be around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The once boisterous waiter, seeing Lin Fan being escorted out by the young lady and Manager Xiao, felt a twinge of apprehension that he realized that when next meeting Lin Fan, he must be exceedingly polite and cannot afford to be dismissive. Manager Xiao shot a glance at the waiter, perhaps sensing his thoughts, and scolded him, "Get back to work." Lin Fan strolled leisurely down the street, contemplating that he had earned 3,680 coins today, plus the 60 coins left over from his morning carriage ride, totaling 3,740 coins, equivalent to 3 taels and 740 coins of silver. While chatting with Manager Xiao over tea, he had also inquired about the current currency exchange rates in the Daxia Kingdom. Though a bit puzzled, Manager Xiao explained that in Daxia, 1,000 copper coins equal 1 tael of silver, and 100 taels of silver equal 1 tael of gold, while 10 taels of gold correspond to 1 ingot of silver. However, silver ingots were rarely circulated among ordinary citizens, primarily being used by the government and in commerce. With this newfound understanding of the currency exchange, Lin Fan realized he had enough silver to procure a decent set of clothing. His current attire was quite shabby and in need of replacement. Otherwise, he would find himself ill-prepared when meeting others, risking their disdain. Additionally, he needed to replace the worn clothing of his wife and Xiao Qiao. With these thoughts in mind, he made his way to the tailor's shop. Navigating the bustling street, he soon arrived at the tailor's establishment. As he approached the entrance, a waiter inside spotted him and quickly stepped outside. Lin Fan reached the door just in time. The waiter gestured invitingly, saying, "Esteemed guest, please come in. Are you looking to purchase clothing?" Lin Fan noted the waiter's lack of prejudice. Despite his tattered appearance, he was treated like any other customer. He replied, "Yes, I would like to see the clothes and fabrics." The waiter remarked, "Young master, you have an excellent eye. Our tailor shop is the finest in the entire town, the largest as well, offering a wide variety of styles and high-quality fabrics at reasonable prices. You will not regret your purchase." It was clear that being a waiter here required sharp wit, eloquence, and a talent for ensuring the customers felt at ease. Recognizing the waiter's professionalism, Lin Fan listened attentively as he began to describe the various garments and materials available. The waiter efficiently introduced the offerings. "We have coarse cloth, hemp fabric, cotton, brocade robes, and silk garments. Each type of clothing varies in price. Coarse cloth ranges from 50 to 150 coins, hemp fabric from 100 to 400 coins, cotton from 500 to 1,500 coins, and brocade and silk garments from 1,000 to 5,000 coins." Upon hearing the prices for brocade and silk, Lin Fan interrupted the waiter, realizing that, given his current finances, he could not afford such extravagant items. He did not wish to waste anyone's time. As he was unable to make a purchase even if he were informed, he mused silently, astonished by the variety and quality available in this small county's tailor shop. He then directly instructed the waiter, "Please begin by introducing the hemp fabric." The young attendant did not show any disdain. Instead, he directly led him to the linen section for an introduction. After listening to the attendant's presentation, Lin Fan contemplated whether his wife would sew clothes if he purchased fabric to take home. Ultimately, he decided it would be more prudent to buy ready-made garments instead. That he resolved to acquire 2 sets of linen short shirts first, for the sake of convenience in his future work. After selecting the 2 outfits, he called the attendant to guide him to the women's clothing section. There, considering his wife's petite figure, he meticulously chose garments for her, comparing one to another. Before long, he had selected 2 sets of women's clothing made from linen as well. Following that, he picked out 2 sets of girls' clothing, also crafted from linen, believing that fairness within the family was paramount. Chapter 42. Purchasing clothes. The young attendant, witnessing the considerable selection of garments chosen by the customer, felt as if he had tasted honey. His heart overflowing with joy, he jubilantly clutched the mountain of clothing. Trailing closely behind Lin Fan, his smile radiant like a blossoming flower, nearly spilling over his face. Although the fabrics were merely ordinary linen, the prospect of selling such a large quantity filled the attendant with elation. Silently reflecting, today truly feels like a fortuitous encounter with a great benefactor. Consequently, his demeanor became increasingly sweet and attentive. The attendant held the clothing tightly, as if cradling rare treasures, carefully following Lin Fan to the counter. He gently placed the garments on the cashier's table and, with a face full of ingratiation, inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed guest, if you have any other needs? Perhaps a pair of shoes to match these outfits?" Lin Fan suddenly slapped his forehead, a moment of clarity washing over him as if enlightened, and promptly responded, "Then please prepare 3 pairs of shoes in accordance with the clothing sizes for me to examine." He was too lazy to move his feet and instead requested the attendant to fetch the shoes for his inspection. The quick-footed attendant complied and soon returned with several pairs of shoes. Lin Fan was astonished by what he saw. He had not anticipated that even linen shoes would be available. How perfectly complimentary! Without hesitation, he picked up a pair of men's shoes to try on, inwardly marveling at the attendant's discerning eye. Such precision! They fit his feet as if they were crafted by the hands of fate itself. After trying on the shoes, he examined a pair of women's shoes. Contemplating his wife's foot size, which he presumed to be quite similar. Surely, the pair for Xiao Chao would fit as well. He inquired about the prices of the shoes, and the attendant quoted reasonable rates. Merely a few dozen coins per pair. Seeing the exquisite styles and superior materials, Lin Fan decided against exploring further options. That it must be said, the current market was indeed a treasure trove of quality at modest prices. All the garments and shoes were genuine, of excellent quality, without any signs of shoddy workmanship. Thus, these items were truly durable and reliable. Lin Fan decisively stated, "Young attendant, let us settle the bill. Please calculate the total amount due." The attendant's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly replied, "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment." With that, he nimbly pushed the garments and shoes towards the shopkeeper and said, "Shopkeeper, would you kindly tally the cost of these clothes and shoes for this young gentleman?" The shopkeeper glanced at Lin Fan with a casual air, not speaking much, yet his gaze held a hint of skepticism. Nevertheless, he quickly took the garments in hand and began to calculate meticulously. In no time, he declared, 2 sets of men's clothing, each as radiant as precious jewels, valued at 230 coins, totaling 460 coins. 2 sets of women's attire, each resembling vibrant blossoms, valued at 210 coins, totaling 420 coins. 2 sets of children's clothing, akin to charming sprites, valued at 130 coins, totaling 260 coins. The shoes, the men's akin to a robust steed, valued at 45 coins. The women's like a graceful swallow, valued at 38 coins. And the children's reminiscent of a playful fawn, valued at 15 coins. The total for the 3 pairs of shoes amounts to 98 coins. Altogether, the men's, women's, and children's clothing and shoes come to a total of 1,238 coins, which converts to 1 tael and 238 coins. The shopkeeper mentioned both forms of currency because some patrons, like generous patrons, would present the full 1,238 coins in copper, while others, like magnanimous heroes, might offer 1 tael and 238 coins in silver. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's quoted price, Lin Fan replied, "Very well." He swiftly retrieved a purse from his waist, almost as if performing a magic trick, and promptly counted out the necessary silver, paying in full. Seeing Lin Fan settle the bill so readily, both the shopkeeper and the attendant were taken aback. The shopkeeper's previously skeptical gaze transformed instantly into one of joy, his expression brightening to the point where his eyes squinted into crescent shapes. He felt a pang of regret for having assumed the customer lacked means, silently thanking his good fortune for not voicing such thoughts aloud, lest he find himself in an awkward position. Reflecting on his thoughts, he chastised himself for judging others solely by appearances. To think that someone could purchase over a tael of clothing and footwear in one go was indeed a rarity in the city. Typically, families would collectively acquire new garments. Few could compare it. He resolved to be more discerning in the future, never to judge solely by outward appearances. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, the shopkeeper's musings were far from his concern. He had little time to ponder how others viewed him. The attendant and the shopkeeper deftly packaged the clothing and footwear into 3 separate bundles. 1 for men, 1 for women, and 1 for children. Afterward, they procured a larger bag for the customer's convenience. Their attentiveness was ever more pronounced. Lin Fan paid them no mind as he hefted the sizable bundle of garments and shoes, stepping out of the tailor's shop. Once outside, he proceeded to the quilt shop where he purchased a new quilt, for the one at home had been used for far too long, now exuding an unbearable stench that was a significant contributor to his restless nights. The new quilt cost him 270 coins. Continuing on, he arrived at a general goods store where he picked up various necessities, such as candles and provisions, spending an additional 340 coins. After acquiring these items, he exited the city gates, burdened by the sheer volume of his purchases. Given the time-consuming journey ahead and the need to replenish bait for his fishing cage, he opted not to waste any more time and instead rented a horse to return to Taoyuan village. Although he had purchased many items, none were particularly heavy, making horseback travel more convenient and swift. With the goods secured on the horse's back, the horseman hurriedly transported Lin Fan back to Taoyuan village. The same horseman from before that they rode, the sound of the horseman's clicks and the rhythmic thudding of hooves echoed along the path. Before long, they arrived at Lin Fan's home, that he approached the entrance. Still mounted, the two young girls inside heard the commotion and peeked out from the house. Upon recognizing Lin Fan's return, they dashed out to greet him, that as soon as Lin Fan dismounted, Xiao Qiao exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you're back." Song Xiaoxue hurried forward, softly asking, "Husband, you have returned." Seeing these two before him, the closest people in his world at that moment, Lin Fan felt a surge of happiness. He replied, "Indeed, my dear wife, Xiao Qiao. I have returned." Together with the horseman, he began to unload the items from the horse. After settling the fare with the horseman, the man promptly rode off towards the city, leaving the three of them in high spirits as they carried Lin Fan's purchases into their home. Xiao Qiao eagerly declared, "I want to help carry things too. Let me assist in bringing them inside." To everyone's surprise, Xiao Qiao indeed contributed, climbing atop the new quilt with determination, exerting herself to aid in bringing it indoors. Her efforts were so vigorous that her face flushed red, yet her tiny feet remained off the ground. Nevertheless, she clung to the quilt, straining to help while exclaiming, "Heave-ho!" This elicited laughter from both Lin Fan and Xiaoxue. Lin Fan praised her, saying, "Xiao Qiao, you are wonderful. You already know how to help carry things." Chapter 43. All in new clothes, Xiao Qiao, with an innocent grin, replied, "Am I impressive? Aren't I great?" Lin Fan continued to commend her, saying, "Xiao Qiao is indeed remarkable. Truly impressive." That as they moved the items into the room, Song Xiaoxue promptly went to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of water, stating, "Husband, please drink some water first." Lin Fan accepted the water and drank it in one go before beginning to organize the items he had brought home. "My dear wife, I bought a new quilt. Please take care of the old one on the bed. It is far too tattered and foul-smelling to keep." Song Xiaoxue replied, "How can we simply discard it? One day, I shall wash it clean and store it away. During the cold weather, it will still be useful." Lin Fan pondered. Indeed, if it were washed, it could serve as a mattress when the chill sets in. It seems that my little wife is quite adept at managing life, knowing the virtues of thrift and economy, that he then remarked, "My dear wife, do as you wish. Let us replace this with a new one, so that we may sleep more comfortably at night." Song Xiaoxue replied softly, "All right, my husband." Lin Fan began to take out the items from the bucket, retrieving them one by one. That he opened a large package, handing one bundle to Song Xiaoxue and another to Song Xiaoqiao, saying, "My dear, both your and Xiao Cao's clothes are in tatters that I happened to pass by a tailor's shop and took the liberty of purchasing 2 outfits for each of you. Please try them on and see if they fit." Upon seeing the bundle Lin Fan offered, Song Xiaoxue immediately responded, "Husband, I don't need new clothes. What I have is still wearable. Let us first set aside our money to repay our debts." Hearing this, Lin Fan felt a pang of emotion in his heart. That seemed he had truly chosen the right wife, one who always thought of their family first. That have such a considerate spouse. What more could he desire? Yet he felt a deeper ache. A woman so understanding and kind was surely a rarity in the modern world, perhaps even extinct. After a moment of reflection, he said, "My dear, do not worry about our debts. I will handle that. These clothes are specifically chosen for you, so you need not concern yourself with anything else. With me here, our debt shall not be a burden." He pointed to her tattered garments, adding, "Look at your clothes. They hardly provide any coverage. How inconvenient it must be for you to go outside dressed so poorly. Please do not hesitate any longer. Listen to your husband and try on the new clothes so I can see if they fit." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Song Xiaoxue's eyes brimmed with tears. deeply moved as she touched the bundle of clothes. She could not hold back her tears. It had been so long since she had changed clothes, let alone acquired new ones. The dress she currently wore was a remnant from her mother, while the one she usually washed was her own. Now tattered from the hardships of the past 2 years before this moment, she had never dared to dream of affording new clothing. And now, her husband had bought her new garments, filling her heart with joy and gratitude, causing tears to flow freely. Lin Fan, knowing the struggles his wife had endured, understood her sensitivity, so he refrained from saying much, gently stroking her hair to allow her to express her pent-up emotions, believing it would aid her growth. After a while, he said, "My dear, those difficult days are behind us. Now, just follow my lead and change into the new clothes. All right?" Then, he retrieved his own bundle of clothing, saying, "I have purchased some for myself as well." In a soft tone, he continued, "Shall we change together and see how we look?" He reassured her, "Rest assured from this day forth, our lives will only improve. You need not worry." As Song Xiaoxue wept, she nodded, realizing she did not wish to burden her husband further. She moved to a corner to change, while Lin Fan found a spot to do the same. Before long, they both donned their new garments and shoes. It must be said, a person is often judged by their attire. After changing, they appeared much more vibrant, at least resembling ordinary townsfolk, if not particularly handsome or beautiful. For their clothes were made of coarse fabric and merely served to cover. However, their status had certainly elevated several notches, for their appearances were still commendable. Lin Fan had initially considered purchasing cotton garments, but his current circumstances and finances did not permit such luxury. Seeing her sister and brother-in-law dressed in new clothes, Xiao Chao exclaimed, "I want new clothes too. I want to change into new clothes." After changing into her new outfit, Song Xiaoxue felt a surge of happiness and warmth, her affection for her husband deepening. Upon hearing her sister's plea for new clothes, she promptly set about helping her change as well. In no time, Xiao Chao was outfitted in new clothes and shoes. Elated, she bounced around the room, spinning in delight while shouting, "I have new clothes. I'm wearing new clothes. And I have new shoes too." Hee hee hee. With Xiao Cao's joyous exclamations, the atmosphere in the room transformed into one of cheerful excitement. Lin Fan and Song Xiaoxue exchanged glances, both delighted to see the other looking so refreshed in their new attire. As Song Xiaoxue surveyed her family, everyone clad in new garments, her heart swelled with happiness. She silently thought to herself that her husband was a savior sent from the heavens, and she vowed to care for him well. Lin Fan took out the remaining items from the bucket and handed the pouch of silver coins to Song Xiaoxue, saying, "My dear, this is today's earnings that I calculated that we earned over 3 taels of silver today. After purchasing these items, we spent 1848 won, leaving us with 1872 won. However, we spent 80 when on the journey here, so we should have 1792 when remaining, adding the 585 when left at home. We now have a total of 2,377 won, which is 2 taels and 377 when. I have already calculated this for you. Just keep the money safe." Song Xiaoxue accepted the pouch of silver, saying, "I understand, husband," and promptly went to hide the money. Lin Fan glanced outside. It was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Chapter 44. Creating white sugar from yellow mud. He said, "My dear, I must step out to the stream to set the fish traps." Song Xiaoxue replied, "All right, my husband, please be careful." Lin Fan nodded and went to the kitchen to grab a knife and the fish traps he had brought back that morning before heading out. Soon he arrived at the grassy banks of the river, seeking a suitable spot. Without hesitation, he began to dig for worms and catch insects, laboring for about an hour and a half, unearthing many worms and capturing numerous insects. In this era, with no pesticides, insects were abundant, but he wrapped the worms and insects in leaves, dividing them into 7 bundles before heading to the stream. Following the pattern from the night before, he filled all 7 traps with bait. After placing the last trap in the water, he departed from the stream. Winding along the paths of the fields, he soon reached a small hillside, for he intended to experiment with creating white sugar from yellow mud. Thus, he sought to find some pure yellow clay on the hill, as pureness was essential to achieving the best results. The scenery on the hillside was quite lovely. As Lin Fan walked, small birds flitted about the nearby thickets, lending an air of tranquility. The air was fresh and fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers. Beyond the hill lay a grand mountain range, which was said to harbor many wild beasts. According to the memories of the original owner, Hunters who had ventured into those depths had often vanished without a trace. Consequently, most people avoided the deep mountains unless absolutely necessary. Those hunters would enter the depths from this very location. After wandering around the hillside, Lin Fan finally discovered a spot where the earth had collapsed, revealing some decent yellow clay. After surveying the surroundings, he noted it was clean and devoid of animal tracks. The clay appeared pure and free of impurities, but he promptly began to dig, removing the top layer of clay. After digging down several dozen centimeters, the clay beneath was even cleaner and more beautiful. He collected some of the pristine yellow clay, wrapping it in large leaves to take home. Upon returning, Song Xiaoxue saw Lin Fan carrying a bundle of yellow clay and inquired, "Husband, what do you need this clay for?" Lin Fan smiled and teased, "My dear, I have my own clever use for this clay. You shall see in due time." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Song Xiaoxue refrained from further inquiries, for she understood that everything her husband had engaged in during this period had taken her by surprise. Thus, she chose not to press for immediate clarification and busied herself with other tasks. Lin Fan promptly fetched a large basin, seeking a clean spot in the courtyard where he laid down a layer of leaves at the bottom. He then placed the yellow clay on the ground, smashing it to extract all the grass, roots, and sand within. This stage was the one that Lil Chow cherished most, as she diligently assisted Lin Fan. When he was momentarily distracted, she seized a handful of yellow clay and scampered off to play, tossing the clay outside only to retrieve it again, occasionally returning for another handful. She would deliberately place it in the water, rubbing it with her hands, thoroughly engrossed in her playful antics, much to Lin Fan's amusement, who found it hard to call her back. With this little imp causing delightful chaos, the once tranquil courtyard soon resonated with a symphony of sounds, transforming into a lively atmosphere, often punctuated by Little Chow's giggles, warming the air with joy. Seeing Lin Fan engage with the yellow clay, Song Xiaoxue approached to assist, and as they worked together, Lin Fan shared with her the method of producing sugar from the sedimentation of the clay water. Upon hearing this technique, she wore a puzzled expression, her brow furrowed with concern, yet she hesitated to voice her worries, merely nodding along. After a while, as they neared completion with the clay, Lin Fan remarked, "My dear, I shall handle matters here. You may go to the kitchen and kindle the fire for boiling water." Song Xiaoxue acquiesced and busied herself in the kitchen. Once Lin Fan had thoroughly crushed the yellow clay, he placed it all into the basin, adding water to allow the clay to soak. As it soaked, he stirred it with a stick until the clay water became completely muddied, at which point he paused, letting it settle and skimming off the impurities floating atop. Once settled, he poured the clay water into a barrel, discarding the sediment of sand and stones at the bottom. Having previously instructed Song Xiaoxue to boil water, it was not long before she had it ready. Lin Fan then moved to the kitchen, pouring over 20 pounds of sugar into the pot, stirring as he heated it to expedite the melting process. In no time, the dark sugar dissolved and blended with the water, transforming the syrup into a rich brown hue. He set the syrup aside to cool gradually as the syrup approached a suitable temperature. Lin Fan poured it into the barrel containing the clay water. Though it required an additional basin to accommodate it all, he stirred continuously until the sugar syrup and clay water amalgamated seamlessly. At which point he halted, surveying the mixture, satisfied with the outcome. Witnessing this operation left Song Xiaoxue wide-eyed with astonishment and a tinge of doubt. The sight of so much syrup being poured directly into the clay water caused her great distress, as she pondered whether this could indeed be edible. She had never heard of such a method before, and she was unsure if Lin Fan's sedimentation technique would yield successful results. If it failed, would that not render the 20 pounds of sugar wasted? Such a thought felt almost sinful. However, she merely mused silently, choosing not to voice her concern. Though it pained her to watch, she refrained from expressing it aloud. Recognizing her lack of understanding did not equate to impossibility. Deep down, she believed her husband would not disappoint her, and no matter what endeavors he pursued, she would not speak against him, patiently awaiting the outcome. After all, she had previously witnessed his ingenuity in using charcoal filtration to create delightful white sugar. Chapter 45. A sense of upgrading without dwelling further on these matters. Evening had arrived, and it was time to commence the evening chores of cooking and tidying up. Lin Fan found a corner to place the large bucket and basin of yellow sugar water. Allowing it to settle slowly, he covered it with a cloth to shield it from dust, insects, and debris. Once everything was set, he returned to the courtyard to play with Little Chow. The adorable child, dressed in new clothes and shoes, was thoroughly enjoying herself, her sweetness amplified as she repeatedly called out, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." This delighted Lin Fan, melting his heart. He felt as though he could give her everything, frequently scooping her into his arms and showering her with affection, just as they were reveling in their joyous play. Song Xiaoshue's voice rang from the kitchen. "Husband, little Chow, dinner is ready. You may come in to eat." The sound of this announcement, little Chow immediately halted her frolic, shifting gears with remarkable agility, racing toward the kitchen in anticipation of the meal. Lin Fan was about to remind her to wash her hands, but was taken aback by her swift maneuver that he thought to himself, just a moment ago, she had been so sweet, calling him brother-in-law with such enthusiasm. Yet now, upon hearing that dinner was ready, she had abandoned him entirely, rushing off to the kitchen. "Wait for me. Let us dine together," Lin Fan called out. Without glancing back, little Chow replied, "You come over on your own." "Hurry up." Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at her childish phrasing. Bemused by her eagerness for food, that it seemed that the prospect of a meal had rendered her oblivious to everything else. However, not long after entering the kitchen, she was promptly ushered away by her sister to wash her hands and face. Lin Fan followed suit, fully expecting this outcome. Soon, the family gathered harmoniously, exchanging laughter as they enjoyed their dinner. The meal was consumed swiftly, and as was customary, they cleaned the dishes afterward, followed by bathing. Regardless of whether the day had been arduous or joyful, this was a task that must be completed, marking the day as whole. Following Lin Fan's persistent encouragement over the past few days, everyone in the household complied. As night fell, Lin Fan glanced outside, estimating it to be around 8 o'clock. The villagers were gradually settling down for the night. After the family had finished bathing, they enjoyed a moment of coolness outside before retreating to their rooms for rest. Little Chow, once inside, played on the bed for a while, holding onto the new quilt she had bought that day. Feeling content, she lay directly atop the quilt, swiftly drifting off to sleep. Observing her sister asleep on the quilt, Song Xiaoshu carefully cradled her into the blanket, tucking her in snugly. After sitting for a moment, she stifled a yawn and turned to Lin Fan, saying, "Husband, shall we retire for the night?" Lin Fan replied, "Very well, my dear. You may sleep first, and I am not yet weary, and shall linger here a while longer before resting." Song Xiaoshu nodded. "All right, husband, then I shall sleep first." After finishing his words, he slowly nestled into the blankets beside the grass and drifted off to sleep. Lin Fan sat there for a moment before also heading to bed. Not long after he had fallen asleep, he heard the faint sound of Song Xiaoshue's breathing as she slept. After resting his eyes for a while on the bed, Lin Fan rose and went to the place where he usually meditated at night. Continuing his practice, he was acutely aware that such nightly training could easily be discovered by his wife, which made him anxious. He contemplated the necessity of building a new house with several rooms, so he could practice in a separate space. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about being caught by his wife during her midnight trips to the restroom, which would complicate explanations. In truth, while wandering outside earlier, he had also sought a secluded spot or cave for his training. However, after a thorough search around the village, he found no suitable location. This matter would have to wait for another time to be resolved. His soul left his body and entered the space. Lin Fan and Ling casually greeted each other without further conversation, immediately entering a state of meditation. Time passed swiftly during their training, and before they knew it, it was already the latter half of the night. Suddenly, as they were quietly meditating, a tremor, reminiscent of the previous occurrence, jolted through the space. Instantly, the surroundings transformed dramatically. Both Lin Fan and Ling were startled awake by this sudden upheaval. Soon, the tremor subsided. They quickly concluded their meditation and opened their eyes. Upon doing so, they noticed dust swirling all around them. Gradually, the dust began to settle, revealing the scenery around them. This sight startled Lin Fan and Ling. Had the space leveled up again? Observing the situation, Ling promptly congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, master. You truly are extraordinary. You've leveled up once more." Upon hearing Ling's words of congratulations, Lin Fan finally registered the change. "What? Have I really leveled up again?" "Yes, master," Ling replied. "You have indeed leveled up. Were you not aware? You have been training continuously, and it led to your upgrade. Did you not notice?" Lin Fan responded. "While I was training, I felt an increasing pressure in my dantian, as if it was swelling, almost like something was lodged there. However, I persevered and continued my practice, Suddenly, it felt as though a barrier had been breached, and that sensation vanished, akin to releasing pent-up pressure. Ling Er explained, "This is a common experience whenever you achieve a breakthrough during an upgrade. Did you not feel this way during your last two upgrades?" Lin Fan replied, "No, I didn't have such sensations during the previous two. This is the first time I've experienced it." Ling Er pondered for a moment before saying, "Oh, now I remember. During your first entry, you directly established your Dantian, so you didn't experience this sensation. The energies were consolidating your Dantian. During your second upgrade, you leveled up due to practicing power, so again, you didn't feel this. This is truly your first experience of a breakthrough through direct training." Chapter 46. Leveling up to the third tier. Ling Er continued, "This third tier represents your first direct breakthrough through training, which is why you are feeling this for the first time. It's quite normal to be startled. I previously thought you were aware of this." Lin Fan replied, "Oh, so that's how it is. You gave me quite a scare. I thought I was about to explode." Ling Er remarked, "From now on, each time you reach a new level, you will experience this it's like filling a bottle with water. Once it reaches its limit, any further filling will cause it to overflow. Thus, you need to switch to a larger container. Just now, it was likely because you were deliberately holding back that energy, which caused it to swell and made you uncomfortable." Lin Fan agreed. Yes, that makes sense." Ling Er added, "Earlier, I sensed your discomfort and was about to ask you about it when the tremor occurred. I realized you had surged forward and leveled up, so I refrained from questioning you, assuming you already knew. In future upgrades, just let go of that energy when you reach a bottleneck. Let it surge upward, and that will signify your upgrade. After the first time, you'll gain experience." Upon hearing Ling Er's explanation, Lin Fan nodded, finally grasping that he had indeed achieved a breakthrough, that he then excitedly inquired, "So, does this mean I have now reached the third tier? Can I now bring external items into this space and plant seeds from outside?" Ling Er smiled and nodded, replying, "Congratulations, Master, indeed you can. However, I must remind you once more, you must never bring living things into this space. If you do, they will perish once taken out. Please remember this." Lin Fan earnestly replied, "Understood. I will remember it." He felt immense joy, thinking how convenient this would be for future outings. Bursting with excitement, he was eager to test this new capability. But in an effort to demonstrate his maturity, he refrained from such childish actions. At that moment, Ling Er's voice rang out again. "Master, you have now reached the third tier. The space has also upgraded to the third minor level. Everything within has synchronized. Time, energy, and your level are now all aligned. Future training will yield even better results that I hope you will continue to work hard and strive for further upgrades to strengthen yourself." Lin Fan replied, "Understood. I will diligently train in the future." Hearing Lin Fan's earnest response, Ling Er felt gratified. After clarifying these matters, Lin Fan resumed examining his space. Indeed, the previous area of approximately 200 square meters had expanded to about 300 square meters. It seemed that with each minor level, the space increased by 100 square meters. Ling Er had previously mentioned that a major level would double the space. Whether this was true remained to be seen. Lin Fan glanced around at the barren land and asked, "Ling Er, why is it that every time the space enlarges, the land remains so barren? Furthermore, the land that appeared during the last upgrade has yet to show any signs of plant life." Ling Er replied, "You've only been upgraded for a day or two. Even at 3 times the growth rate, it wouldn't sprout so quickly unless you were to directly irrigate it with spirit spring water." Lin Fan realized, that makes sense that it's only been 2 days. Even at 3 times the rate, that equates to 6 days. It's unrealistic to expect tender grass to sprout so soon. He took another look around the space. Noting that only the area had expanded, the fish pond had grown larger, and the small hill at the back had also increased in size. However, the well and thatched cottage showed no signs of change. Ling Er advised, "Master, since you have just leveled up, it would be wise to continue meditating and solidifying the foundation of the third tier, that a stable foundation will greatly aid your future upgrades." Upon hearing Ling Er's suggestion, Lin Fan nodded and agreed. All right. With that, he promptly resumed his meditation. Time passed, and eventually, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. The moment he did, Ling Er's voice reached him. "Master, you have now stabilized the foundation of the third tier. Continue your training to advance to the fourth tier. Please strive to reach the fourth and fifth tiers at your current training pace. Reaching the second layer should not take too long." Lin Fan responded, "Understood. However, it's almost dawn outside and I need to go out. I will continue to work hard in my training. The two conversed for a while about the insights gained from their training that night. And Lin Fan exited the space. Returning to his physical body, did he slowly open his eyes, centering himself as he glanced out the window, noticing the sky was beginning to brighten. After tidying up, he opened the door and stepped out of his room, only to hear Song Xiaoshua's voice behind him. "Husband, why are you up so early today?" Lin Fan heard a voice and turned his head, smiling as he said, "I just woke up as well. Unable to sleep? I thought I would get up and prepare breakfast." Song Xiaoshua rubbed her drowsy eyes and replied, "Oh, I see. Then I shall rise as well. Let us make breakfast together." Lin Fan responded, "If you are feeling sleepy, you may rest a little longer, that I can handle breakfast alone." Song Xiaoshua looked at Lin Fan with great appreciation, exclaiming, "My dear husband, you are so considerate." She then added, "I am not sleepy. I am fully awake now and cannot sleep any longer." After saying this, she promptly got out of bed, put on her shoes, and Lin Fan remarked, "Very well, do as you wish." Soon, Song Xiaoshua had donned her shoes and joined Lin Fan to wash up. And together they busied themselves preparing breakfast. Their teamwork made them an enviable and affectionate couple, and with their harmonious collaboration, breakfast was swiftly prepared. Having risen early that day, Lin Fan and Song Xiaoshua finished their meal before the grass outside had even awakened. Lin Fan glanced at the syrup he had left to settle overnight and noticed that the liquid had indeed become much clearer, although it remained slightly murky. Song Xiaoshua also took a look and inquired, "Dear husband, can we cook the syrup now?" Lin Fan replied, "The water is still somewhat cloudy. It is not ready yet. Let us check again this afternoon." Song Xiaoshua acknowledged his words and refrained from saying more. Returning to her various household chores, Lin Fan exchanged a few words with his wife before grabbing a knife and heading out of the yard. Chapter 47. Someone weak in water, he intended to go to the creek to catch fish, as the only bucket and basin in their home were currently being used to hold syrup. Thus, he needed to borrow a bucket from someone else for the time being. Before long, he arrived outside Lin Feng's yard, where he saw Lin Feng's family also having breakfast. That he greeted them, saying, "Good morning, Annie, Fengge, and sister-in-law. Are you having breakfast?" The Lin Feng family responded in unison, "Good morning." "Yes, we are." Annie quickly asked Fanner, "Have you had breakfast yet? If not, please come in and join us." Lin Fan replied, "Thank you, Annie, that I have already eaten, that I came to borrow a bucket." This Annie had been one of the closest friends of Lin Fan's mother when she was alive, and the two would often visit each other. Upon hearing his request, Annie said, "Of course, that is fine." She then instructed Lin Fenger, "Go fetch a bucket for Fanna." Lin Feng acknowledged and quickly brought a bucket to Lin Fan. Lin Fan accepted the bucket and said, "You all continue your breakfast. I will be on my way, that I will return the bucket once I am done." Annie replied, "No hurry, take your time. When I need it back, I will send Fenger over to retrieve it." Lin Fan said, "All right, thank you, Annie." After chatting casually with Lin Feng for a moment, he departed, contemplating how his household was lacking in supplies. That he resolved that when he went to the city tomorrow, he must buy several more buckets, basins, and large water jars. Otherwise, if he intended to produce a large quantity of sugar in the future, it would not be sufficient. Walking along the small path through the village fields, he turned left and right and soon arrived at the creek. Lin Fan searched for a suitable spot and began digging for worms and catching insects that he thought that by preparing bait in advance, he could simply place it in the traps each time he came to fish, thereby eliminating the need to return solely for bait later. This was especially important as he anticipated needing to produce a substantial amount of sugar, leaving him little time for such tasks. That in this era, few people collected worms and insects, so he was able to find a plentiful supply in the grassy areas of the fields before long. He had gathered 7 bags of worms and insects. Holding the bait, he walked towards the creek to place the traps, inspecting all of them and transferring the fish he had caught into the bucket. Today's catch was noticeably less than yesterday's, likely because he had already fished in the same area and the fish were fewer. Today, Lin Fan relocated all 7 traps to different spots in the river for fishing. Although he caught fewer fish today, he still managed to reel in more than 10 large fish, with a few smaller ones mixed in. Lin Fan felt quite pleased as he made his way home with the bucket of fish. As he passed through the fields, a villager spotted him returning with a bucket full of fish. This villager had long taken note of Lin Fan, for who wouldn't be envious of someone who could catch such a bounty in a single morning? Surely, they would want to learn Lin Fan's fishing techniques to secure their own means of livelihood. Seeing Lin Fan's ample catch yesterday had stirred a desire in this villager to follow him to the creek early this morning. Secretly observing Lin Fan as he fished, but fearing discovery, they returned to their own farming tasks after witnessing Lin Fan's success. However, once Lin Fan had walked far enough away towards the village, the villager could not contain their eagerness and hurried back to the creek to investigate. Upon arriving at the spot where Lin Fan had placed his traps, the villager was puzzled to find no sign of Lin Fan's fishing gear. As they pondered where Lin Fan's traps had gone, they accidentally stumbled into the river. Fortunately, they were not alone in their curiosity. Others followed closely behind. When one of them saw the villager fall into the water, they rushed over to help. That unfortunate soul was none other than Lin Laosan from the village. Upon noticing Lin Laosan struggling and unable to swim in the deep waters, the onlookers shouted, "Help! Help! Someone is drowning!" They flailed desperately, struggling against the current. The onlooker, though frightened, remained calm enough to refrain from jumping in themselves, knowing that they too could drown if they did so. Instead, they called out loudly, "Quick, someone come! There is a person in the water!" They then dashed back to the village to find help. Their feet moved with fervent urgency, racing to gather assistance, fully aware that time was of the essence. By this time, Lin Fan had returned home and placed the bucket down. Upon seeing him with another bucket of fish, Song Xiaoxue and Xiao Chao approached to take a look. Xiao Chao was the first to exclaim, "Wow, so many fish, so many fish." Song Xiaoxue felt delighted to see her husband had again caught a bountiful haul, as if fishing and foraging were effortless tasks for him. Lin Fan was busy instructing his wife to prepare the smaller fish for preservation, while keeping the larger ones in the water jar for tomorrow's delivery to Zhu Xianglu. The three of them were joyfully relishing the happiness brought by their catch when a loud, panicked voice echoed from a distance. Upon listening closely, they realized someone had fallen into the river. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan dashed towards the creek. Villagers, both those who could swim and those who could not, rushed towards the creek upon hearing of the drowning incident. Before long, Lin Fan reached the creek, where the messenger was returning with several others in tow. From a distance, Lin Fan shouted, "Where's the person who fell into the river?" The individual pointed towards a river not far ahead of Lin Fan. Understanding the direction, Lin Fan immediately sprinted towards it. Upon arrival, he caught sight of the person's hair still floating on the surface, but it soon disappeared beneath the water. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan lunged forward and plunged into the river. He submerged next to the person who was drowning to that moment. The submerged individual had grown weak and was barely able to move. Lin Fan, undeterred, grasped the person's arm and began to swim towards the shore, pulling him along. Chapter 48. Lin Fan saves a life before long. He managed to drag the drowning person to the riverbank. The crowd that had gathered rushed over, witnessing Lin Fan's heroic effort. A few proficient swimmers quickly came to assist in pulling Lin Laosan on a dry land. Once on the bank, Lin Laosan lay completely still. After spending so long submerged in the water and having swallowed so much river water, it was no surprise he was unresponsive. The villager who had followed him into the water had run back to the village, and his round trip had taken at least 10 minutes. At this point, the group carried Lin Laosan to a relatively flat area and laid him down. Observing his condition, the onlookers feared he might be beyond saving, primarily due to their ignorance of life-saving techniques and drowning rescue methods. They resorted to archaic methods, lifting Lin Laosan and employing a knee to push against his abdomen, attempting to expel the water from his stomach. However, this approach merely forced the water out. After emerging from the river, Lin Fan glanced at Lin Laosan and, without pausing, immediately commenced administering first aid. Noting that the group had already managed to expel some water from him, he swiftly pinched his nose and began chest compressions, performing CPR, interspersed with artificial respiration. The crowd observed his actions with confusion, puzzled by his method of mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. They contemplated intervening, but were deterred by their own lack of knowledge on how to save a life. After several minutes of repeated compressions and breaths, Lin Laosan finally coughed, expelling a mouthful of river water. Gasping for air, but he had regained consciousness, having been rescued from the brink. However, he felt utterly drained and lacked any strength. Lin Fan advised, "Rest for a moment now that you've awakened." The onlookers were amazed by Lin Fan's actions. They had witnessed him save a life. Conversations erupted among the villagers, expressing their astonishment that Lin Fan possessed such life-saving skills. especially since they had never heard of him studying medicine. Moreover, they had never seen his method employed before. The villagers speculated about the transformation of Lin Fan, who had previously been perceived as aloof and proud. Now, he had emerged as a hero. This incident had reshaped the villagers' perception of him, leading them to ponder how this once proud scholar had become so selfless. Perhaps, they mused, marrying had softened his heart and altered his demeanor. Regardless, the fact that Lin Fan had saved a life was a cause for celebration, earning him a newfound reputation as a hero among the villagers. In the following days, tales of Lin Fan's transformation circulated throughout the village, with some expressing skepticism. However, the witnesses of the event confirmed the truth of the rumors. Lin Fan had indeed changed for the better, shedding his former haughtiness. Soon, Lin Defu, the village chief, arrived to ascertain the situation, feeling a swell of pride at his nephew's heroic actions. After a while, Lin Lao San regained full consciousness. Realizing that Lin Fan had saved him, he immediately bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Lin Fan, thank you for rescuing me." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, rising to assist Lin Lao San up. No need for thanks. It was a mere trifling matter. After all, we are all from the same village. At this point, a crowd of villagers had gathered. Lin Defu then inquired, "Lin Lao San, how did you end up in the river? Please explain what happened." Lin Lao San glanced at the village chief and then at Lin Fan, hesitating to speak. Eventually, pressed by Lin Defu and the villagers, he reluctantly divulged the truth. With a flushed face, Lin Lao San confessed, "In the past few mornings, I witnessed Lin Fan catching numerous fish that I wanted to learn his technique. So I decided to see what method he used. Earlier, I saw him returning with a catch, and I wanted to inspect the tools he employed. I searched several spots by the riverbank, but found nothing. Thinking I might find something closer to the water, I inadvertently fell in. After that, I lost consciousness until just now." The villagers gasped in shock, their expressions laden with disbelief. Each harbored their own thoughts, aware that it was unacceptable to pilfer another's means of livelihood. Despite the villagers' poverty, they adhered to the principle of respecting other skills. One could only learn from another if permission was granted. Otherwise, it was seen as disgraceful, an affront to the ancestral values upheld by their community. When Lin Lao San revealed his intentions, he felt a wave of shame, fearing the villagers would accuse him of thievery. In this era, theft was considered the utmost disgrace, as everyone struggled to survive. Engaging in theft was akin to being a bandit, a role despised by the villagers, who had once expelled those who resorted to such behavior. As the villagers began to murmur, some openly scolded him. "You are truly despicable. You seek to benefit from the hard work of others without putting in your own effort. If it were that simple, wouldn't we all have done the same? Do not tarnish the honorable traditions passed down by our ancestors." Chapter 49. Sharing fishing techniques. One must be grounded and responsible. How will you face your wife and children in the future? Lin Lao San repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry. I was foolish. I should have sought your permission before attempting to learn your methods. I promise it won't happen again." Hearing the villagers' comments and Lin Lao San's apologies, Lin Fan found himself perplexed. Was it truly the case that the people of this world were so rigid in their adherence to rules? He pondered whether ancestral edicts held such weight. Yet, reflecting on the villagers' hardships and their commitment to tradition, he recognized that most were honest, grounded individuals striving for a better life. After some contemplation, Lin Fan decided to relent. The fish in the stream did not belong to him. Anyone could catch them. Instead of withholding knowledge, he resolved to share his fishing techniques with the villagers, enabling them to improve their livelihoods. This gesture would also help reshape his image among them. After all, he possessed many survival skills. Fishing was not his sole expertise. The fishing trap was simple enough that anyone could learn to craft one after observing it just a couple of times. Thus, Lin Fan approached Lin Lao San, assisting him to his feet before addressing the crowd. "I, Lin Fan, acknowledge my past shortcomings and the ways in which I have offended my neighbors. I kindly ask for your understanding and forgiveness. In these trying times, our lives have become increasingly arduous, and the quest for sustenance has grown even more challenging. Today, I wish to share with everyone the fish traps I have crafted, which you can utilize to weave your own traps for fishing. This way, you will be able to catch fish from the stream, thereby enhancing your meals. Naturally, any surplus can be taken to the town for sale. Should you prefer not to venture into the town, I am willing to purchase them myself. However, My buying price may be slightly lower than the market rate, as I can only offer 10 when per gene for bulk purchases. The fish I will buy must be alive and weigh over a gene. The smaller ones should be kept for your own meals. Upon hearing this significant announcement, the crowd erupted into animated discussions, buzzing with excitement that no one had anticipated that Lin Fan would be so generous. Willing to share his skills for survival with the villagers and providing them with a means to make a living. Furthermore, he would assist in purchasing larger fish, albeit at a reduced price. Nevertheless, capturing fish would not be a concern for selling, as it still represents income. Although market prices may reach 21, selling them is quite difficult, primarily due to the logistics of transporting them from the village to the town. If they remain unsold and are brought back, they would likely perish, thus losing their value and becoming mere food for oneself. The crowd buzzed with various opinions, some expressing gratitude towards Lin Fan, while others hailed him as the living bodhisattva of Taoyuan village. Lin Fan basked in the compliments of the crowd, but refrained from making grand promises that he promptly led everyone to the location where he had placed the fish trap. Retrieving it from the river and holding it up for all to see, he declared, "I will place this fish trap in our village's ancestral hall, that if you wish to learn, feel free to visit any time to observe and replicate the weaving." Without further delay, he guided the crowd towards the ancestral hall of the village. Lin Dufu, witnessing his nephew's ability to unite the entire village in a single day, felt an immense sense of pride and joy. It was evident that his nephew had matured, now considering the welfare of the villagers, that no longer was he the careless youth of yesteryears. He had embarked on a business venture by purchasing fish. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover, nor can one measure the ocean by a mere jug that in just 3 or 4 days. A remarkable transformation had taken place. Lin Dufu nodded appreciatively at the scene, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Moved by the moment, he reflected on his own shortcomings as a village chief, recognizing that he might not have achieved such selflessness in saving others while sharing vital survival skills with the villagers. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at the ancestral hall, placing the fish trap in a central position, explaining the method of weaving it, and slowly demonstrating its use. The villagers listened intently, as weaving fish traps was an effortless task for them. Being adept at agricultural work, recognizing that the villagers had grasped the concept, Lin Fan encouraged them. "Now everyone, go about your own tasks." After saying this, he strolled back home leisurely, hands clasped behind him, leaving them to ponder and practice. Upon reaching home, he found Song Xiaoxue had already processed and marinated the small fish. The fish he had marinated days prior were already hanging up to dry. Upon entering, he recounted the day's events to his wife. She was taken aback, yet filled with pride upon hearing the news. Her astonishment stemmed from the fact that someone had fallen into the river and her husband had come to the rescue, while her pride arose from knowing he had accomplished 2 acts of kindness. Regardless of his actions, she vowed to support him wholeheartedly, for she understood that aiding others ultimately benefits oneself. She had experienced firsthand how challenging life can be in this world. Now, having such an exceptional husband was her greatest blessing. Thus, she would not question his decisions, but offer unwavering support. Lin Fan felt incredibly fortunate to have such a considerate wife. He had feared that teaching others how to fish might cause her discontent, especially in such difficult times. However, her understanding nature alleviated the need for any explanations that as the morning passed, the family engaged in their respective tasks while chatting amiably. Laughter echoed from the courtyard, creating a joyous atmosphere that made time fly. Before long, it was early afternoon. Lin Fan entered the kitchen to check on the sedimented syrup. After settling for a substantial portion of the morning, he calculated that it had been nearly a full day and night. Indeed, the syrup had become remarkably clear, with all the yellow sediments settled at the bottom, forming a thin layer of yellow mud. The syrup above was now pristine. Observing this, Lin Fan called for his wife, informing her, "It is time to boil the syrup." Song Xiaoxue understood the situation and immediately set about helping to kindle the fire, preparing to boil the syrup. Lin Fan meticulously washed the iron pot and placed it on the earthen stove. He lifted the bucket of syrup and gradually poured it into the pot, exercising great caution throughout the process that it was imperative to pour slowly. Otherwise, the layer of yellow mud at the bottom would become murky, mixing with the clear liquid that if the muddy water were added, it would introduce impurities. Thus, he proceeded with utmost care, albeit the bucket would not take too long to empty, that as the syrup neared the bottom. The yellow muddy water was discarded. The same method was applied to the other basin of syrup, and soon all the syrup was transferred into the large pot. The small flame that Song Xiaoxue had ignited gradually transformed into a roaring fire. With the couple working in tandem, the fire quickly brought the syrup to a boil. Lin Fan wielded a spatula, occasionally stirring the syrup. Once the liquid reached a boil, the heat no longer needed to be intense. With years of experience in managing fires, Song Xiaoxue expertly adjusted the flames that as time passed. The water in the pot began to evaporate, yet evaporating all the moisture from such a large quantity of syrup proved to be a time-consuming endeavor. Xiao Qiao, feeling bored, occasionally wandered over to cause a bit of mischief, making the hours seem to pass more swiftly. After 2 to 3 hours, the water in the pot had evaporated significantly. Listening to Lin Fan's suggestions, Song Xiaoxue gradually reduced the flames. Her fire management skills were exemplary, allowing her to adjust the heat with ease. When Lin Fan issued the final command to reduce the heat, Song Xiaoxue promptly removed all the firewood from the stove. Though the coals continued to smolder, holding the spatula, Lin Fan continued to stir. After another 10 to 20 minutes, the residual heat in the stove began to diminish, and the moisture in the syrup was nearly gone. Song Xiaoxue and Xiao Qiao caught a whiff of the rich sweetness, their mouths watering uncontrollably as they swallowed in anticipation. Lin Fan continued to stir the syrup, a crucial moment as any lapse in stirring could lead to scorching. Eventually, the moisture was evaporated just right. Song Xiaoxue fetched a basin that had already been washed and dried. While Lin Fan stirred, he began to ladle the syrup into the basin until it was filled to nearly half. In no time, all the syrup was transferred, resulting in a generous amount of glistening syrup. Xiao Qiao, the little glutton, gazed at the beautiful syrup, her eyes wide with longing, as if fearing it might disappear. She sniffed eagerly, drooling in excitement. Observing her reaction, Lin Fan shook his head with a smile and took 2 chopsticks, dipping them into the basin of syrup. Twisting the chopsticks, he soon had 2 globules of syrup clinging to their ends. As he spun the chopsticks, the syrup began to cool and crystallize in the brisk air, hardening into 2 lollipops. Song Xiaoxue and Xiao Qiao watched in astonishment and delight as Lin Fan demonstrated this playful technique with the syrup. Xiao Qiao, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, I want to try too." Lin Fan replied, "Xiao Qiao, you can't play with it yet. The syrup is too hot and could burn your hands, but be patient, and I'll give you a lollipop when it's ready." Xiao Qiao responded in her sweet voice, Okay, I want lollipops," clapping her hands in glee. Before long, the syrup cooled just as Lin Fan had anticipated. It was indeed much whiter and more translucent than the sugar filtered through charcoal previously. Xiao Qiao, entranced by the exquisite round lollipops, salivated profusely and eagerly asked, "Is it ready yet? Is it ready yet?" Song Xiaoxue, equally taken by the beauty of the lollipops, felt a surge of happiness, realizing her partner had succeeded once again. The 2 girls gazed at the lollipops, inhaling the sweet aroma while drooling in anticipation. Lin Fan, noticing their eager expressions, felt a wave of joy himself, but he sensed the syrup had cooled sufficiently and handed the lollipops to them, saying, "Wife Xiao Qiao, these lollipops are ready for you to try." Xiao Qiao was already prepared. Upon hearing her brother-in-law's voice, she quickly reached for one, bringing it to her mouth and slowly licking it. "Wow, it smells so good. It's delicious. It's so sweet." Song Xiaoxue took her lollipop, marveling at its beauty and contemplating, "This is indeed a lollipop." She brought it to her nose for a sniff, the rich sweetness enveloping her senses. Opening her mouth, she extended her pink tongue to gently taste it. Her eyes widened in surprise. It was sweeter than the syrup from yesterday and possessed a purer essence, reminiscent of honey. Unable to resist, she swiftly placed it in her mouth and savored the delightful flavor that immediately delighted every taste bud, nourishing each cell within her mouth. Each cell danced with excitement, relishing the sweet delicacy. Song Xiaoxue closed her eyes, basking in the joy that the lollipop brought her. Her mouth was sweet, and her heart felt even sweeter, as if the sweetness had reached her very core. Lin Fan watched the 2 enjoying their treats with gleeful hearts. Allowing them to indulge in their sugary bliss without interruption, that he retrieved another pair of chopsticks, crafting 2 more lollipops to set aside, and carefully placed the remaining syrup in a clean spot, covering it with a cloth to cool and crystallize gradually. Chapter 51. Xiao Qiao calls Lin Fan to wake up before long. The 2 little gluttons had finished their lollipops. their faces beaming with joy after such a delightful treat. Xiao Cao's mouth felt even sweeter, yet she still craved more candy, wishing for her brother-in-law to make her another lollipop. However, Lin Fan gently declined. Xiao Cao, you must listen and not eat too much candy. It can harm your teeth and cause cavities. Next time I make candy, I'll save you a lollipop, all right? Be good and patient. Xiao Cao nodded enthusiastically. I will be good. I will be very obedient. The children of this era are indeed different, perhaps shaped by their experiences. Xiao Cao, at such a tender age, displayed remarkable understanding, recognizing that throwing tantrums would not yield results, having learned from past experiences. Thus, hearing her brother-in-law mention that she could have candy next time filled her with happiness. After enjoying the lollipops, Song Xiaoxue, though still savoring the sweet sensation, quickly returned to the reality of daily life. Now it was evening, and she began to busy herself with household chores and preparing dinner. Cooking and managing the household felt effortless to her, as her petite figure flitted about the kitchen. Lin Fan accompanied Xiao Cao in the courtyard, playing together until Song Xiaoxue announced dinner was ready. She had prepared several dishes that evening. A meat dish, a fish dish, and a vegetable dish, signifying that their modest life was gradually improving. Just as Xiao Cao was enjoying herself, Song Xiaoxue called from the kitchen. Husband Xiao Cao, dinner is ready. Come and eat. The little grass, as usual, responded promptly to the call for meals, dashing towards the kitchen. Lin Fan followed leisurely behind, entirely unsurprised, as his sister whisked her away to wash her hands and face. The sight of the dishes laid out on the table no longer elicited the same astonishment as before. After several days of indulging in whatever they desired, whenever they wished, it seemed to have become rather customary in their household. These meals had become a staple of daily life. However, children who had grown up in poverty would never waste food. They understood the value of every grain. Moreover, Song Xiaoxue and her companions would never forget the days spent hungry and sleeping rough in the wilderness. Thus, she was resolutely frugal. Yet, out of consideration for her husband's feelings, she prepared the meals according to his preferences that as the sky gradually darkened, the candles Lin Fan had purchased came into play. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight, the family soon finished their meal. After tidying up the household chores as usual, Song Xiaoxue assisted Little Grass in washing up. Once Lin Fan finished eating, he took all the frosted sugar and crushed it into fine granules. After completing this task, he fetched a large sieve, poured the sugar into it, spread it out, and ground it until it resembled sand. To expedite the drying process and remove moisture, he deliberately chose a well-ventilated spot to leave the sugar to air dry. Covering it with a cloth and weighing it down with some wooden planks to prevent insects and mice from intruding during the night. Given the current weather and the strong winds, the sugar would likely dry thoroughly by morning. Once all was done, Song Xiaoxue emerged from her bath just in time. Lin Fan then proceeded to wash himself as well. After his bath, he returned to the room, only to find that Song Xiaoxue and Little Grass were already asleep. Observing this, Lin Fan was not overly surprised, knowing that people of their time tended to retire early, so he refrained from disturbing them. He sat briefly at the table, took a few sips of water, then laid the cloth on the ground and began to meditate. Entering his inner space, he exchanged a few casual words with Linger before delving into his cultivation. Time passed swiftly as he immersed himself in his practice, unknowingly spending the entire night in meditation. However, this evening session did not bring him to the 4th chapter, and he sensed little progress. Although slightly perplexed, he recalled Linger's words that cultivation was not a matter of a day or two, so he chose not to dwell on the lack of immediate results, accepting that it was a gradual process. After bidding Linger farewell, he returned to his physical body. Although he did not feel particularly tired, he nonetheless climbed into bed for a brief nap, but he lost track of time. But eventually, an itch on his face and occasionally an itch in his ear roused him from his slumber. Just as he was about to open his eyes to check what was amiss, Little Grass's voice broke the silence, awakening him. His eyes had not fully opened when Little Grass playfully slapped his face with her tiny hand, jolting Lin Fan awake. Squinting, he realized it was Little Grass's hand that had struck him, as she chattered incessantly, "Wake up! Hurry and wake up! I've been calling you for so long. Get up!" With that, she delivered another playful slap to Lin Fan's face. Startled, he opened his eyes fully and assessed the situation. Little Grass was not only slapping his face but was also sitting on his chest. Witnessing the antics of the 4 or 5-year-old, Lin Fan felt utterly speechless. Nevertheless, he gently inquired, "Little Grass, have you woken up?" Little Grass pouted in a mock angry expression and replied, "Yes, I've been awake for ages and got out of bed." "Why are you still sleeping? You've been asleep for so long. I've been calling you for ages and you just want to wake up." Lin Fan explained, "Perhaps I was sleeping too soundly. But you could have just called me a bit louder instead of hitting me." Little Grass retorted, "I've already called you so many times, and you wouldn't wake up. I wanted you to get up and play with me." Lin Fan felt dizzy, utterly perplexed by her reasoning that slapping him was the solution to his slumber. Even more baffling was her insistence on having him rise to play. Shaking his head gently, he was left in a state of bewilderment. Just as he set the little one aside, the door to the room creaked open. Song Xiaoxu entered and, upon seeing both of them awake, cheerfully proclaimed, "Husband, Little Grass, you're both awake. Hurry up and get ready for breakfast." Lin Fan replied affirmatively, "All right." Song Xiaoxu promptly approached the bed, scooped Little Grass into her arms, and took her to freshen up before breakfast. Lin Fan stretched and quickly got up to follow suit, washing up in no time. Soon he found himself in the kitchen where Song Xiaoxu had already prepared breakfast for everyone. The family quickly enjoyed a hearty meal together. Chapter 52. The first ride in the ox cart after breakfast. Lin Fan eagerly removed the cloth from the white sugar. Upon inspection, he was delighted to find that it had indeed succeeded. It was crystalline and translucent, and significantly whiter than the last batch. The result was almost indistinguishable from refined sugar, prompting Lin Fan to feel immense joy and satisfaction. Song Xiaoxue and Little Grass approached to take a look. And Song Xiaoxue exclaimed in astonishment, "Husband, this white sugar is so much better than last time. It's so much whiter." Lin Fan responded with equal enthusiasm, "Indeed, we've succeeded." Little Grass, captivated by the beautiful sugar, quickly reached out with her tiny hand, seizing a handful and popping it in her mouth. As she savored it, she exclaimed, "So sweet, so sweet." Before Song Xiaoxu could intervene, the sugar was already in Little Grass's mouth. Just as she prepared to scold her sister, Lin Fan interjected, "My dear, it's all right. If Little Grass wants to have a little, let her enjoy it. Why don't you try some as well?" Without waiting for Song Xiaoxue's consent, Lin Fan took a pinch of sugar and placed it directly into her mouth. She intended to refuse, but the sugar had already filled her mouth. Silencing her protest, as the sweetness enveloped her senses, she was momentarily taken aback. That tea was sweet, incredibly sweet, and more fragrant than the previous day's batches. After a few moments, she regained her composure, allowing the sugar to dissolve slowly in her mouth before swallowing it, leaving a lingering sweetness behind. Lin Fan instructed, "My dear, some of this sugar is still in larger pieces after drying. Once you've finished, please crush them down a bit more, then I'll head to the riverbank to check if we've caught any fish." Song Xiaoxue responded affirmatively, "All right, husband." With that, Lin Fan picked up a bucket and headed outside. Yesterday, he had taken a fish trap to the ancestral hall for a demonstration, hoping everyone would learn to weave fish traps. He was curious to see if they had successfully crafted any for fishing. Currently, 6 traps were set in the river, and having changed their location yesterday, he wondered if they would yield any fish. With a mix of anticipation and anxiety, he navigated the narrow path through the fields toward the stream. Soon, he arrived at the stream's edge, where he gathered some worms and dug up a few earthworms to create 6 bait bundles. Eagerly, he made his way to the first fish trap's location. Upon arriving, he pulled up the first trap, and to his delight, the repositioned trap did not disappoint. It yielded 2 or 3 sizable fish. Lin Fan quickly retrieved all 6 traps, adding bait before returning them to the water. Today's catch was quite satisfactory, with around 20 large fish and a good number of smaller ones. However, Lin Fan pondered that if he continued to fish at this rate, the fish population in the stream might dwindle quickly, making future catches more challenging. Naturally, this was not a concern for him at the moment. Without further thought, he carried his bucket of fish back home. Although the journey felt swift, 2 hours had passed, and it was now a little past 9 in the morning. Once home, he arranged the fish as usual. By this time, Song Xiaoxue had already crushed the sugar further and let it dry for an additional 2 hours, effectively removing most of the moisture. Lin Fan announced, "My dear, I need to head into town shortly. Please help me pack this sugar and prepare it." Upon concluding his task, he retrieved a large bucket, filled it with a modicum of water, and subsequently captured all the larger fish, placing them into the vessel. In no time, the two had organized their belongings. Song Xiaoxue, adhering to her previous actions, handed Lin Fan 100 winning copper coins along with a water jug. Once they had arranged everything, Lin Fan hoisted the fish bucket onto his back, took the bag of white sugar, and with the water jug and copper coins in hand, exited the courtyard. As he strolled along, passing by his uncle's home, he seized the opportunity to request a travel permit from him, then proceeded towards the village entrance. Upon reaching the peach orchard at the village's edge, he glanced around to ensure the vicinity was clear before discreetly placing the bag of sugar into his spatial storage. Since live fish could not yet be stored in that space, he had to carry them to the city. Not long after departing the village entrance, he heard the sound of a cow mooing from behind. Casually glancing back, he spotted an individual driving an ox cart approaching his direction. It was none other than Lin Qingshan, one of the wealthier inhabitants of Taoyuan village. Though regarded as affluent, his wealth merely entailed owning an ox cart. As he still toiled in agriculture and gathered firewood from the mountains, seeing Lin Fan laboriously carrying the fish bucket along the road, Lin Qingshan greeted him. "Lin Fan, you seem to be struggling. Where are you headed?" Lin Fan replied, "Good morning, Uncle Qingshan. I'm on my way to the city. And you, where are you headed?" Lin Qingshan explained, "I have some matters to attend to in the city today, and I also plan to take some firewood to sell." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement and promptly inquired, "I am also heading to the city. Could you give me a ride?" "I will pay for the fare." Lin Qingshan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I can give you a ride, but you need not worry about the fare. You are quite the well-known Good Samaritan in our village. Not to mention a hero who saves lives, so I want to accept your money." Lin Fan humbly responded, "That is merely the villager's flattery. Anyone would jump in to save someone who has fallen into the river. Paying for a ride is a long-standing tradition. It simply wouldn't do to disrupt such customs by not paying." The two engaged in a lively discussion, and ultimately, Lin Fan could not withstand the uncle's insistence and agreed to ride for free to the city. Lin Fan placed the fish bucket onto the ox cart and, during the journey, conversed casually with Uncle Qingshan about various village matters. This marked Lin Fan's first experience riding in an ox cart. He felt considerably lighter without the burden of the fish bucket. Leisurely seated in the cart, he relished the picturesque scenery along the way. Though the ox's pace was somewhat slow, the pleasant conversation made the time pass swiftly. However, upon reaching the midway point, they spotted some lush grass by the roadside, prompting Lin Qingshan to allow the ox to graze. Nevertheless, this delay was minimal, and after roughly an hour, they arrived at the city gate of Taoyuan County. As ox carts and horse-drawn carriages must register and undergo inspection to enter the city, and since Lin Qingshan was selling firewood outside the city, he did not proceed further. Lin Fan thanked him, retrieved 30 went from his waist, and placed it on the spot where he had just seated himself before hoisting the bucket and entering the city. Lin Qingshan, momentarily taken aback, wished to say a few words, but Lin Fan had already walked further away. Observing the 31, he felt a twinge of confusion and called out, "Lin Fan, we agreed you need not pay. Why have you given me money?" Lin Fan replied loudly, "Where is there a ride without payment? Everyone is facing hardships. What is due should still be given. Please accept it. Otherwise, in the future, if I ride again, will you accept my fare or not? If you continuously refuse my payment, I would feel embarrassed to ride with you." Lin Qingshan, slightly bewildered by Lin Fan's logic, pondered its validity but could not articulate a counterargument. Since Lin Fan had insisted, he decided to accept it, saying, "Very well, just be cautious on your journey. Should I wait for you after selling the firewood?" Lin Fan replied, "If you finish selling before I return, feel free to head back without waiting for me." After a few polite exchanges, Lin Fan entered the city with a bucket of fish, traversing the bustling streets. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Ju Xiang Lu. The attendant, spotting Lin Fan approaching with the fish bucket, promptly stepped forward to take it from him, politely inquiring, "Young Master Lin, you have arrived." Lin Fan cast a glance at the attendant, recognizing him as the same one who had previously attempted to dismiss him. However, seeing his courteous demeanor this time, Lin Fan chose to overlook past grievances. "Yes, I just came from home. I asked your manager and the young lady in the establishment." The attendant responded, "Young Master Lin, your timing is impeccable. Our manager is indeed inside and has yet to leave. The young lady departed early this morning and has not yet returned." Nodding in acknowledgement and foregoing further pleasantries, Lin Fan commanded, "Very well. Lead the way. Let us find the manager, and you can then summon the young lady upon her return." Seeing Lin Fan's magnanimity, the attendant, who had not held a grudge about their previous encounter, cheerfully replied, "Certainly, young Master Lin, please follow me." With that, the astute attendant helped carry the fish bucket into the establishment, and Lin Fan followed closely behind. Observing the attendant's quick wit, Lin Fan shook his head and sighed, reflecting on the convenience that relationships bring to one's affairs. Upon entering the shop, the attendant set down the fish and greeted Lin Fan, pouring him a cup of tea while instructing him to wait as he went to inform the manager. Lin Fan settled down, sipping his tea while observing the lively atmosphere of Ju Xiang Lu, which was bustling with patrons. That it appeared that business was thriving for the establishment. Shortly after Lin Fan had taken a seat, the manager hurriedly emerged from the back, approaching Lin Fan with a respectful bow. "Greetings, young Master Lin. It is a pleasure to see you." Lin Fan rose to return the courtesy. "Hello, Manager Xiao. Indeed, I have caught some fish over the past couple of days and have come to deliver them today." Upon hearing that Lin Fan had brought fish, Manager Xiao glanced into the bucket. After exchanging some pleasantries, Manager Xiao remarked, "Ah, today's catch looks splendid. They are quite plump and fresh." That he promptly instructed the attendant to assist in counting the fish, as leaving them in the bucket for too long could lead to their demise, compromising their freshness. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us begin counting the fish." Together with the attendant, Lin Fan began the task while Manager Xiao recorded the transactions. After counting, Lin Fan reported, "There are 4 oversized fish at 75 won each, totaling 300 won. 6 large fish at 55 won each, totaling 330 won. 7 medium fish at 35 won each, totaling 245 won. And 11 small fish at 15 won each, totaling 165 WEN. In total, there are 28 fish amounting to 1,040 WEN. As expected, Lin Fan performed the calculations mentally, relaying the figures to Manager Xiao. Manager Xiao promptly verified the calculations at the counter and confirmed, "Indeed, it totals 1,041. While aware of Lin Fan's exceptional arithmetic skills, Manager Xiao was still astonished by his precision in handling such varied numbers. He promptly retrieved 1 tael and 40 won in silver coins from the counter and settled the payment for the fish right then and there. Afterward, he instructed the attendant to take the fish to the kitchen, placing them in the fish tank for safekeeping. Manager Xiao approached Lin Fan and said, "Young Master Lin, our young lady went out this morning to attend to some matters and should return shortly. Would you like to join me in the tea room while we wait for her?" Lin Fan agreed, saying, "Certainly." He then took the bag of sugar, which he had retrieved from his spatial storage while passing through an unoccupied alley near the city gate, ensuring he did not startle anyone by producing sugar seemingly out of thin air. Moreover, the explanation proved to be rather cumbersome. Upon entering the tea room and taking a seat, Manager Xiao immediately began his meticulous task of slicing tea leaves. Lin Fanqin pondered to himself that, from the looks of it, Manager Xiao was indeed quite amiable towards him. Each time he visited, he was invited to the VIP room for tea, indicating that he held Lin in high regard. As they patiently awaited the charcoal stove to boil the water, a stunningly elegant woman entered the tea room. Before she approached, a gentle voice floated over, "Greetings, young Master Lin. I have kept you waiting for so long. You cannot imagine how eagerly I have anticipated your arrival these past few days." She continued, "Upon returning to the entrance, the attendant informed me that you were here, so I hastened to find you." Lin Fan, taken aback by her words, thought it sounded as though they were lovers. With such sweet nothings exchanged, if one were unaware, they might assume they were a couple or even a married pair. He mused, have women become so audacious nowadays? Manager Zhao's eyes widened at her words, but he quickly regained his composure and feigned ignorance, busily attending to the tea table and washing the cups, awaiting the stove to boil the water for tea. The woman speaking was none other than Miss Tang Ruoxin. Lin coughed lightly a couple of times, momentarily at a loss for words that he thought to himself. With a soul several decades old, hearing such words made him blush. Reminding himself to remain composed, he steadied his mind and replied, "Miss Tang, it is a pleasure to see you again. That I have brought fish today. I arrived not long ago. Manager Xiao has already assisted with the inventory and payment." Tang Ruoxin responded with an "oh," taking a moment to gather her thoughts, realizing she had perhaps been overly enthusiastic and said something rather ambiguous. Her face flushed with embarrassment, turning a lovely shade of red. She quickly covered her face with her hands, feeling the heat of her cheeks. After a brief pause, she explained, "Young Master Lin, upon entering, I was informed of your presence, which delighted me immensely. These past few days, I have been preoccupied with thoughts of white sugar, and I momentarily lost control. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is of no consequence." Manager Xiao sensed that if their conversation continued on this path, it would only become more convoluted. To break the awkwardness, he suddenly suggested, "Young Master Lin, why not take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea? Just a few days ago, I acquired a fine batch of tea leaves, which I have yet to taste. Let us brew this tea and see how it fares." Upon hearing Manager Zhao's words, both promptly agreed, "Indeed, let us sample Manager Zhao's fine tea." Their synchronized response led to shared laughter, breaking the earlier tension and raising the room's temperature a few degrees. With the laughter dispelling the prior awkwardness, they settled in to enjoy tea and converse. After 3 cups, Tang Ruoxin, still feeling anxious, inquired, "Might I ask, young Master Lin, if today's visit entails any news beyond the delivery of fish?" Lin Fan, regaining his composure, replied earnestly, "Miss Tang, you are inquiring about the matter of white sugar, are you not? I have spoken with my distant relative, and we have reached an agreement regarding the supply. There should be no issues on that front. Furthermore, he has provided me with some white sugar, which appears to be of even better quality than last time." Tang Ruoxin's heart raced with excitement at this news, as if a bomb had detonated within her. She thought, if she could secure a steady supply of white sugar, it would solidify her position within the family. Over the past few days in Taoyuan County, she had not been idle, showcasing the sugar to wealthy patrons who had taken a liking to it. She had already sold over half of her stock in the affluent circles of Taoyuan County, commanding a very respectable price of 1 tael of silver per pound. For the impoverished, that amount was astronomical, yet for officials and wealthy merchants, it was but a trifle. Thus, she was eager to meet Lin Fan to solidify this arrangement. Her earlier impulsiveness upon entering was merely due to her excitement. However, it was this very acumen that marked her as a formidable businesswoman. When she recognized a good opportunity, she acted swiftly without hesitation, securing advantageous positions for herself in a way that many male merchants could not. Realizing that the sugar had returned her initial investment and even yielded some profit within a mere 2 days, she reflected on how well it was selling among the affluent, but if it could fetch such a price here, the potential in other locales, or even the capital, would be remarkable, with demand surely outstripping supply. Tang Ruoxin tempered her thoughts and did not reveal her inner excitement, asking eagerly, "Young Master Lin, is it true? Have you indeed secured a long-term supply of white sugar?" Lin Fan, unaware of the extensive dealing she had undertaken in the past few days, simply smiled and nodded, affirming, "Yes, we can secure a long-term supply." Hearing the most anticipated answer, Tang's heavy heart lightened instantly, filled with joy and excitement, though she quickly stifled her exuberance and inquired, "Might I ask about the quality? Could you present some for me to inspect and compare with the previous batch? Also, what is your supply method? How much can you provide daily or monthly?" Lin Fan promptly pushed a bag of over 10 pounds of sugar across the table towards Tang Ruoxin, stating, "As for quality, I invite you and Manager Xiao to taste for yourselves. Regarding the supply, since we are just beginning, I cannot yet ascertain the quantity for the first month. However, by next month we can confirm how much can be supplied, whether it be monthly or every 10 days. Tang Ruoxin, reflecting on her eagerness, realized that indeed, it would be unreasonable to expect a large quantity of such a fine product immediately, especially as she required time for initial sales and promotion. "No need to rush. As long as we can reach an agreement, we can assess the supply gradually. In the meantime, I wish to begin selling these sugars for promotion. Since you have confirmed the availability of sugar, I am willing to draft a cooperation document to protect your interests. The Tang family will fully represent and sell your white sugar, ensuring it is not sold at a loss when we sign the document. I will also provide a guarantee of 100 taels of silver for long-term cooperation. This guarantee will last for 5 years, during which, if no issues arise, it shall be yours. However, should there be a breach, you would be required to compensate me threefold for my losses. Additionally, I will offer another 100 taels as a deposit for long-term purchasing of white sugar. I do have one condition, aside from the Tang family. No one else may sell your sugar without my permission to avoid disrupting the market." Chapter 55. White Sugar and the Cooperation Document. Behold, this is the essence of commerce. When merchants engage in negotiations, they have already contemplated the intricacies of the deal, including subsequent operational strategies. Your only responsibility is to supply the goods. All other sales matters will be taken care of without your concern. Lin Fan mused silently. Is this truly for my benefit? Your intent is quite evident. It appears you are primarily concerned with your own interests, all the while professing to act in my best interests. If you truly have my welfare at heart, then why demand triple compensation and prohibit others from selling? Lin Fan found himself utterly perplexed by the woman's reasoning. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that she had a point. Others were investing substantial sums. If there were no guarantees, the business would be untenable and unsustainable. The crux of the matter was that he lacked the time to promote and sell his own sugar. Moreover, even if he ventured out to sell, he might struggle to make sales, as he lacked the connections and commercial networks that others possessed. Others had already established a foundation. They could simply distribute the white sugar to various storefronts and start selling immediately. After contemplating, Lin Fan agreed to the terms but stipulated a small request. I am willing to comply with these 2 points. However, I have one condition. I will only sign the contract for white sugar with you alone. The sugar can only be procured under your personal name. I will not concern myself with others in your family. Tang Nuoxin considered this and found it acceptable. After all, signing with her effectively meant signing with the family. And she agreed, very well, that works for me. Lin Fan continued, however, the white sugar process has just commenced. For the time being, I can only promise you 2 shipments each month, once every 15 days as for the quantity available each time. I cannot guarantee it just yet. After a month, it should stabilize. That he mused that given the current circumstances, if the method of sedimentation using yellow mud was utilized, the sugar yield would likely hover around 50%, yielding limited quantities. The purity of the sugar inversely affected the yield. Thus, mass production might require 4 to 5 days for a single batch, with a maximum of 3 batches every half month. However, considering his home setup and resources, he estimated that he could produce around 1 to 200 pounds of white sugar monthly, that he stated, due to the complex procedures and lengthy production time involved in making white sugar. Initially, I can only manage about 100 pounds per month to deliver to you. In the future, the quantity can gradually increase. Tang Ruoxin was taken aback by this revelation. 100 pounds a month. At the current market price, which was around 1 to 2 silver coins per pound, that would amount to 100 taels of silver. She readily agreed. Doing business with Lin Gongzi is simply delightful. Lin Fan was momentarily bewildered. Was that truly just one word? It seemed more like 2. The woman's logic was indeed elusive, and he found it hard to comprehend. With their commitments established, the business deal was effectively sealed. They proceeded to discuss further details regarding the white sugar. Tang Ruoxin had already sold a portion of the sugar and was pleased to see that the current batch was even more crystalline and pure than the last, with a remarkably sweet flavor that brought her great joy. Consequently, she generously set the procurement price at 450 yuan per pound, acknowledging the superior quality of this batch. After all, if she offered it too cheaply, those traveling from afar to procure it would not find it worthwhile. Lin Fan was equally pleased with the bulk procurement price, feeling it represented an exceptional profit margin, although he did not let it show on his face. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Nuoxin's profit margins might even surpass his own. However, he chose not to dwell on this. He understood that such earnings were not accessible to everyone. A sentiment he, as a person of the 21st century, grasped well. They continued to discuss other matters, and once the price was settled, the arrangements for the white sugar were finalized. Tang Ruoxin wasted no time and instructed the shopkeeper to bring the scales to weigh Lin Fan's sugar immediately, settling the payment then and there. After a brief wait, the shopkeeper returned with the scales, weighing precisely 13 pounds of white sugar at 450 yuan per pound, totaling 5,851. Tang Ruoxin instructed the shopkeeper to retrieve 5 taels and 851 from the counter, which she promptly handed over to Lin Fan, completing the transaction on the spot. Lin Fan accepted the money, verified the amount, and tucked it away securely. The shopkeeper, seeing that the sugar deal was nearly concluded, seized the opportunity to inform the young men to prepare a lunch, which was soon delivered. During the meal, they continued to discuss the collaboration regarding the white sugar. The lunch concluded swiftly, and as the waiter efficiently cleared the table, Tang Ruoxin announced, "Let us proceed to the Yamen and draft the partnership contract." Lin Fan replied, "Certainly, let us go." Together, they exited the tea house and made their way toward the entrance of Juxiang Lu. After a brief stroll, they arrived at the Yamen. Once inside, Tang Nuoxin skillfully guided Lin Fan and the shopkeeper through the corridors until they obtained a copy of the contract. The contents of the partnership document mirrored their previous discussions, formalizing the agreement between Lin Fan and Tang Nuoxin. After a thorough review, both parties confirmed the accuracy of the document and promptly affixed their signatures. The partnership contract was now officially in effect, with 3 copies made, one retained by the government and one for each of Lin Fan and Tang Nuoxin. Following the signing, Tang Nuoxin inquired, "May I ask, Lin Gongzi, would you prefer a silver note or cash?" Lin Fan considered his immediate needs and decided that cash would be more practical for his purposes. "That I would prefer cash. It is more convenient." Tang Nuoxin promptly retrieved a silver note from her waist and handed it to the shopkeeper, saying, "Shopkeeper, please assist Lin Gongzi in exchanging for 200 taels of silver." The shopkeeper accepted the note, nodded, and replied, "Certainly, I will assist Lin Gongzi with the exchange right away." With that, he left to visit the money exchange. Lin Fan and Tang Nuoxin engaged in light conversation while they waited. Before long, the shopkeeper returned with a bag of silver, presenting it to Lin Fan. "Lin Gongzi, inside is 200 taels. That I thought it would be more convenient for you, so I included 10 taels of gold along with 100 taels of silver. Please check the amount." Lin Fan accepted the bag and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, shopkeeper. Your thoughtfulness is greatly appreciated." That he opened the bag to inspect its contents, noting the meticulous organization of the silver and gold within. After confirming the amounts were accurate, Lin Fan said, "Thank you, Miss Tang, and I appreciate the efforts of shopkeeper Xiao." They exchanged a few more pleasantries before bidding farewell. After parting ways, Miss Tang and the shopkeeper returned to Zhu Xianglu, while Lin Fan strolled leisurely down the street, reflecting on his earnings for the day. From selling fish, he made 1 tael and 41. From the white sugar, he earned 5 taels and 851. And the deposit and exclusive sales rights brought him an additional 200 taels of silver, that I in total. Today marked his first significant financial gain in this new world, amounting to 200 taels and 891. He contemplated his next steps, pocketing over 6 taels for immediate use while storing the remaining 200 taels in a space within the thatched cottage. But he hastily made his way toward the city gate, remembering that he needed to purchase a considerable amount of sugar to take back home. But he aimed to check if Uncle Lin Qingshan was still at his usual spot, as he hoped to enlist his ox cart to help transport the sugar. Arriving at the city gate, Lin Fan searched around the firewood selling area, but could not find Uncle Lin Qingshan. That it seemed likely that he had already returned home after selling his firewood. Standing there, he considered the distance from the city to his home. That in the future, he would need to frequently venture into the city for business, although the white sugar sales would be stable. With Tang Nuoxin arranging for carts to transport goods to Taoyuan village, it would still be inconvenient for him to rely solely on others for transportation. That he realized that even for small items, renting a cart long-term would not be feasible. Walking everywhere would be time-consuming, tiring, and slow. Since he had some funds now, he decided to purchase a horse or a cart to facilitate his travels. Otherwise, he would find it increasingly inconvenient to rely on the goodwill of others for transport. With this resolve, he made his way into the city, heading directly to the yamen, where larger livestock and servants were available for purchase, all requiring registration. Thus, acquiring a cow, horse, or servant necessitated visiting the yamen. The yamen was situated not far from the main gate. Before long, Lin Fan arrived at the yamen's livestock market. As he entered, an officer approached him respectfully and inquired, "Esteemed sir, are you interested in purchasing a cow, horse, or perhaps a servant?" Lin Fan clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, articulating his intent. He was in search of a horse, intended for use with a cart. Upon hearing of the request to purchase a horse, the official promptly responded, "Young master, your timing is impeccable. Just a few days ago, we received a splendid batch of horses. Allow me to escort you to see them." Lin Fan replied, "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed official." The official guided Lin Fan towards the stables, engaging him in conversation about the merits of the horses as they walked. After a few exchanges, Lin Fan discerned that this official was quite loquacious and appeared to be exceptionally hospitable. Soon, their rapport resembled that of old acquaintances, as the official animatedly introduced the various attributes and advantages of the horses. He expounded upon many intricacies that Lin Fan could scarcely comprehend, yet the essence of his description seemed credible, prompting Lin Fan to nod in agreement and occasionally respond. Before long, they arrived at the stables. The official gestured towards 2 enclosures, saying, Here we have both Shiliang horses and local breeds. The local horses are somewhat smaller, while the Shiliang horses are more robust. Which type do you prefer? Lin Fan mused. I would like to take a look first. I am uncertain which breed would suit me best. After a brief inspection of the two stables, Lin Fan returned, contemplating that the official was indeed amiable and had provided an in-depth introduction to the horses. It seemed evident that he possessed considerable knowledge about them. Thus, Lin Fan decided to solicit the official's assistance in selecting a horse, as it was merely for transportation that he inquired, "Esteemed official, you seem well-versed in horses. Surely you can recommend a suitable one for me?" The official, flattered by the compliment, felt a surge of joy as it affirmed his expertise in evaluating horses. Most individuals appreciate praise, and this official was no exception. He eagerly replied, "Would you prefer a local breed or a Shiliang horse?" Lin Fan then asked, "What is the price for a Shiliang horse, and how much for a local breed?" The official responded, "A Shiliang horse is priced at 75 taels of silver, while a local horse costs 45 taels." After some contemplation, Lin Fan declared, "I will take a Shiliang horse. They are more impressive in stature." The official, taken aback by Lin Fan's choice, immediately gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Young master, you truly have an eye for quality. Allow me to select a few horses for you. You may choose one from among them." "If that suits you," Lin Fan replied, "I greatly appreciate your assistance, esteemed official." Without hesitation, the official proceeded to the stables to select horses. Before long, he returned with 3 magnificent steeds, presenting them to Lin Fan. "Young master, these 3 horses are exceptional. They are among the finest we have. Please take a look and see if any meet your approval." Lin Fan examined the horses, noting their robust physiques, a white one, a chestnut one, and a black one. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided on the white horse. Once the selection was made, the official returned the other 2 horses to the stables and began assisting Lin Fan with the necessary paperwork for the purchase. In no time, the formalities were completed. Lin Fan affixed his signature and settled the payment, thus claiming ownership of the horse. After the transaction, Lin Fan, impressed by the official's amiability and efficiency, inquired, "Might you know anyone who sells cart frames?" "I wish to purchase one for my horse cart." The official replied, "You've come to the right person. I happen to have a relative who specializes in crafting cart frames that he has some ready-made. If you're interested, I can fetch one for you." Lin Fan, elated by this news, responded, "That would be splendid. I appreciate your help." The official, undeterred, promptly said, "Very well, I shall retrieve one for you immediately." That he then departed, disappearing down the path leading from the office. Within half an hour, the official returned, pulling a cart frame behind him. Upon reaching the entrance, he promptly assisted in assembling the cart, all the while offering guidance on common issues one might encounter with carts. It must be said that this official displayed remarkable attentiveness. Soon enough, the horse and cart frame were transformed into a fully functional horse cart. Lin Fan couldn't help but admire the official's efficiency. Once the cart was assembled, Lin Fan inquired, "How much does this cart frame cost in total?" The official replied, "This frame is of superior quality. Just look at the craftsmanship and materials. Therefore, it is priced at 10 taels of silver." Circling the cart, Lin Fan observed that the official's description was accurate. The craftsmanship and materials were indeed commendable. Moreover, it featured a canopy, providing protection from the elements during future travels. That it was suitable for both passengers and cargo, a practical choice. Clearly, this official was reliable in his dealings. Nodding in approval, Lin Fan remarked, "It is indeed satisfactory. I am quite pleased with this cart frame." That he then retrieved 11 taels of silver from his waist and handed them to the official, stating, "Thank you for your efforts, esteemed official. The 10 taels cover the cart frame, and the extra tael is for your meal and tea. I hope you will accept it." Upon hearing Lin Fan's offer of an additional tael for his labor, the official was overjoyed and pleasantly surprised that he had anticipated a mere token of gratitude, as even in his position, a day's work often yielded only a few dozen wen. To receive such a generous tip was unexpected. Gratefully accepting the silver, he chuckled, "Young master, you are exceedingly generous. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Should you require anything else in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will help you find the finest." The official was the type who dedicated himself wholeheartedly to helping others. Yet he recognized the value of fair compensation. To further demonstrate his commitment to service, he took the time to personally instruct Lin Fan on how to drive the horse cart. After making a couple of rounds in front of the office, Lin Fan quickly grasped the basics of cart driving which proved to be simpler than operating a modern automobile. The craftsmanship of the cart was indeed commendable. It moved smoothly along the road, akin to gliding effortlessly, that if one were to compare it to modern transportation, this horse cart would be akin to a Mercedes or BMW in its class. After a brief practice, the two exchanged pleasantries. Lin Fan then set off in the horse cart towards the general goods store. Upon arriving at the store, as the cart came to a halt, a nimble young attendant approached, clasping his hands in greeting. "Greetings, young master. Are you here to purchase daily necessities?" He promptly moved to secure the horse. Lin Fan dismounted and replied, "Indeed, I wish to procure some daily items." The attendant, while tethering the horse, responded, "Very well, young master. Please allow me a moment. Our store carries a wide array of daily necessities. I shall guide you inside for your selection." Lin Fan acknowledged, "Thank you." The attendant quickly secured the horse and led Lin Fan into the store to browse. Having already considered his needs, Lin Fan directly conveyed his desired purchases to the attendant. With the attendant's assistance, they soon gathered the items. After tallying the costs, Lin Fan found that he needed 300 jin of brown sugar at 6 won per jin, totaling 1,800 won. One large iron pot for boiling sugar at 250 won. Two small iron pots for cooking at 100 won each, summing to 200 won. For buckets at 15 won each, totaling 60 won. Two large basins at 15 won each, amounting to 30 won. Two small basins at 8 won each, totaling 16 won. And 4 winnowing baskets at 10 won each, summing to 40 wen total. The expenses amounted to 2,396 won, which converted to silver equated to 2 taels and 396 won. Lin Fan once again patted his waist, retrieving the silver coins to settle his debts. After clearing the payment, the innkeeper promptly assisted him in loading the goods onto the cart. Once the items were secured, Lin Fan took the reins and departed from the general store. As he passed by other small shops, he seized the opportunity to purchase some rice and meat, spending an additional 300 won. After completing his shopping, he directed the cart straight toward the city gates. Upon exiting the city, he had scarcely walked a few paces when he noticed a gathering of people in the distance, their voices rising in a tumult of speculation about an unknown incident. As he drew nearer, it became apparent that a quarrel was underway, with various individuals vociferously exchanging accusations. Shortly, Lin Fan maneuvered his cart closer and halted nearby. He dismounted and approached the crowd to investigate. Within the throng, 6 or 7 individuals encircled a burly man at the center, while the others continued to hurl heated words at one another. As Lin Fan stood at the periphery, he overheard fragmented snippets of conversation, the crowd buzzing with intrigue about the altercation. He turned to a nearby onlooker and inquired, "Good sir, might I ask what transpired here? Why is such a throng gathered around a single individual?" The man, momentarily taken aback by Lin Fan's question, glanced over with a hint of confusion in his eyes, then scrutinized him more closely. Sensing a degree of unfamiliarity, he replied, "You must hail from a remote mountain village, for you seem unaware of those involved." Lin Fan humbly nodded. "Indeed, I am from a distant village and do not recognize them." The man cast another glance at Lin Fan before continuing. "The elegantly dressed fellow at the forefront is a member of the gambling den, a leader of ruffians known as Jia Lao Air. The individuals surrounding him are his lackeys. The man they are confronting is Wang Degu, a notorious gambler from our Taoyuan County. It is said that he has recently lost a considerable sum at the gambling house. Now Jia Lao Air, accompanied by his gang, demands repayment. Alas, Wang Degu lacks the funds to settle his debts, hence the ensuing dispute. At that moment, the flamboyantly dressed ruffian bellowed, 'Wang Degu, repay your debts. If you fail to return the money today, I shall make you regret it.' Wang Degu responded, 'I wish to repay you, but I currently lack the means that I have offered to work off my debt. Yet you refuse my proposal. My fortune has simply been unfavorable these past few days. If you could lend me a few more taels, I assure you I can turn my luck around.' The gambler's plight. They're lamenting for misfortune while seeking further loans to recoup their losses, only to dig themselves deeper into the abyss." Jia Lao Air retorted, "Bah, you still owe me 15 taels. You haven't repaid that, and yet you wish to borrow more? Absolutely not. Let me be clear. Today, you must repay your debts. Should you fail to do so, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Without further ado, Jia Lao Air commanded several of his henchmen, "Brothers, seize him. Break his limbs." The lackeys, responding to the order without hesitation, brandished their clubs and charged at Wang Degu. Yet, Rather than cowering, Wang Degu engaged fiercely, swiftly dispatching several assailants in mere moments. As the ruffians lay groaning on the ground, nursing their injuries, Wang Degu, having triumphed, dusted off his hands and advanced toward Jia Lao'er. The sight of his fallen henchman instilled a sense of panic in Jia Lao'er, yet he quickly regained his composure. A seasoned rogue accustomed to the streets, Wang Degu approached with a fierce glint in his eyes. Jia Lao'er shouted, "What do you intend to do? You owe me money and have harmed my men. Do you dare to challenge me? I will report you to the authorities and have you imprisoned. I possess a promissory note, so don't even think about evading your debt." Upon hearing the threat of imprisonment, Wang Deji's bravado deflated like a punctured balloon, and he fell to his knees, pleading, "Please, Jia Laoyi, do not report me. I cannot endure imprisonment. My elderly mother depends on me. If I am incarcerated, she will starve. I beg of you, please show mercy." Such a valiant figure, renowned for his prowess, had been brought low by mere silver. Indeed, Jia Lao'er spoke the truth. If he were to report Wang Degu, no matter how formidable he was, the law would prevail, and he would face incarceration. Debts must be repaid, and the law stands firm on such matters. Upon hearing the threat, Wang Degu succumbed to fear. No matter his strength, he could not contend with the authorities. Jia Lao'er, emboldened by the sight of his fallen comrades, taunted, "Weren't you just boasting about your strength? Where is that bravado now? Let me be clear. If you do not repay me today, I shall report you to the authorities without hesitation. That I shall grant you a mere quarter of an hour to settle your debts." Wang Degu, kneeling and weeping, implored, "Jia Laoyi, I beseech you, do not report me. Grant me a few more days, and I will repay you." Jia Lao'er's voice rang out once more. "No, you have a mere 15 minutes to settle your debt, or I shall report you." Just then, a hand reached from behind, resting upon Wang Deji's shoulder, accompanied by a voice that declared, "Good sir, a man should not kneel except before heaven and his parents. That I admire the company of heroes. Might I inquire your name?" Wang Degu turned to see a tall, slender gentleman with refined features standing behind him, hand upon his shoulder. He replied somewhat hesitantly, "Greetings, noble sir, I am Wang Taiju, though many call me Wang Degu due to my stature. May I ask what brings you here?" Lin Fan nodded and said, "Wang Taiju, Wang Degu, is it? I see you possess considerable skill and are a dutiful son. Given your commendable character, I shall assist you in repaying your debt. However, I have one condition. If you are willing to comply, I will help you." Wang Taiju, astonished by the offer of assistance, could scarcely believe his ears. "Noble sir, are you truly willing to help me settle my debts?" he stammered. "Indeed," Lin Fan affirmed, "but I have my conditions." Without hesitation, Wang Taiju replied, "If you assist me, I shall be at your service henceforth, willing to undertake any task you require, regardless of the peril involved." Lin Fan quickly interjected, "You misunderstand. I have no interest in such servitude. I am a merchant seeking assistance for my business. That if you are willing to work diligently for me, rest assured, you will not be at a loss. Moreover, you shall receive a monthly salary. Will you agree to my terms?" Without a moment's pause, Wang Taiju proclaimed, "I am willing. I shall serve Lin Gongzi without reservation." As Lin Fan helped Wang Taiju to his feet, he remarked, "Rise, for a man of your caliber should not kneel before such scoundrels. How much do you owe him?" Wang Taiju replied, "Thank you, Lin Gongzi. I owe him 15 taels." That no sooner had he spoken than Jia Lao'er interjected, "It was 15 taels, but now it is 20. Wang Taiju exclaimed loudly, "Just a moment ago, you claimed it was 15 taels. How has it now transformed into 20 taels? Your promissory note also states 15 taels. If you seek to extort even a single copper coin from me, I shall not acquiesce." Zhao Laonyo did not cower, responding robustly, "Indeed, it was 15 taels just now. However, you have injured so many of my men. Do you not think their medical expenses warrant compensation?" Chapter 59. Taking a gambler as a henchman, did I tell you, if you do not produce the 20 taels today, you shall not leave unscathed. Should you refuse, I shall report you to the authorities for injuring so many, and you will be liable for their medical costs. Yes, he spoke the truth. Although in this era, many perish daily, the majority succumb to starvation. In the remote wilderness, should one be murdered, it is only if the perpetrator is identified that a manhunt ensues, leading to imprisonment and, ultimately, a reckoning for the crime of murder. Upon hearing these words, Wang Tieju's anger flared. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate. Lin Fan, observing the escalating situation, swiftly intervened. Zhao Laonyo, noticing Wang's inclination toward violence, yet thwarted by Lin Fan, boisterously challenged, "Come on, try to strike me. I warn you. Should you dare lay a hand on me, you will not leave without parting with at least 30 or 50 taels." Indeed, Zhao Laonyo was not mistaken, for at present, it was Wang Taizhu who owed the money. If he were to refuse repayment and resort to violence, it was conceivable the authorities might indeed mandate he pay a hefty sum and serve time as well. Thus, the impoverished are perpetually at a disadvantage against the affluent. Moreover, Zhao Laonyo had connections within the government. He was not merely wealthy, but also well-connected, that IT would require but a trifling sum and a few favors to ensnare an ordinary civilian or gambler in trouble. Hence, the adage "the common man does not contend with the government" holds true. Hearing Zhao Laonyo's assertions, Wang Taizhu immediately softened, saying, "Lord Jia, I was merely jesting with a few brothers, engaging in a friendly spar. Besides, they are unscathed. Please, be magnanimous and forgive me. I shall repay you the 15 taels, and we can consider this matter settled." Zhao Laonyo, now more incensed, retorted, "Were you not just boasting? Were you not so brazen? How is it that you now grovel? You toyed with my brothers, each of whom you left battered and bloodied. Toying? What nonsense! I demand 20 taels, not a copper coin less." Wang Taizhu attempted to clarify. "It is not as exaggerated as you claim. I was careful with my strength. They merely sustained minor injuries. They can be righted." Zhao Laonyo, growing increasingly furious, shot back, "Yes, a couple may be easily fixed, but several are bloodied and bruised. How do you propose to mend them? Spare me your words. I demand 20 taels. Otherwise, I shall report you to the magistrate this very moment." That Wang Taizhu opened his mouth to argue yet again. Lin Fan halted him, saying, "Enough. Consider this a stroke of misfortune. Treat it as a loss to the dogs." For Lin Fan understood that with so many witnesses present, should he resort to violence, it would lead to complications. Had they been in a desolate area, he would have acted decisively, for he had little tolerance for bullies. That he then reached for his waist, producing 20 taels of silver, tossing them to Wang Taizhu. "Here, return the money and retrieve the promissory note to destroy it." Wang Taizhu hesitated before accepting the coins. Approaching Zhao Laonyo, he loudly proclaimed, "Then, here is the 20 taels. Return my promissory note." With that, he hurled the silver onto the ground. Seizing the note, he recognized it as his own and immediately tore it to shreds, flinging the remnants at Zhao Laonyo's face while sternly warning, "Zhao Laonyo, be wary in the future that IT would be wise to avoid crossing my path, lest I make you regret it." Zhao Laonyo trembled at these words, silenced by genuine fear of Wang Taizhu. For if Wang Taizhu set his sights on them, he would show no mercy, to be frank. Even with his current 6 or 7 companions, adding another 6 or 7 would not suffice against Wang Taizhu's prowess. Thus, he was profoundly apprehensive of the repercussions. Swiftly, he scooped up the silver coins from the ground and, without counting, fled with his henchmen, disappearing without a trace. The onlookers, having witnessed the conclusion of the affair, began to disperse, murmuring amongst themselves that as the crowd thinned, Lin Fan accompanied Wang Taizhu to the side of the carriage. Upon arrival, Wang Taizhu clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Lin, for saving my life." He then knelt before Lin Fan, bowing his head. Lin Fan, seeing this, quickly extended his hand to assist him, stating, "It is but a trifling matter. No need for such formalities. Moreover, I ask you once more, are you truly willing to work for me? If you are reluctant, you may leave now, and I shall absolve you of the debt." Wang Taizhu thought to himself, who would forsake such a benevolent master? On their first meeting, he had already aided him in settling such a considerable debt. This gentleman must possess extraordinary qualities. Henceforth, he would dedicate himself to serving him. "Master Lin, I am willing to work for you, through fire and water, without hesitation." Lin Fan replied, "I knew I had not misjudged you if you were certain about working for me. We are now comrades. No need for further bowing. Such formalities are unnecessary in my presence." With that, he helped Wang Taizhu to his feet. Yet, Wang Taizhu earnestly continued, "This is a tradition. You saved my life, and thus, I must show my gratitude through bowing." Lin Fan, perplexed, pondered why such antiquated customs persisted. Traditions are rigid, but people are adaptable. Must there not be room for flexibility? Very well, but do refrain from bowing indiscriminately in the future, he mused, unable to alter their mindset. He would simply conform to their customs. The two men boarded the carriage, with Wang Taizhu at the reins, setting off towards Taoyuan village. Along the journey, they engaged in light conversation. During their chat, Lin Fan inquired, "Wang Taizhu, henceforth I shall call you Taizhu." Wang Taizhu replied, "Very well, master." Lin Fan continued, "You need not address me as master. You may simply call me Lin Fan." Wang Taizhu responded, "That would not be appropriate. Without rules, there can be no order. Such address would be disrespectful. I cannot forsake the traditions. You are my savior, and I must honor that. Perhaps I shall refer to you as boss, a young master henceforth," he suggested. Lin Fan recognized that the people of this era were quite rigid in their ways and chose not to press the matter further. "Very well, as you wish," he then asked, "Taizhu, where do you hail from? Who resides in your household?" Wang Taizhu replied, "I am from Wangjia village in Taoyuan County. My household consists solely of myself and my elderly mother." After engaging in conversation, it became apparent that Wang Taizhu's family circumstances were exceedingly dire. In Chapter 60. Understanding Wang Taizhu, it was revealed that several years ago, in a bid to transform his family's living conditions, he was compelled to seek employment. However, after an extended search, he was unable to secure a satisfactory job. Most of the time, he relied on sporadic labor to earn meager sums, which were scarcely sufficient to cover his own expenses, let alone contribute financially to his family. Over the years, he had managed to send money to his mother on a few occasions, but these instances were often facilitated by acquaintances who helped him deliver the funds, as he lacked the courage to return home himself. Eventually, spurred on by some dubious friends, he succumbed to the vice of gambling. In the ensuing years, he typically lost small amounts, only to halt after losing tens or hundreds of coins. When he was unable to repay his debts, he found himself working for others to offset his losses. However, in recent days, he had become increasingly reckless in his gambling pursuits, falling deeper into the trap laid by the gambling den's owner, becoming blinded by the thrill of the game. Thus, he repeatedly borrowed substantial sums from the proprietor. Unbeknownst to him, this behavior spiraled out of control, leaving him ensnared in a web of debt. Each time he borrowed money, it was only a small amount, one tael at a time, so he failed to grasp the gravity of his situation. Ultimately, he realized that he had only received 7 or 8 taels in total. Yet the interest had inflated his debt to 15 taels. When he finally came to his senses, it was too late. He had lost all his money. Upon discovering this, he contemplated asking for another loan to gamble once more in hopes of turning his fortunes around. However, the gambling den owner refused, asserting that he must repay his debts before being eligible for further loans. Wang Taizhu lamented that he had no money to repay them, offering to work instead to settle his debts. The owner retorted, questioning how long it would take to repay 15 taels with such labor, and added that there were no suitable jobs available for him. Consequently, a heated argument ensued, prompting Wang Taizhu to flee the gambling den in a frantic dash towards the outskirts of the city. Mistakenly believing that he would be safe once he left the urban confines, to his dismay, he was pursued relentlessly, and at a point not far from the city gates, he was cornered. After exchanging a few harsh words, a scuffle broke out. The subsequent events are well known. This illustrates the mindset of a gambler, perpetually seeking to borrow money for a chance to recover losses, often oblivious to the traps laid before him. No further discussions about the gambling house ensued, and the two continued to share information about their respective circumstances. They were wholly engrossed in their conversation as they rode in the carriage, admiring the surrounding scenery on their way to Taoyuan village. Lin Fan took pleasure in the retreating landscape on either side. His spirits lifted. He mused that in the future, he would no longer need to walk long distances or hitch rides from others, which brought him immense joy. That he mentally calculated his earnings for the day. 206 taels and 890 coins. That he had spent 75 taels on a horse, 11 taels on the carriage frame, 2 taels and 396 coins on sugar and miscellaneous goods, 300 coins on daily necessities, and 20 taels to help Wang Taizhu settle his gambling debts. That he now had 98 taels and 194 coins left, along with the 100 coins his wife had given him that morning. After spending 30 coins on the carriage ride, he deduced that he had a total of 98 taels and 264 coins remaining. Reflecting on his accomplishments since arriving in this world, he felt a sense of pride. Yet he also recognized that despite earning over 200 taels, his expenses had consumed more than half of it. With debts still looming, he realized that financial prudence remained imperative. Lost in thought, he quickly returned to reality. The journey proceeded without incident, and soon they arrived at Taoyuan village, where he guided the carriage back to his home. Upon reaching the doorstep, two heads, one large and one small, peeked out upon seeing the carriage pull up. Song Xiaoxue, puzzled, stood at the entrance with her younger sister. Just moments after they settled, a familiar voice resonated from the carriage. "Wife, Xiaoqiao, I have returned." Upon hearing this well-known voice, Song Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback before joyously exclaiming, "Husband, you are back." Xiaoqiao hesitated for a moment before leaping up in delight, clapping her hands and exclaiming in her babyish babble, "Brother-in-law is back! Brother-in-law is back!" Lin Fan responded, "Indeed, my dear wife and Xiaoqiao. I have returned." That he then jumped down from the carriage and rushed into the courtyard, where Song Xiaoxue and Xiaoqiao followed suit. That as they converged, Lin Fan scooped up Xiaoqiao with one arm while embracing Song Xiaoxue with the other. Having previously shared an embrace with her husband, Song Xiaoxue did not shy away, and the family appeared to be filled with affection and warmth. After a brief moment, someone entered the courtyard, carrying a load on his back. Upon seeing the newcomer, a tall and dark figure, Song Xiaoxue instinctively pushed her husband away, her cheeks flushed as she said, "Husband, someone has arrived." Wang Taizhu, laden with items, entered just in time to meet Song Xiaoxue's gaze. He nodded in greeting, addressing her as madam, before inquiring, "Young master, where should I place these items?" Lin Fan gestured toward a corner of the courtyard, saying, "Taizhu, just set those daily necessities there for now, and place the food items in the room and kitchen." Wang Taizhu acknowledged, "Understood, young master." Lin Fan then introduced, "My dear wife, I was so overjoyed to see you both that I neglected to introduce you. This is Wang Taizhu, a younger brother I took in during my return from the city." He continued, "Wang Taizhu, this is my wife, Song Xiaoxue, and this is my sister-in-law, Song Xiaoqiao." Upon hearing the introduction, everyone exchanged pleasantries. After a brief conversation, they set to work unloading all the goods from the carriage. Noticing the considerable amount of brown sugar bought, Song Xiaoxue asked, "Husband, why did you purchase such an abundance of sugar at once?" Lin Fan replied, "My dear wife, we have finalized our sugar trade in the future. Our family will be producing white sugar in large quantities that I thought it prudent to bring in additional help, which is why I took on a younger brother to assist us. This batch of sugar is merely the beginning. We will need to procure much more for our production." As they busied themselves, he elaborated to his wife about the rationale behind hiring assistants and the plans for their future endeavors. Given the prospective increase in sugar production, more hands would be necessary, and they might even consider employing other villagers to lend a hand. However, for the time being, a few capable individuals should suffice. He felt it essential to inform his wife of these developments to prepare for what lay ahead. In Chapter 61, Song Xiaoxue took charge of the family finances. Hearing her husband's ambitious aspirations filled her with pride, and she nodded in appreciation, occasionally responding with enthusiasm, captivated by his words. Together, they swiftly transferred all the items from the carriage into the courtyard. Those that were susceptible to rain were placed in the room and kitchen, filling both spaces to the brim. Once everything was settled, Lin Fan instructed Wang Taizhu to move the carriage aside and secure the horse. He then took his wife's hand and led her into the room. Closing the door behind them, reaching into his garments, he produced a pouch filled with silver and handed it to her. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's actions, Song Xiaoxue was taken aback. How could he conceal such a substantial sum at his waist? She had been oblivious to the bulge that suggested he was carrying something. Although puzzled, she refrained from questioning, attributing it to her earlier inattention. Lin Fan explained, "My dear wife, this is today's earnings, totaling 206 taels and 890 coins. I spent 86 taels on the carriage, a few taels on miscellaneous items, and 20 taels to support this younger brother. In total, these expenses amounted to over 100 taels. That I still have 98 taels and 194 coins left, plus the 100 coins you gave me this morning, leaving me with 70 coins. In total, we now have 98 taels and 264 coins remaining, alongside the 2 taels and 377 coins from our previous balance. Thus, our household currently possesses a total of 100 taels and 641 coins. This is all the cash we have, and I have already counted it for you. Please keep it safe. Additionally, here are the 2 partnership agreements. You should store them as well." Upon hearing Lin Fan's account, Song Xiaoxue's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as she struggled to find words. Her expression morphed into one of intense surprise, rendered speechless by the staggering news. After several moments, she gradually regained her composure and stammered, "Husband, how is it possible to earn so much in a single day? This is over 100 taels. I have never held such a sum before. I do not know how to store it. Moreover, how can one possibly earn hundreds of taels of silver in a single day? I have never encountered such a sum, nor have I ever heard of such wealth." As Song Xiaoxue spoke, her voice quivered slightly. When she realized that the bag Lin Fan had handed her was filled entirely with money, her hands instinctively tensed as she grasped the bag tightly along with Lin Fan's hand. Overwhelmed by shock and tightening her grip further, Lin Fan withdrew one hand and gently touched hers, speaking softly, "My dear, there is no need to be anxious. This is merely money, our money. Moreover, this is just 100 taels. In the future, our family's wealth will continue to grow. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of taels, perhaps even hundreds of thousands. Therefore, you must remain composed and accept this reality. Otherwise, as the wealth increases, how will you manage it? So, there is no need to be alarmed. Relax a little. This money is rightfully ours, that do not panic. Simply take the money and store it securely, that I believe you can handle this matter well. You are capable. Your husband has faith in you and supports you." While offering comfort, Lin Fan encouraged Song Xiaoxue. After a while, she gradually calmed down and began to accept this new reality. Taking a deep breath, she received the money bag and opened it. Although she was aware that it contained silver, the moment she saw the gleaming silver coins inside, she was still taken aback. She had truly never seen so much shimmering silver before her eyes. Especially knowing that this wealth belonged to her family, that in the past, when her parents were alive, even a small amount of silver was only a few hundred won, and at most, they had possessed a couple of taels, which she had scarcely seen. Now, her husband had earned such a substantial sum in a single day and handed it to her. It was simply beyond her comprehension, as this was something she had never dared to dream of before. However, she quickly regained her composure, recognizing her husband's capabilities and the promise of even greater wealth in the future. Thus, she could not allow herself to be swept away by the allure of the silver. Soon, she steadied her emotions and cheerfully responded, "All right, my husband, I understand that I will take care of the money." After saying this, she glanced at the sparkling silver and touched it, feeling the comforting coolness of the coins. Lin Fan observed her reaction with great satisfaction, acknowledging that his wife's adaptability was commendable. That in no time, she was able to face the situation with poise. Soon, Song Xiaoxue secured the money, and the couple discussed various household matters before stepping outside into the yard. Upon entering the yard, they saw Xiao Chao already playing with Wang Taizhu. Wang Taizhu had her in fits of laughter, his jovial nature bringing her immense joy that he had begun to entertain her while they were moving things earlier. And she did not care who he was, knowing that he was her brother-in-law's acquaintance and would not harm her. Thus, she played merrily. Wang Taizhu even lifted her onto his shoulders, chasing after bugs and butterflies, making the experience all the more delightful for her. Lin Fan, witnessing this scene, felt assured of Wang Taizhu's character, recognizing him as someone who respected the elderly and cherished the young, a true filial son at heart. Anyone capable of bringing such joy to a child must possess a commendable disposition. Lin Fan mused that he had not misjudged Wang Taizhu's character. Song Xiaoxue also emerged from the room, and, upon seeing her sister having such a wonderful time with Wang Taizhu, felt her heart swell with happiness. Just as she intended to busy herself with other tasks, Lin Fan called out to her. He approached, took her hand, and led her to the front of the yard near a cart, pointing to a horse and saying, "My dear, this horse is one I purchased today that I have yet to name it. Perhaps you could choose a name for it." Song Xiaoxue walked over to the horse, finally taking a moment to examine it closely. She had been preoccupied with moving items from the cart and had not paid much attention to the horse until now. Upon closer inspection, she noted its impressive stature and vigor. However, initially, she felt a bit intimidated by its size and strength. Observing her apprehension, Lin Fan reached out to gently pat her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. My dear, this horse is quite gentle and loyal, that as long as you call its name and give it a name, it will recognize you as its master, that it will not harm you. So rest assured. You may even stroke its head." With that, Lin Fan reached out to gently touch the horse's head, prompting the animal to whinny in response and nuzzle against his hand. Seeing Lin Fan's actions, Song Xiaoxue gained a bit more courage. Lin Fan encouraged her further. You need not fear. Please name it. It will soon become a member of our family. Song Xiaoxue replied, Husband, I have never attended school and do not know how to read. I am unsure how to name the horse. Lin Fan reassured her. That is perfectly fine. Simply look at it and choose any name that comes to mind. Without hesitation, Song Xiaoxue observed the magnificent white horse and quickly came up with a name. Stating, Husband, since this great horse is white, let's call it Dabai. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, replying, Very well, we shall name it as you suggest. From now on, this horse shall be known as Dabai. Then, following Lin Fan's earlier example, Song Xiaoxue boldly reached out and stroked the horse's head, addressing it, Dabai Daba, from now on, you shall be known as Dabai. The horse, seemingly aware, responded with a whinny, nodding its head and gently nudging Song Xiaoxue's hand with its muzzle. Surprised by this interaction, Song Xiaoxue exclaimed, Husband, it seems the horse can understand me. It appears to have accepted the name I gave it. Lin Fan affirmed, Indeed, horses possess a certain sensitivity. Henceforth, we shall call it Dabai. Song Xiaoxue agreed, then called out to Dabai a few times, Dabai, Dabai, welcome to our family. We are glad to have you as a member. The white horse, as if truly comprehending human speech, softly whinnied in response. Nodding its head, Lin Fan, witnessing his delightful wife's excitement, felt a surge of happiness. Xiao Chao had also come over, chattering away with Dabai. Since they had never kept livestock before, they instructed Wang Taizhu to lead the horse and cart to the back of the house. Securing the horse to a stake, Wang Taizhu, not one to idle, completed the task and even gathered some grass to feed Dabai. Song Xiaoxue marveled at how their family had gained 2 new members today, 1 person and 1 horse. As evening approached, she busied herself preparing dinner. Lin Fan and Wang Taizhu entertained Xiao Chao in the yard. Aware that their family had expanded, Song Xiaoxue increased the quantity of rice and vegetables for dinner. Her bustling figure in the kitchen flitted about, and before long, the meal was ready. As the 4 of them chatted in the yard, they heard Song Xiaoxue's voice from the kitchen. Husband, dinner is ready. Please come in and eat. Xiao Chao, upon hearing this, dashed to the kitchen, as was her usual eagerness, always the first to arrive. However, she never escaped her sister's watchful eye, who always made sure she washed her hands and face. The kitchen was small, and with the additional items placed inside today, there was barely enough room for everyone to sit comfortably. Nonetheless, given that each house in the village was of similar size, they did not mind too much. As they dined, they chatted, and before long, they were all satisfied. After finishing their meal, the sky began to darken. The family completed their chores and took baths before Xiao Chao. Having played for a while, went to bed early. Lin Fan and Wang Taizhu remained outside, chatting in the cool evening air. Eventually, Wang Taizhu said, Young master, it is getting late. I shall retire for the night. Lin Fan suddenly realized, Oh right, how should I arrange a place for you to sleep? He quickly added, Let me think and find you a suitable spot. Wang Taizhu swiftly waved his hand and remarked, It's nothing, my esteemed host. I shall simply retire to the carriage for a rest. Having uttered these words, he did not wait for Lin Fan to say anything further and directly exited the courtyard, making his way to the rear of the house to sleep in the carriage. Upon hearing Wang Taizhu mention his intention to rest, Lin Fan suddenly recalled that he had not considered this matter throughout the day. His mind raced as he thought, Indeed, Wang Taizhu is residing in my home. However, I am unable to provide him with a proper place to sleep. That he mused silently, surprised to have taken on a subordinate who lacked even a place to lay his head. While pondering this, he walked back into the room. Upon returning, he closed the door to find Song Xiaoxue still seated on the bed, wide awake. Lin Fan approached the bedside, took a seat, and contemplated before addressing her. My dear wife, I believe our home is rather cramped, especially now that we have brought back these items. It feels as though our room and kitchen are overflowing, that if we are to produce white sugar here, there simply isn't enough space to work. That I propose that tomorrow we enlist some villagers to assist in constructing an extension to the house to accommodate our needs. Otherwise, even accommodating Wang Taizhu will be a challenge, let alone moving about or producing sugar. Upon hearing her husband's suggestion, Song Xiaoxue gently nodded in agreement, replying, Indeed, our home is somewhat small, and it truly requires expansion. Otherwise, allowing Wang Taizhu to stay in the carriage indefinitely is not a sustainable solution. A few days is manageable, but not longer. Lin Fan responded, "You are right, my dear, that I shall consult with my uncle tomorrow and request his assistance in gathering some individuals to help us build the extension. Since the temporary structure will be made of wood and thatch, it should be completed within a day or two. Additionally, we can initially construct a makeshift shelter beside the house for immediate use. Over the next few days, I will seek a larger location to build a new house, which will facilitate our living and working conditions." Song Xiaoxue felt immense joy at the prospect of a new house. Elated at the thought that she could create a home with her husband, something she had never dared to dream of before. Hearing her husband's plans filled her with excitement, and without thinking, she leaned in, pressing her petite frame against his chest, embracing him, and softly replied, "Very well, my husband, I shall follow your arrangements." What woman does not yearn to be a delicate flower, nestled in her husband's embrace? Savoring the security that his robust chest provides, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by her sudden affection, but he quickly regained his composure, inhaling the fragrant scent that wafted from her youthful form. Enjoying the delightful aroma that enveloped her, it was undeniable that after just a few days of good food, she seemed to have developed a bit of softness to her physique as he breathed in her delicate scent. He found it increasingly intoxicating, and images from modern videos began to dance in his mind, igniting a growing excitement within him. Just as he was lost in these thoughts of what might ensue, Song Xiaoxue's gentle voice broke through, "Husband, shall we retire for the night?" Lin Fan, momentarily stunned by her words, quickly responded, his heart racing with fervor. "Yes, my dear, let us sleep. Let us hasten to rest." Song Xiaoxue replied softly, "Very well, husband, let us begin our slumber." With that, she slowly withdrew from his embrace and settled down to sleep. Lin Fan, invigorated and aflame with emotion, found his mind racing with thoughts of various escapades from modern media. Once he had composed himself, it seemed he could hear her gentle breathing nearby. Curiously, he leaned over to take a glance, rubbed his eyes, and upon focusing, his eyes widened in disbelief. His dear wife had already closed her eyes and fallen into a serene slumber. Resting peacefully and sweetly, he slapped his forehead in realization, thinking, "How foolish of me. I had thought tonight might be an opportunity to bond with her, only to be misled by this little minx." Lin Fan quickly sat up, gathering his thoughts to quell the flames of desire that had ignited within him. Time passed swiftly, and he surmised it must be around 8 or 9 o'clock. He rose, moved to the table, poured himself 3 cups of water, and drank them in quick succession, dousing the fire that had flared within him. After several moments, he gradually regained his composure. Casting a glance at the sleeping figure on the bed, he shook his head and smiled. After a span of 10 or 20 minutes, he finally felt his emotions stabilize. Dismissing any further distracting thoughts, he retrieved a cloth for meditation and laid it upon the floor. Without hesitation, he began to meditate. As his spirit transcended into the void, he entered the realm where Linger resided and exchanged a few casual words with her before commencing his cultivation. Given that he had been communicating with Linger through his spirit over the past few days, there were no significant issues requiring discussion. The two souls remained in tranquil meditation within the space. However, at the stroke of midnight, a sudden rumbling echoed throughout the realm, lasting longer than usual before subsiding. This time, rather than being frightened as he had been previously, Lin Fan was filled with surprise and elation. Yet, the two souls remained undisturbed, continuing their cultivation, for Lin Fan understood that he had experienced another upgrade. After a while, Linger concluded her session, observing Lin Fan with the intent to guide him through his cultivation breakthrough. When Linger opened her eyes and beheld the scene before her, she was astounded. She realized that the space had expanded by approximately 200 square feet compared to the last time, indicating that her master had directly ascended from the 3rd level to the 5th. Her heart swelled with joy, for she recognized her master as a prodigious talent. To achieve such a breakthrough after merely a night or two of cultivation was a testament to his exceptional abilities. Truly, he was the chosen one of the universe, destined to traverse from Earth to this realm. Seeing her master diligently continue his practice to solidify his foundation, she refrained from interrupting him and patiently guided him to solidify the fundamentals of both the 4th and 5th levels. After an hour had passed, Lin Fan successfully established the foundations of both levels, gradually gathering his energy. Noticing that her master had completed his cultivation, Linger promptly clasped her hands in congratulations, exclaiming, "Congratulations, master! You have ascended once more." achieving a remarkable cross-boundary upgrade. Truly, you are the chosen one, a being of immense capability. This is a moment of great celebration. Upon hearing Ling mention his cross-boundary upgrade, Lin Fan was filled with astonishment and delight. What? I have ascended 2 levels directly. Linger affirmed, indeed, Master. You may sense it for yourself. You have now reached the first layer of the 9 Heavens Divine Dragon Technique, 5th level. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Lin Fan immediately attuned himself to the inner energy and meridians within his body. Moments later, he was elated to discover that Ling had spoken true. His energy and meridians had indeed been enhanced. He had ascended directly to the first layer, 5th level of the 9 Heavens Divine Dragon Technique. Opening his eyes, he surveyed the contents of the space, noting that the previously 300 square feet had now expanded to approximately 500 square feet. This confirmed that the transformation was genuine, as changes in the space were inevitable. Linger, no wonder I felt extremely agitated earlier, as though my meridians were swelling, that I intended to ask you about this. But it seemed I could manage it. It wasn't overly uncomfortable. I felt capable of enduring it. That I concentrated all that energy and compressed it together, ultimately breaking through the barrier. Linger explained, Master, it is likely that you initially sought to break through the 4th level. However, by suppressing that energy and continuing your cultivation, you inadvertently shattered the barrier of the 5th level. Thus, you soared to new heights, breaking through the 5th level's barrier. Chapter 64. Transcending Boundaries to Ascend, Master. You truly are an extraordinary being. If one were to cultivate normally, confining that surge of energy would easily lead to an explosion or damage to the meridians. It could also harm the foundation and, worse yet, lead one astray into madness. Yet, you have propelled that energy to new heights with remarkable prowess. It is simply astonishing. Upon hearing Ling's explanation, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of shock. He had not anticipated that, despite the perilous nature of the night, he had taken a significant risk. The world of cultivation is indeed ever-changing. With a single misstep, one could find themselves ensnared. Henceforth, he must heed Linger's guidance more diligently. Otherwise, his reckless actions could lead to unforeseen dangers. Linger continued. However, Master, since you have already experienced a breakthrough the first time, you now possess the foundation for transcending boundaries. In the future, you may frequently ascend beyond your current limits. But you must be cautious. Never force yourself. When you reach a certain threshold, regardless of how many levels you ascend, you must release that energy, allowing it to soar and break through any bottleneck. Otherwise, if you truly reach a bottleneck without achieving ascension, it could result in damage to your meridians or even an explosion. It is akin to a balloon. If you continuously inflate it, no matter how large, it will eventually burst. If you fill it sufficiently and then release some air or transfer it to a larger balloon, you can alleviate the pressure. Let that energy disperse throughout your body or refine it into your dantian, and you will be able to continue your cultivation. The sensation of expansion in your body stems from your failure to transfer the refined energy into your dantian. If you channel all that energy there, you will no longer experience this feeling of inflation. Listening to Linger's extensive explanation, Lin Fan nodded in a semblance of understanding, as if he grasped the essence of her words. Linger continued. In the future, as you cultivate, take your time to ponder and study diligently. You will uncover these issues. Whenever you encounter such problems, be sure to adopt a different method to continue your refinement and cultivation. This is also an aspect of the cultivation experience, and only through experience will you truly comprehend it. Therefore, continue your cultivation earnestly. Lin Fan replied, understood that he engaged in further discussion with Linger about insights and techniques for cultivation, attentively absorbing her guidance on how to address challenges that may arise in his practice. The two souls conversed about their cultivation experiences while observing the changes in their surroundings. As before, the space had expanded, the surrounding land had grown, and the fish pond had also increased in size, yet the house and the well remained unchanged. While the two souls were leisurely discussing matters within the space, Lin Fan faintly heard cries for help. He then inquired, Linger, did you hear someone calling for help? Linger listened intently and replied, I did not hear anything. My current range of detection is limited to 20 meters around you, and there is nothing amiss. Lin Fan pondered. If Linger could not detect it, then how had he heard it just moments ago? Nevertheless, her ability to probe within 20 meters indicated that the voice did not originate from his home. Listening once more, Lin Fan discerned that the voice was somewhat distant yet familiar. Suddenly, it struck him. It was the voice of a widow from the village. After paying closer attention, he confirmed that the cries were indeed emanating from that direction. Without hesitation, he vanished from the space and returned to his physical body. Upon returning, he immediately stood, opened the door, and stepped outside, closing it behind him. He leapt over the courtyard wall and sprinted toward the house located at the village's edge. As he approached the house, the cries grew intermittent, yet clearer. It was undeniably the voice of Widow Lee, pleading, "Help! Help! Let me go! What do you want?" No, soon. Her voice began to fade, growing weaker and more breathless, until it was reduced to mere gasps. Arriving at the entrance of Widow Lee's yard, Lin Fan did not pause. He jumped directly into the courtyard. Inside, he overheard two men engaged in conversation. "Brother, you have quite the eye. Such a beautiful woman, and you found her. Tonight, let us enjoy this beauty thoroughly. She is truly stunning. With such a petite figure and such smooth skin, I can hardly contain myself." The other man responded, "Then I shall not be polite. We shall have a delightful evening here. Once the night is nearly over, we can take her back. After that, we can indulge ourselves day and night. Once we tire of her, we can sell her to a brothel. That way, we will make a handsome profit. Don't you think that sounds splendid?" The first man replied, "Your suggestion aligns perfectly with my desires. Tonight, let us compete and see who is more adept." The two men continued to converse jovially. Tearing at the woman's clothing, one of them placed a firm grip on her wrist, saying, "So fragrant. Tonight I must savor this beauty," letting her know that a man can bring her to ecstasy and despair. The woman, held down by both men, struggled with all her might, but her body felt weak and feverish, rendering her almost immobile. Her lips moved as if to speak, but no words emerged. She could barely manage to breathe. Upon hearing the men's conversation at the door, Lin Fan was consumed with fury. Not only were they attempting to assault a woman, but their plan to sell her afterward was tantamount to inviting death. His face flushed crimson with rage, veins bulging, fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly broke the skin. The anger surged within him, and he delivered a powerful kick to the door. The door flew open without hesitation, crashing into the man, assaulting the woman, and knocking him down. The door struck the man squarely on the back, causing him to collapse onto the ground beneath the woman. Chapter 65. Trouble at the widow's house. Perhaps due to his lack of caution, Lin Fan's strike had been excessively forceful. The man let out a single cry before falling silent. Unconscious, the other man, startled by the sudden turn of events, swiftly dodged to the side and shouted, "Who dares to disrupt my enjoyment?" Lin Fan, a man of few words, did not respond, but instead turned and delivered a swift kick to the man's groin. The man, caught off guard in the darkness, failed to react in time. Yet Lin Fan, having cultivated his abilities, could sense his position with clarity. The sound of two sharp cracks echoed as the man's two precious jewels were crushed, and he fell to the ground, howling in agony. Before long, his cries diminished as if he could only exhale without inhaling, until he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Not yet satisfied, Lin Fan delivered another kick to each of the two men, sending them flying out of the courtyard. After disposing of them, he rushed to the woman's side. The moment he laid eyes on Li Dongmei, he was rendered speechless. Her clothing had been completely torn apart, leaving her barely covered. Her skin, a soft beige, revealed a slender and ample figure, a woman that any man would dream of, such a beautiful woman, with such an alluring physique. Who could possibly resist? Lin Fan felt a surge of heat rising within him, excitement coursing through his veins as if his blood might burst forth. However, he quickly regained control over his impulses, shaking his head vigorously and slapping his face to bring himself to his senses. He hastily found a garment to drape over her, shielding her modesty, and inquired, "Sister Dongyu, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Indeed, this woman is none other than Li Dongyu, the youngest and most beautiful widow in Taoyuan village. In the days when Lin Fan's mother was still alive, Li Dongyu frequently visited their home. However, since Lin Fan's mother passed away, her visits have become infrequent, as she feared that the villagers might misconstrue their relationship, leading to gossip and rumors that in order to protect Lin Fan's reputation, she kept her distance. Thus, Lin Fan was very familiar with her. Upon hearing her voice, he immediately recognized her and hurried from his home to ascertain what had transpired. To his astonishment, he discovered that Sister Dongyu had been wronged. Upon arriving, Hearing the conversation between the two men, he was filled with rage and took swift action, incapacitating them both. While questioning her, he assisted in adjusting her disheveled clothing and gently grasped her shoulders to help her rise. However, Li Dongyu offered no response, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan, her breathing growing increasingly labored. She extended her hands, wrapping them tightly around him, akin to a siren seeking refuge in his embrace. As Lin Fan bent down to lift her, she unexpectedly pressed her lips against his. Stunned by this sudden kiss, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, the enticing fragrance of a mature, sensual woman enveloping him, soft, sweet, and intoxicating. Her tongue ventured into his mouth, eliciting a reflexive response as he instinctively reciprocated. The taste was soft, sweet, and wonderfully tender. Yet, after a brief moment, he regained his senses and quickly withdrew his lips, still lingering in the aftertaste of that delightful encounter. The sensation was immensely pleasurable and unforgettable. However, reason triumphed over temptation, as Lin Fan admonished himself internally. Lin Fan, this is your sister Dongyu. She has always treated you so kindly. How can you take advantage of her? Steeling himself, he chastised his own thoughts, realizing he was there to save her, not to exploit her vulnerability. That as he gathered his wits, he discerned that Li Dongyu was likely suffering from some form of poisoning. Her head spinning, cheeks flushed, and desperately in need of a man, she must have been afflicted by an aphrodisiac. He quickly supported her to the bed, just as Lin Fan was at a loss for how to proceed. Ling'er, in his mind, interjected, Master, this beautiful sister has been poisoned with an aphrodisiac known as Yin Yang Chui. After being affected by this drug, one must engage in intimate relations with a man to dispel the effects. Otherwise, the victim may suffer unbearable itching, swollen blood vessels, and ultimately succumb to death. Lin Fan was taken aback. This Yin Yang Chui poison is that potent. Without a man, she could die. It seems those two scoundrels are despicably shameless, employing such underhanded tactics that I wonder if the recent rumors of a flower thief are related to them. However, he had no time to ponder these matters. Saving her was of utmost priority. Surprised, he paused, then asked Ling'er, Aren't you only 6 or 7 years old? How do you know so much about these matters between men and women? Ling'er rolled her eyes and retorted, That's none of your concern. Right now, you have only 2 options to save her. Lin Fan glanced at Li Dongyu's current state. The drug was taking effect, and she appeared to be in great distress, her body growing increasingly hot. It was evident that without intervention, her condition was perilous. Forsaking any banter with Ling'er, he inquired urgently, What are the options? Ling'er replied, The first option is to engage in intimate relations with her to alleviate the effects of the poison. Given the severity of her condition, it may take some time. This would also satisfy the pent-up desires you have experienced since arriving in this world. That it would be beneficial for both of you. And such a beautiful sister would certainly be a delight to attend to. Lin Fan thought, Isn't this taking advantage of her vulnerability? Ling'er continued, Master, she yearns for this day too, to offer herself to you and fulfill your innermost desires. Lin Fan countered, You are not her. How would you know? Chapter 66. Resolving Li Dongyu's poisoning, Ling'er ignored his protest and stated, This sister has long harbored feelings for you. Whatever you do, she will accept because you have liked her for quite some time. You both have simply left those feelings unspoken. Lin Fan was taken aback, exclaiming, No, I cannot do such a thing as take advantage of her in this state. Besides, how do you know all of this? He gazed at Ling'er in astonishment. Can you read my memories? Ling'er shot him an exasperated look. If I could read your memories, would I need to discuss this with you? In truth, she was merely speculating. Having inferred Lin Fan's familiarity with Li Dongyu, and fortuitously, her guess was accurate. Lin Fan decided not to delve further into that topic and asked, What is the second option? Ling'er shifted the conversation. Do you remember the medical book and the set of silver needles in your space? Lin Fan replied, I remember. What use is that? I can't learn it immediately, and even if I do, I won't be able to apply it right away. Ling'er retorted, I told you to study the medical book and silver needles, but you insisted you were too busy. Now you see their worth, don't you? Lin Fan acknowledged, Yes, I understand now, but even if I start learning now, I won't master it quickly. Once I have the time, I will study it diligently. That he reflected that mastering the medical book was essential. Otherwise, if his family fell ill in the future, he would be at a loss for help. Seeing Lin Fan earnestly commit to learning medicine, Ling'er smiled and asked, Do you remember the function of the spiritual spring water? Lin Fan was jolted from his reverie. He had nearly forgotten about the spiritual spring water due to its infrequent use. Can the spiritual spring water also neutralize this poison? He queried, still somewhat skeptical. Linger, irritated, responded as if he were doubting her integrity. Of course it can, and the efficacy is remarkable. Lin Fan exclaimed, that's wonderful. How can I prepare the spiritual spring water to save her without causing harm? Linger instructed, find a bucket of water and enter the space. I will guide you. Without hesitation, Lin Fan searched the room. Locating a bucket in the corner, he filled it with water and placed it in the space. Returning to Li Dongyu's side, he sat down beside her and entered the space. Once inside, Linger promptly began teaching Lin Fan how to dilute the spiritual spring water, but in no time. She guided him to prepare the water in the bucket. Having completed the preparation, Lin Fan returned to his physical body, retrieved the spiritual spring water from the space, and found a bowl to serve it to Li Dongyu as he attempted to feed her. Her body writhed around him like a water snake, complicating the task. Fortunately, her current state left her parched, allowing Lin Fan to suppress all distractions and gradually pour the spiritual spring water into her mouth. After consuming the spiritual spring water, Li Dongyu's demeanor began to shift, gradually transforming into one of comfort. She soon lay still, tranquility washing over her as if she had fallen into a deep slumber. Witnessing the remarkable effect of the spiritual spring water, Lin Fan was left in awe, murmuring to himself, not even an elixir could act this swiftly. Lin Fan beheld Li Dongyu, who swiftly closed her eyes, and inquired through his soul, Linger, is she all right now? Linger responded, Master, rest assured, she is fine. She has merely succumbed to slumber. Lin Fan uttered a soft "oh" and patiently awaited in silence. After a few minutes, Li Dongyu, lying on the bed, gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing her awaken, Lin Fan immediately expressed his concern, asking, Sister Dongyu, are you all right? After calling her name twice, Li Dongyu finally reacted, rubbing her eyes. Upon recognizing Lin Fan, she uttered not a word but leaped into his embrace, weeping sorrowfully. Lin Fan found himself enveloped in the warmth of Li Dongyu's tenderness, a wave of bliss washing over him. Yet, at that moment, he was not in the mood to revel in the comfort her presence provided. He extended his arms to hold her close, gently patting her back, and softly reassured her, Sister Dongyu, fear not, fear not. All is well. Embracing her, he inhaled the alluring scent of a mature and graceful woman as she wept quietly in his arms. It is often said that while maidens are treasures, mature women are the finest gems. This sentiment proved true, as the sensation of holding a mature woman was indeed unparalleled. Her figure, though slightly slender, possessed an undeniable allure that in a modern context, her physique would resemble that of a model. Despite her slimness, she was well-proportioned in all the right places that in this era. A woman of her stature was far from diminutive. She was considered quite appealing. Living independently in the village, she diligently tended to her fields and showcased her craftsmanship by weaving items to sell in town. Thus, she was self-sufficient and had little need for a man's support, rarely experiencing hunger, and enjoying a modest yet sufficient diet, albeit with limited meat, perhaps only indulging a few times a year. Consequently, she became a highly sought-after widow in the village, with every bachelor and some men seeking to forge a connection with her. However, since her husband's passing a few years ago, she had resolutely maintained her dignity. 5 years prior, she had been forcibly married off by the authorities due to her age, becoming wed to her husband. Yet, fate was cruel. On their wedding night, the village was besieged by bandits who wreaked havoc and slaughtered. Her husband had gallantly attempted to protect her, but met a tragic end. Fighting valiantly against the marauders, she had hidden away, witnessing the brutal murder of her newlywed husband, narrowly escaping a similar fate. Once the bandits had departed, she roamed the mountains in despair, eventually finding refuge in Taoyuan village. Upon hearing her harrowing tale, the village chief and the other villagers expressed their outrage towards the brigands. Understanding that a solitary woman could not continue to flee indefinitely without falling prey to thieves, they took pity on her plight, offering her shelter and allowing her to settle in Taoyuan village. Over the past 5 years, she had been exemplary, causing no trouble and treating others kindly. Yet, her gentle nature had attracted the attention of many suitors, leading to frequent harassment, which she consistently rebuffed with grace. Due to her close relationship with Lin Fan's mother, most would refrain from overtly pursuing her, especially with the village chief keeping a watchful eye. Her life in Taoyuan village had been relatively stable since she arrived at the age of 15, and now, 5 years later, she had grown familiar with her surroundings and the villagers, who treated her with respect. After several minutes, Li Dongyu's sobs gradually subsided, her emotions stabilizing. Yet she remained aggrieved, continuing to cling to Lin Fan, finding solace in the strength of his embrace that a few moments later, Lin Fan gently inquired. "Sister Dongyu, are you feeling better?" She buried her face in his arm and nodded softly. "Fan Di, I'm all right now. Sister Dongyu, please tell me what transpired tonight and how they came to target you." Li Dongyu began to regain her composure, releasing Lin Fan and wiping her tears, apologizing. "Fan Di, I am sorry for causing you trouble." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. Between us, there's no need for such formality. Your troubles are my troubles. Please share what just happened at Li Dongyu recounted. I am unsure when they began to stalk me. After dinner tonight, I retired early to be in the dead of the night. I was awakened by a pressing urge to relieve myself. After doing so, I returned to my room, intending to continue my slumber. However, I felt slightly dizzy and weak, assuming I was merely groggy. Yet, just as I closed my eyes, I heard someone attempting to open my door that I called out, asking who it was, but received no response. They persisted with the door, and soon it was flung open. Two men burst in, and in that moment, I screamed for help. But as I did, my head grew heavier, and my body weaker. The men approached my bed, restraining me and covering my mouth, while they ruthlessly tore at my clothing and violated me without remorse. As my consciousness faded, I realized I had been poisoned, that I struggled desperately, crying out for help, but my pleas were stifled as they overpowered me. They held my limbs, rendering me immobile, and subjected me to their vile intentions. In that moment, despair engulfed me, and I felt certain my purity was to be shattered that very night. That as she spoke, her tears flowed once more. They uttered many threats of torment. That my awareness began to fade. And I cannot recall much after that I believed I was to meet my end tonight. But unexpectedly, you appeared just in time. Upon seeing you, I knew I was saved. After understanding the situation, Lin Fan lamented the harsh reality for women in this era. Without the protection of a man, they were akin to flowers by the roadside, vulnerable to the whims of any passerby. He then asked, "Do you recognize those men?" "Are they from our village?" Li Dongyu replied. "It was too dark. I could not discern their faces. However, from their voices, I can tell they are not from our village, as I know everyone's voice here." This was hardly surprising, as Taoyuan village consisted of only a handful of families, making it easy to recognize each person's voice. Lin Fan reassured her, "Good, since they are not from our village, we need not show them any mercy." The two continued their conversation for a while, and Li Dongyu's mood had returned to normal. Just then, shouts erupted from outside the courtyard. "Who the hell are you? Who just laid a hand on me? Do you know who I am? Dare to ruin our brotherhood's business, and I will kill you and your entire family." It seemed that the two men, having woken up and regained their senses, chose not to flee, but instead began to shout. Hearing their voices, Li Dongyu trembled in fear, anxiously grasping Lin Fan's clothing. "Fan Di, they are awake. We must flee quickly." Lin Fan placed his hands on her shoulders, offering her a reassuring glance. "Sister Dongyu, do not be afraid. I am here. Wait for me while I handle this," that he continued. "Since those men are not from our village, I shall take care of them, in order to prevent future retaliation or harm against other women." Lin Fan's heartlessness and decisiveness stem from his understanding that in this world, if one refrains from eliminating threats, it is only a matter of time before those threats turn against them, resulting in a deadly confrontation. Thus, he believes in taking preemptive action to eradicate potential dangers. After calming Li Dongyu, Lin Fan slowly exited the room and made his way into the courtyard. The two men outside continued to bellow the most venomous threats, vowing to make Lin Fan pay dearly and to kill the woman inside. Lin Fan found their bravado somewhat amusing, recalling that one of them had already been rendered powerless by him. What more could they do? Chapter 68. The first kill, however, Lin Fan paid little heed to their bluster. Recognizing that engaging with the dead is futile, he soon stepped into the courtyard, where the two men, upon witnessing his leisurely approach, were incensed by his nonchalance and disdainful demeanor. They had never been so openly belittled, and their anger flared as they pointed at Lin Fan, shouting, "You little brat! How dare you ambush me when I wasn't paying attention? I'll make you pay for this. Tearing you apart limb from limb. I will kill your entire family and violate every woman by your side. Lin Fan remained unfazed, casually cleaning his ears with his little finger, then blowing on it dismissively as he remarked, "You're in such a state, yet still have the energy to threaten. It seems some people are truly oblivious to the consequences of their actions, not knowing how to recognize their own mortality." The two men were momentarily taken aback by Lin Fan's unexpected retort, their confusion quickly morphing into laughter. "Are you referring to yourself? You know you cannot defeat us in a fair fight, so you resort to nonsensical chatter to distract us. Let me assure you, whether you beg for mercy or not, you will certainly die today." Lin Fan found their line of reasoning bewildering and could no longer tolerate their foolishness. It appeared they had indeed sustained significant injuries, impairing their cognitive faculties. "That I'll give you a chance for a direct confrontation," he said. Upon hearing this, the two men grew even more confident, believing that their previous distraction had allowed them to be ambushed. Now, with their focus solely on Lin Fan, they were certain they could easily dispatch him. Without hesitation, they prepared to attack. That as soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, they lunged at him. He did not waste time with words and engaged them directly. Initially, he was able to withstand their blows, but within 3 exchanges, he sent each of them sprawling to the ground with powerful kicks. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the two men swiftly retrieved their daggers and rose to their feet, launching a renewed assault on Lin Fan. Aware that this time could not be taken lightly, Lin Fan acted with lethal intent, pouring all his energy into every strike, determined to eliminate them. Despite his lack of combat experience, Lin Fan had honed his reflexes through training. With a few more exchanges, he deftly evaded one man's attack and maneuvered behind him, seizing his head and twisting it with a decisive crack, causing the man to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The remaining assailant, witnessing his comrade's demise, grew more ferocious in his assault. Lin Fan deftly dodged his strikes, and as the man lunged towards him with a dagger aimed at his chest, Lin Fan evaded, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, sending him crashing against the courtyard's far side. Without hesitation, Lin Fan closed the distance, stepping onto the fallen man's neck with a swift motion. With a forceful press, a sickening crack echoed as the man's life was extinguished in an instant, his body slumping lifelessly to the ground without a sound. Lin Fan showed no mercy towards such vile individuals. Recalling the horrific scenes he had witnessed in his previous life, where innocent people were slaughtered without defense, akin to fish on a chopping block, the brutal reality of survival of the fittest was starkly evident in this world. After dispatching both men, Lin Fan felt a twinge of anxiety, for this was his first act of killing. Growing up in the 21st century, particularly in Huaxia, instances of murder were rare, making the experience all the more surreal. As he stood there, grappling with the weight of his actions, he ultimately came to terms with the harsh reality of his new existence. In this world, failing to eliminate threats would only lead to his own demise. Just then, Li Dongyu, hearing the silence outside, emerged from the room to find Lin Fan standing alone. Her heart finally eased as she took in the scene. She recognized that this was Lin Fan's first kill, one he had committed for her sake. Slowly, she approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around him without uttering a word, offering warmth and courage as he faced the weight of his actions. After a few moments, Li Dongyu gently inquired, "Are you all right, Fan Di?" Startled back to reality, Lin Fan replied, "I'm fine. You mustn't dwell on the lives you've taken. They were evildoers, and you needn't feel burdened by guilt." She reassured him. Li Dongyu's calm demeanor stemmed from her own experiences, having witnessed death during her flight. Such occurrences had become commonplace for her. Lin Fan nodded. "I understand that it's just that the weight of taking a life is heavy. But I will be all right." Lin Fan's adaptability shone through that moment. Li Dongyu drew closer, nestling against him, allowing him to find solace in her gentleness. As they embraced and conversed, Lin Fan asked, "Why haven't you visited my home recently?" "I've missed you," Li Dongyu replied. "I've wanted to see you every day, but as a widow, I feared it might tarnish your reputation. I didn't mind others gossiping about me, but I was concerned about your standing. You're an educated man, and a tarnished reputation could ruin your future. When I learned you had married, I felt even more hesitant to approach, worried your wife might misunderstand." Chapter 69. Disposing of the bodies. Lin Fan was taken aback by Li Dongyu's words. astonished that the original owner of his body had garnered the affection of such a beautiful woman that it seemed they had both harbored feelings for one another without ever expressing them. Lin Fan was aware of the original owner's feelings for Li Dongyu, but had been oblivious to her sentiments towards him that it's alright. He reassured her that my wife is kind and understanding. You're always welcome to visit, that it's not safe for you to be alone here. So please take care if anyone troubles you, come to me, and I will stand up for you. Li Dongyu felt a warm sense of gratitude for Lin Fan's concern, realizing she had chosen well and trusting him. Thank you, I appreciate your kindness, she responded softly, using the term Fan Di affectionately since he was younger than her, despite only being a year apart. They entered the room, but remained close, wrapped in each other's embrace, time slipping by swiftly as they chatted. Soon, dawn began to break outside. Lin Fan glanced at the lightening sky and suggested, it's nearly dawn. Perhaps you should rest and catch a few more hours of sleep? I discarded the two lifeless bodies into the forested hills behind the mountain, allowing the wild beasts to consume them. Ensuring that no one would discover their presence, Li Dongyu glanced at the sky, noticing the dawn was approaching, and replied, all right, I shall take my leave to rest. You handle the disposal of these two bodies and then return to rest as well. After speaking, he reluctantly bestowed a tender kiss upon Lin Fan's lips. Both were acutely aware of each other's feelings, thus abandoning any pretense. Lin Fan, too, reciprocated, savoring the delicate fragrance that emanated from the woman's lips. They lingered in this embrace for a moment before parting ways to attend to their respective tasks. Li Dongyu observed Lin Fan effortlessly lifting the two bodies as though they were mere dead chickens. Making his way towards the back mountain, that he was astounded and shocked by Lin Fan's prowess, never having imagined that such a slight figure could possess such strength, handling two corpses with such ease. As Lin Fan carried the bodies out of the courtyard and towards the mountains, Li Dongyu pondered, what manner of person is Fan, endowed with such strength? How have I never noticed this before? I cannot fathom that if I were to have the opportunity to marry Fan, I would undoubtedly find great happiness. Lost in these thoughts, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she quickly covered her face and retreated to her room to sleep. Lin Fan, with the two bodies in tow, reached a corner where he surveyed his surroundings and, finding no one in sight, directly stored the bodies within his spatial realm. Soon after, he arrived at a secluded area overgrown with weeds on the back mountain, where he released the bodies, discarding them there and covering them with grass to avoid easy detection. Given the keen sense of smell possessed by animals, they would likely discover the remains with little difficulty. Having completed these tasks, he ambled back towards his home, engaging in conversation with Linger about various combat-related queries that Lin Fan inquired. When I engage in battle with others, I consistently feel as though my hands do not obey my will. I am uncertain how to combat others, even though my speed surpasses theirs, that Linger responded. This is to be expected. You have only cultivated your internal energy, thus enhancing your physicality, but have not practiced any martial arts. Consequently, you are forced to fight as an ordinary person would. You either strike with a palm, leaving your opponent bruised, or kick them away. That if you wish to elevate your combat skills, you must at the very least practice a foundational set of boxing or palm techniques. Otherwise, you will remain unaware of how to strike effectively. Upon hearing Linger's explanation, Lin Fan recognized the truth in her words. He indeed had never practiced any martial arts techniques, and was thus compelled to fight in a manner akin to an untrained individual. It appeared unprofessional. Being a keen learner, Lin Fan promptly asked Linger, I wish to learn a set of boxing or palm techniques for attack. Do you possess any books I could study? Linger replied, Master, you have indeed asked the right person. I have long prepared for this. Within the spatial abode, there exists a book that combines both boxing and palm techniques. It covers the fundamentals of these arts. Take it and practice diligently. Since you have cultivated your internal energy, there is no need for excessive movements. Focus on mastering the basics. Your speed and physique are superior, so you primarily need to learn how to strike and retract your punches and kicks. Other techniques would be somewhat redundant, as your speed constitutes your agility. You merely need to perfect the foundational techniques of striking. Lin Fan was overjoyed to hear this. Linger had indeed prepared everything for him. It seemed she was quite attentive to his needs. With excitement, he exclaimed, Thank you, Linger, I will make time to practice in the spatial realm. Their conversation continued as they made their way home, and before long, they arrived. Upon entering the room, Lin Fan discovered that his wife and Xiao Chao were still asleep. He quietly returned to bed, indulging in a brief slumber. However, within half an hour, Song Xiaoxue arose as usual. Preparing breakfast. After about an hour, the door to the room creaked open, and Song Xiaoxue's gentle voice filled the air. "Dear husband, breakfast is ready. Please rise to eat." As she spoke, she reached out to caress Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan, blinking away his drowsiness, replied, "All right, my dear, I shall get up." Rubbing his eyes with both hands, he quickly rose. Song Xiaoxue, ever attentive, assisted him in dressing. Although it was merely a simple short tunic, her care made the experience distinctly different. This morning, Lin Fan thoroughly relished the sensation of being pampered, reveling in the comfort of having his wife bustling about, organizing his attire, an experience akin to that of a privileged individual. However, this feeling was fleeting, for he was acutely aware that he had yet to reach a stage in life where he could fully enjoy such privileges. Still, indulging in the moment was permissible. Chapter 70. Wang Taizhu familiarizes himself with his surroundings after donning his clothing. Lin Fan and his wife stepped out of the room and made their way to the kitchen. After washing up, he inquired, "My dear, have you seen Wang Taizhu rise?" Song Xiaoxue replied, "Wang Taizhu has long since awakened. After washing up, he was just outside in the courtyard, though I am unsure of his whereabouts now." Lin Fan acknowledged her response, unconcerned. He knew that as a grown man, he would not easily become lost. Merely expressing casual curiosity. After finishing their morning routines, the couple had only just begun to prepare for breakfast when they heard Xiao Chao's voice from the doorway. "Sister, brother-in-law, I am awake now. I need to wash my hands and face." Song Xiaoxue immediately responded, "All right, sister, come here at once." After several days of guidance, Xiao Chao had gradually begun to adapt to the routines of daily life, understanding the importance of bathing at night, washing up in the morning, and cleaning her hands before meals. As Song Xiaoxue busied herself, helping Xiao Chao with her morning routine, Wang Tieju's voice resonated from outside the courtyard. "Young master, young madam," and Xiao Chao, "Good morning," upon hearing his voice. Song Xiaoxue replied promptly, "You have returned. Coming quickly to have breakfast." Xiao Chao, with her sleepy yet adorable voice, asked, "Uncle, after you finish breakfast, will you take me to catch butterflies?" Wang Taizhu responded, "Certainly. Once I have time, I shall take you to catch butterflies. How does that sound?" Xiao Chao gleefully replied, "Sounds great." Lin Fan then inquired, "Taizhu, where did you venture off to so early in the morning?" Wang Taizhu explained, "Upon waking with nothing to do and being new to Taoyuan village, I decided to explore the surroundings to familiarize myself with the local environment." Lin Fan felt delighted to hear this, that he had not anticipated that Wang Taizhu would think of such a prudent approach, understanding the importance of acclimating to unfamiliar territory. This foresight would undoubtedly facilitate tasks in the future, a commendable notion indeed. "Then come and join us for breakfast," he invited. Wang Taizhu accepted graciously, as he knew from his experience the previous evening that there were fewer formalities in Lin Fan's household. He had learned this during a lengthy discussion over dinner, which had revealed that the traditional etiquette and customs did not hold much weight in Lin Fan's home. Although he had initially intended to wait until the family had finished their meal before eating, he had quickly realized that such customs were not strictly enforced here. However, he understood the importance of maintaining a certain level of decorum. Without rules, chaos would ensue. It was essential to adhere to the necessary guidelines, lest one forget that others were paying for his presence. This individual, having roamed the world for many years, is well aware of such matters. Therefore, certain customary etiquettes should still be observed, albeit in a simplified manner. A few individuals engage in breakfast while conversing, and within the span of the meal, they find themselves satiated. Meanwhile, Song Xiaoxue busies herself with household chores at home, while Xiao Chao frolics in the yard, chasing butterflies and playing with ants. Lin Fan, accompanied by Wang Taizhu and armed with a bucket, ventures to the creek to catch fish. Before long, they arrive at the creek, and according to their daily routine, they begin the task of fishing. Wang Taizhu observes Lin Fan's methods and is astonished at how many fish can be caught each morning, as this technique has expanded his understanding. Soon, they transfer all the fish from the net into the bucket, add bait, and return it to the water. Today's haul is quite satisfactory, with half a bucket of fish. Seeing such a fishing method, Wang Taizhu, eager to learn, incessantly inquires about Lin Fan's techniques. Lin Fan willingly shares his knowledge, leading the way while Wang Taizhu follows. Captivated by the discourse in no time, the two happily return home and enter the yard. just as they place the fish down and enlist Wang Tieju's help to prepare them. A menacing voice echoes from outside. Lin Fan, repay your debt. Today marks the 6th day. You must return the money, that if you fail to do so, do not blame me for my rudeness. I shall make you regret your very existence. Even before the person appears, his voice has infiltrated the yard and reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Fan immediately identifies the intruder but refrains from retorting. Instead, he instructs his wife to take Xiao Qiao inside and fetch the money. With a glance, he signals Wang Taizhu to continue processing the fish. The voice belongs to Lin Xiaohu, who had come to collect debts a few days prior. Lin Fan strides to the entrance of the yard just as Lin Xiaohu rounds the corner. Approaching the gate, upon seeing Lin Fan standing there, Lin Xiaohu sneers, "Hey, you rascal! Knowing I was coming, you still dared to stand here instead of hiding. That I commend your audacity. However, no matter your bravado, you must repay me today, or I shall end you." As he speaks, he draws nearer, flanked by 5 or 6 lackeys, "that if you do not settle your debt today, I shall take your wife as collateral. Moreover, I shall also take Widow Li and your sister Dongyu. Once I tire of them, my brothers will have their turn. The 2 women you cherish most will become mine." Haha. His entourage erupts in laughter at his words. Lin Xiaohu has long devised numerous methods to torment Lin Fan and his women. His audacity stems from the knowledge that Lin Fan, having earned only a pittance from selling fish these past few days, is unlikely to have the funds to repay him. Today, he is certain of his dominance over Lin Fan and his women. To prevent a repeat of previous incidents, he has brought along several accomplices, totaling 7 against Lin Fan alone. Even if he were to resort to force, Lin Fan would find himself utterly defenseless. Lin Xiaohu has resolved that today, whether Lin Fan repays his debt or not, he will seize his women and teach him a lesson about the futility of a poor man's struggle against the wealthy. He intends to ensure Lin Fan comprehends the reality of his situation and alleviate the humiliation he suffered previously. Throughout Lin Xiaohu's tirade, Lin Fan remains unperturbed, adopting a demeanor as if he were listening to a rabid dog barking, unfazed and exuding an air of indifference. Standing like a statue, he shows no sign of movement. Lin Xiaohu, incensed by Lin Fan's aloofness, prepares to continue his tirade when Lin Fan's wife emerges from the room. Upon seeing her exquisite features and alluring figure, Lin Xiaohu's mouth waters. You finally recognize your situation and are willing to hand over your wife to me. Had you done so earlier, it would have saved me the trouble of bringing extra lackeys with me. Nonetheless, even if you offer your wife today, the matter remains unresolved. You must also surrender that widow, your sister Dongyu, along with all your land and property. Then, you need not worry about repaying the 25 taels. As he speaks, he brandishes the debt note before Lin Fan, tauntingly. This is a solid 25 taels. Even if you were to sell yourself, you could not possibly raise such an amount. Surrender both women and your land deeds, and you may gather your belongings and leave the village forever. After all, you can never return. Only then will I grant you a chance at life. However, rest assured, I shall repay you in kind for the beating you gave me last time. We shall be even. Lin Xiaohu revels in such unscrupulous demands, as they serve his interests best, allowing him to trample others underfoot. He relishes the thought of inflicting psychological and physical harm upon his adversaries. Leaving them in despair, he takes pleasure in the notion of Lin Fan cowering in fear at the sight of his entourage, believing the latter would willingly offer up his wife and sister. In truth, he has harbored desires for both Widow Li and sister Dongyu, yet previously refrained from acting due to apprehension surrounding Lin Fan's family and the village chief. Now, however, he is determined to seize the opportunity to claim Widow Li for himself. Planning to bring a few lackeys to her home for a night of indulgence, Lin Fan remains composed, his expression steady, while internally, rage simmers to a boiling point. His fists clenched tightly, nearly piercing his skin with his nails. In the yard, Wang Taizhu, having overheard the insults hurled at his master, instinctively prepares to retaliate. However, Lin Fan shoots him a warning glare, signaling him to remain focused on their task. Soon, Song Xiaoxue returns with the silver. Approaching Lin Fan to hand him the money, Lin Fan accepts the coins and declares, "I shall repay you now, and in return, you will give me the debt note." Lin Xiaohu, momentarily taken aback, bursts into laughter. "Lin Fan, you amuse me. Do you take me for a fool? 25 taels. Do you think you can just produce such an amount at will? Do you believe these coins sprout from your vegetable garden? Even if they did, it would require time. Indeed, he speaks the truth. In this era, laboring for a living yields at most a few dozen when daily. Even if you, Lin Fan, are exceptionally skilled, you could only earn a few hundred won in a day. Or perhaps, with a bit of luck, you might earn a tael in a day, which would still take you 25 days to accumulate 25 taels. Now, in just 5 or 6 days, you claim you can produce 25 taels? Who would believe such a tale? Not just me, but no one else would either. Money does not come easily. If it did, we would all be rich by now, and it wouldn't be left to you. The scholarly fool. Lin Xiaohu continues, do not attempt to deceive me. That bag you carry is likely filled with stones that I warn you. Do not try to trick me that if that bag contains 25 taels of silver. Pour it out for me to see. Just don't let it turn into stones once it's in my hands. Ha ha. You think I would fall for such a trick? I refuse to be deceived. Lin Fan refrained from idle chatter, directly opening the bag and pouring its contents onto the ground. Instantly, a cascade of glimmering silver coins spilled forth, shimmering in the light, upon witnessing the riches that Lin Fan had revealed. Lin Xiao, whose laughter abruptly ceased, his previously jovial expression freezing into a mask of shock. After emptying the bag, Lin Fan uttered no further words. He swiftly seized the IOU with one hand. Before Lin Xiao, who could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Fan, upon recognizing the familiar IOU in his grasp, tore it to shreds right before his eyes that he then proclaimed, I have repaid you the money. And reclaimed the IOU. My family does not welcome you. Kindly take your money and vanish from my home at once. Only then did Lin Xiao, who began to process the unfolding events. His mind reeling. When had Lin Fan acquired such a fortune? This was a substantial sum of 25 taels that in the span of just a few days. How had he managed this? Furthermore, who did this fool think he was, daring to command him to leave? If he did not deal with this insolence today, how would he maintain his reputation in the village? However, Lin Xiao, who quickly devised another scheme. The money is yours. Lying on the ground, pick it up immediately, clean it, and hand it to me with both hands. Despite realizing he had miscalculated, he could not afford to lose face or morale. He had to assert his dominance. Otherwise, how could he continue to hold his ground in the village? He continued, moreover, you have owed me this money for so long. Now that you have repaid it, you must offer your wife and widow Li to me for 10 days or half a month of enjoyment. Afterward, I shall return them to you, and you will still have 2 beauties that we will consider your previous offense against me settled. Otherwise, my brothers here will not take kindly to it, should they choose to maim or even kill you. I will have no part in it. Upon hearing Tiger Brother's words, the little brothers laughed heartily in agreement, echoing, indeed, let us teach him a lesson. Chapter 72, a lesson for Lin Xiao, who was precisely this kind of deranged individual. One who thrived on bullying the meek and exploiting the vulnerable, that he regularly engaged in such nefarious activities, concocting reasons to seize the possessions of others, especially if they possessed beautiful women or valuable items. Yet he did not anticipate that this time he would encounter a formidable opponent. Lin Fan had remained silent until now, biding his time until he had settled the debt and reclaimed the IOU. Having endured insults, he had held his tongue, but now, with the debt settled, he owed Lin Xiaohu nothing. Thus, there was no need for restraint. The time had come to respond to his provocations. Lin Fan extended his arm, wrapping it around his wife's waist, wearing an expression of disdain as he regarded Lin Xiaohu. Since you seek your own demise, allow me to oblige you. Without indulging him further, Lin Fan cast a glance at Wang Taizhu. Taizhu, it's your turn. Teach them a lesson in humility and propriety. Wang Taizhu understood the unspoken command, abandoning his previous task and leaping from the courtyard without uttering a word, as he had already been on the verge of losing his composure. Following his employer's cue, he charged toward Lin Xiaohu, delivering a powerful kick. Before Lin Xiaohu could react, Wang Taizhu's foot sent him flying, crashing into several of his little brothers, who were then knocked to the ground with a resounding thud. Blood immediately flowed from Lin Xiaohu's mouth as he clutched his abdomen, rolling on the ground in agony, groaning in pain. His little brothers, stunned by the sudden turn of events, lay sprawled on the ground, shouting in confusion and despair. However, they quickly regained their senses, scrambling to help Lin Xiaohu up while cursing, "Damn you, you cowardly scoundrel," taking advantage of Tiger Brother's distraction to launch a sneak attack. How dare you strike my brother? I will end you and destroy your entire family." As Lin Xiao, who was gradually helped to his feet, he gasped for breath, pointing a trembling finger at Wang Taizhu and Lin Fan. "Brothers, he attacked me while I was unprepared. I command you to go and kill those two pathetic losers, then chop their bodies into pieces and feed them to the dogs." Upon hearing their leader's orders, the gang members swiftly drew their daggers, shouting in unison, "Kill!" as they charged toward Wang Taizhu. Each of them appeared fierce and determined, as if they were prepared to butcher Lin Fan and Wang Taizhu without mercy. Their hatred for Lin Fan palpable, akin to the rage one feels upon encountering a sworn enemy. Lin Xiao, whose arrogance stemmed from having such obedient and willing little brothers to do his bidding. In the past, his ruthless demeanor had been bolstered by their loyalty, allowing him to carry out his threats without hesitation. Wang Taizhu, noting the gang advancing with daggers drawn and murderous expressions, remained focused and prepared to confront them. As the first wave approached within mere meters, he sprang into action, deftly evading their initial strikes and maneuvering behind them. Without pausing, he dispatched two of them with swift punches and kicks. Just then, one of the thugs lunged at him from behind, aiming a dagger at his head. Wang Taizhu tilted his head, evading the blade, then seized the assailant's wrist, delivering a powerful strike that shattered the bones in his hand. Following that, he kicked the thug squarely in the stomach, sending him flying. The last attacker charged directly at him, brandishing a knife aimed at Wang Taizhu's face that in a swift motion, Wang Taizhu bent backward and kicked upward, striking the thug's chin. The force sent the man soaring into the air, performing a flip before crashing to the ground, his jaw dislocated and several teeth knocked out, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. In a mere 2 to 3 minutes, all the thugs lay incapacitated on the ground, some nursing broken limbs, others bleeding profusely from head wounds. Yet, to Wang Taizhu, these ruffians were no more than ordinary individuals, just brash enough to cause trouble, lacking any martial prowess compared to him. Observing Wang Taizhu's formidable combat skills and his calm demeanor in the face of danger, Lin Fan nodded in approval. "Taizhu, well done. Each strike was precise and non-lethal. Excellent work." After dispatching the last of the thugs, Wang Taizhu approached Lin Xiao, who was aghast at the sight of his little brothers, all of whom had fallen within mere minutes, writhing in pain on the ground. Lin Xiao, whose shock and fear were palpable as he stared at Lin Fan and Wang Taizhu, unable to comprehend how his numerous followers could be so thoroughly defeated, his mouth agape. He stammered, "What do you want?" "They don't come any closer," as Wang Taizhu advanced, poised to take action. Lin Fan interjected, "Taizhu, enough. Let them leave." He then addressed Lin Xiao, who, "Out of respect for our shared village, I shall spare you today. Let this incident be forgotten. Should you dare to harass me again or disrupt my peace, do not expect mercy in the future." Chapter 73. Lin Fan teaches Lin Xiao, who a lesson after a brief moment. Lin Xiao, who finally regained his composure and remarked, "Lin Fan, I must concede, you have some guts to find such a formidable ally. Today, it seems I am simply out of luck." Observing the circumstances, he no longer exhibited the arrogance he had previously displayed. His tongue was restrained. He understood that uttering even a single word more could provoke that towering figure into action, and he feared he might soon be the one nursing the broken limbs. Nonetheless, he remained seething with anger and resentment, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Fan, murmuring a few words to vent his frustration. "For now, you merely have a skilled fighter at your side. Without this expert's assistance, you wouldn't know how many times you would have perished today. If it were solely based on your own abilities, I could easily dispatch you with a single hand if you're so confident in your prowess. Why not challenge me one-on-one? I wonder how long that person will remain by your side, even to the extent of sharing your bed for your protection." With an air of contempt, Lin Xiao, who regarded Lin Fan as nothing more than a bookish fool, incapable of being a serious opponent. Throughout the ordeal, he had never considered Lin Fan a match for him in martial prowess. Lin Fan, upon hearing these words, remained silent, a smile creeping onto his face. Filled with delight, some individuals seemed destined to bring about their own ruin. Had they not sought self-destruction, they might have escaped unscathed. Yet there are those who, with reckless abandon, pursue their demise, and Lin Fan was more than willing to oblige. "Since you wish to teach me a lesson and are so eager for my demise, I shall grant you an opportunity for a one-on-one duel that if you triumph over me, you may do with me as you please. Life or death. It is yours to decide. Furthermore, I assure you that my companions will not interfere during our confrontation." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao, who was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression shifted to one of joy. Lin Fan, the impoverished fool, had indeed fallen into his trap. Initially, he had merely intended to provoke Lin Fan, but to his surprise, Lin Fan had taken the bait. "Are you serious? You truly won't allow that imposing figure to assist you? If I happen to incapacitate you, do not blame me." Lin Fan replied, "As long as you possess the capability, you may challenge me at any time. Not just today, but in the future as well." Lin Xiao, who, incensed by Lin Fan's audacity, felt his temper flare. "Very well, then let us engage in a friendly spar. Whatever fate befalls you, let it be left to chance." Having recovered sufficiently from the kick he received earlier, Lin Xiao, who believed that subduing the bookworm Lin Fan would be a simple task, without hesitation, he charged towards Lin Fan, intent on striking. Lin Fan, witnessing Lin Xiao, whose reckless advance, stood his ground. Motionless, that it was not until Lin Xiao, who raised his fist to strike at his face, that Lin Fan finally made his move. However, just as Lin Xiao, who prepared to land his blow, a series of resounding slaps echoed against his face. Two sharp blows that left him momentarily stunned, eliciting an involuntary cry of surprise that in a daze. He waved his hands in front of him. Bewildered, who struck me? He failed to perceive the source of the assault, only registering the immediate, numbing pain that coursed through his cheeks, which quickly began to swell. Was that too swift for you to comprehend? Allow me to slow it down so you can see precisely how it is done. Lin Fan raised a hand, and before Lin Xiao, who could react, delivered another two powerful slaps that sent him reeling, leaving him disoriented and seeing stars. The DOUC now. Lin Xiao, who, utterly befuddled, struggled to grasp what had transpired. He had not even been able to discern whether Lin Fan's hands had moved at all. Just as he grappled with this uncertainty, a sudden, intense pain gripped his abdomen, and he felt as though he were soaring through the air, floating weightlessly, before crashing to the ground. That it was only then that he realized the full extent of his predicament. His body ached. His head spun, and he lay there, momentarily incapacitated. As he lay dazed, pondering the events, Lin Fan delivered a swift kick to his stomach, sending him flying once more to the ground. Lin Xiao, who remained sprawled on the ground, incapable of gathering himself for quite some time, reduced to silence. This time, Lin Fan had deliberately imparted a profound lesson. After a few minutes, Lin Xiao, whose subordinates finally managed to assist him to his feet. Lin Fan, disinterested, uttered curtly, "Take your money and leave at once. From now on, let us not cross paths." Gradually regaining his senses, Lin Xiao, who no longer exhibited his previous arrogance, instead, he wore a perplexed expression. Struggling to comprehend how Lin Fan, the fool, had become so formidable, he quickly altered his demeanor, addressing Lin Fan with a newfound respect. "Brother Fan, we were merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. Consider this money as a token of respect. We shall take our leave now." Lin Fan insisted, "Take your money. I wish to sever all ties with you." Lin Xiao, who, suppressing his pain and the fury simmering within, cast a glance at Lin Fan and then at the imposing figure beside him. The large man glared. "Do as our young master commands. Take your money and leave." Feeling cornered by their combined pressure, Lin Xiao, who seethed internally, vowing that he and Lin Fan would be mortal enemies, that he resolved that unless he annihilated Lin Fan and his family, he would not rest. Nevertheless, he plastered on a smile and replied, "Very well, Brother Fan, that I shall depart at once." Though he was a man of stubborn persistence, he was not foolish enough to court disaster. He gathered his silver and, flanked by his subordinates, withdrew in disgrace. Before long, this unruly group vanished without a trace. The commotion had drawn a crowd, and as Lin Xiao, who and his companions departed, whispers circulated among the onlookers, astonished by Lin Fan's martial prowess. After a brief exchange, the crowd gradually dispersed. Chapter 74. Lin Fan acquires fish. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lin Fan, accompanied by his wife and cradling Xiao Chao, engaged in light-hearted conversation in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Wang Taizhu stood at the entrance, clearing the remnants of the recent conflict. Blood had marred the ground, and he diligently washed it away, for it was crucial to maintain a clean and unsullied environment at their home. Having swiftly completed his task, Wang Taizhu returned to the courtyard to attend to the fish. The larger fish had been placed in a water tank for care, and he needed only to clean some smaller ones. A task that did not consume much time, As the group chatted casually, a few individuals approached the entrance, calling out, "Is Lin Fan at home?" Seated within the courtyard, Lin Fan replied, "Yes, I am here. What brings you?" Turning to see several people carrying buckets, he inquired, "What brings you to my home?" The villagers explained, "You mentioned that you would purchase the fish we caught. Are you ready to buy them now?" Lin Fan's heart soared with excitement. He had not anticipated that the villagers would indeed craft fish traps and embark on fishing. "You caught fish. That is splendid news. As I promised, I will definitely purchase them. Please bring the fish in." The villagers, elated by Lin Fan's commitment, exchanged pleasantries and engaged in enthusiastic conversation. Lin Fan examined the buckets, noting that each contained 5 or 6 sizable fish, each weighing over a pound. "How many traps did each of you construct? Is this all the fish you caught this morning?" One villager responded, "I made 3 traps and caught 4 fish today. 2 of them were caught yesterday morning. But I thought that was insufficient, so I did not bring them yesterday." The first villager remarked, "I kept the smaller ones at home for myself." The second villager added, "I crafted 2 fish traps and caught 4 fish this morning, along with some smaller ones at home." The third villager chimed in, "I made 4 fish traps, caught 3 fish yesterday morning, and today I netted 3 large ones. The smaller ones are kept at home for cooking. Last night we feasted on fish." Lin Fan responded, "Ah, splendid, splendid. I shall take all these fish that I in the future. Any large fish you catch can be brought directly to my home for sale, as I will be a long-term buyer." He then promptly called Wang Taiju to assist in lifting the fish and weighing them. Noting that since there was no scale available, they could only make rough estimations, that he instructed his wife to go inside and prepare the payment. The first villager had a total of 6 fish, 3 weighing over 2 jin and 3 over 1 jin, amounting to 91. The second villager had 4 fish, 1 weighing 3 jin, 1 2 jin, and 2 1 jin, totaling 71. The third villager had 6 fish, for weighing 1 jin each, 1 2 jin, and 1 4 jin, bringing the total to 101. After assessing the weights of the fish, the villagers quickly assisted in pouring all the fish into Lin Fan's fish tank. Song Xiaoxue also took out copper coins to help settle the payments. Fish were exchanged for money, and the transactions were settled on the spot. The villagers, having only fished for a day or two, were thrilled to have earned such a substantial sum, multiples of what they would earn from several days of labor elsewhere. Their excitement was palpable, and they respectfully thanked Lin Fan, expressing gratitude to the heavens for his generosity, wishing him and his family a lifetime of peace and prosperity. After tasting the sweetness of their newfound fortune, the villagers hurried home to continue their work, weaving fish traps. They eagerly shared the news of how they could earn hundreds of won from just a day or two of fishing. And soon, this revelation spread like wildfire throughout the village. Lin Fan solidified his good reputation in the hearts of the villagers, earning the label of a good person. Lin Fan thought to himself how fortunate he was to have purchased several large tanks the previous day. Otherwise, he would have had nowhere to keep so many fish. Once the fish collection was complete, Lin Fan took 1 fish and, accompanied by Wang Taiju, made his way toward his uncle's house as they strolled along the village path. They engaged in light conversation until they reached the entrance of his uncle's courtyard, where they did not find him present. Lin Fan called out, "Uncle, are you home?" No sooner had he called than his uncle's voice came from within. "Yes, Fanner has arrived. What brings you here?" As the voice echoed, the door creaked open, and his uncle emerged from the room, stepping forward to invite them into the courtyard. Lin Dafu, having opened the gate, beckoned them inside. Lin Fan casually handed him a fish, saying, "Uncle, I caught some fish this morning and brought one for you to enjoy. Also, this is Wang Taiju, my little brother whom I met on my way back from the city yesterday. He will be part of our family from now on." The village chief politely greeted Wang Taiju, taking note of his impressive stature and robust build, commenting, very well. It is commendable to assist others. You should work diligently under my nephew's guidance." Wang Taiju replied courteously, "Greetings, village chief, that I will certainly do my best. From now on, Master Lin will be my employer." After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Dafu accepted the fish without hesitation, stating, "Fanner, your kindness is appreciated, and I shall not refuse." That he then invited Lin Fan and Wang Taiju to sit in the courtyard, calling out to his wife, "Annie, please bring out some water. Fanner and his friend have come to visit." Moments later, Annie Lin returned with boiled water, serving each guest a bowl. After Lin Fan and Wang Taiju greeted her and took a sip, Lin Dafu inquired, "Fanner, what business do you wish to discuss today?" Lin Fan replied, I came to talk to you about expanding our house. The IT is too small now, and I would like your assistance in finding some workers to help with the construction. Since we need to accommodate residents soon, we might require a larger workforce to expedite the process. Please inquire among the villagers to see if they are willing to assist, that I am prepared to pay them 25 won per day. But I have one request. It must be done quickly and to a high standard. Chapter 75. The village chief helps find workers. Moreover, those who come to assist with the work will be provided with 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, ensuring they will not labor on an empty stomach. Hearing this, Lin Dafu was not only excited, but also felt reassured. He patted his chest and readily agreed to help with the matter. Especially since Lin Fan offered such generous pay for the villagers' labor, this was indeed a significant opportunity for them. As a village chief, being able to provide villagers with a high-income job was a commendable endeavor. Although it would only be a few days of work, it was still a substantial sum that he felt he was contributing to the welfare of the villagers. Thus, he pledged to take charge of the arrangements. Confident in Lin Fan's integrity and aware of his recent success in fish selling and other business ventures, Lin Dafu, having not visited Lin Fan's home that morning, was still privy to the information that Lin Fan had repaid Lin Xiaohu's debt and had admonished him. After discussing the details of the arrangement, they finalized the plan, entrusting the task of finding workers entirely to Lin Dafu, who promptly agreed to help. Once he had gathered enough workers, he would head directly to Lin Fan's home to discuss the arrangements for the work. Following their discussion, Lin Fan and Wang Taizhu departed and quickly returned home. Upon arrival, Song Xiaoxue approached Lin Fan with urgency, stating, "Husband, I just checked the fish in the tank, and it seems some of them have turned belly up and are on the verge of dying." Lin Fan was taken aback, alarmed at the prospect, for these fish were meant for delivery to Juxiang Building. He immediately inquired, "My dear, what is happening? They seemed fine just a short while ago. I was gone for barely half an hour. How could this have happened?" Together with his wife and Wang Taizhu, he rushed to the kitchen to investigate. Upon reaching the kitchen, they discovered that many fish in the tank had indeed flipped onto their backs. After a closer inspection, it was apparent that at least half of the fish had succumbed. What could have caused this? Lin Fan pondered aloud. Song Xiaoxue remarked, "Only a few were belly up earlier. How did so many end up like this?" Lin Fan was perplexed, recalling that he had just caught a dozen fish that morning. And with the additional 20 caught by the villagers, there should only have been 30 or 40 fish in the tank. How could they have all turned belly up? During their initial attempt, they had placed a similar number of fish into the tank without any issues. As they contemplated solutions, they added more water and attempted to aerate the tank. But the fish showed no signs of improvement. After some thought, Lin Fan finally deduced the cause. The tank was overcrowded, leading to a lack of oxygen. As he contemplated how to aerate the tank, he heard Ling Er's voice in his mind, "Master, the fish are dying. They are on the brink of death. This is a consequence of oxygen deficiency. You might consider adding a small amount of diluted spirit spring water to see if it yields any results." The properties of spirit spring water are manifold, and it has been known to aid in the recovery of patients. Thus, it should also prove effective for animals. Notably, the diminutive fish pond within the space has inhabitants that never fall ill or perish, as these fish are derived from the external world. You are permitted to utilize diluted spirit spring water, taking half a bowl to introduce into the fish tank, given the substantial volume of water already present in the tank. This should pose no issue. You may wish to experiment and observe whether any change occurs. Upon hearing Ling's suggestion, Lin Fan experienced a moment of clarity, realizing the validity of her words. He promptly responded, "Linger, your proposed method seems feasible, as fish are indeed animals. Regardless, I shall proceed with the trial." Just last night, Li Dongyu had been severely poisoned, yet after consuming spirit spring water, he was able to detoxify with ease. With that, Lin Fan stepped aside, seizing the opportunity while the two were distracted, and retrieved a bowl to enter the space. He swiftly filled it with half a bowl of the previously diluted spirit spring water. A mere 3 to 4 seconds later, he returned to his physical form, now holding half a bowl of spirit spring water. Lin Fan approached the fish tank and poured the contents of the bowl into it, stirring gently with his hand. Song Xiaoxue and Wang Taizhu observed Lin Fan pouring the water into the tank and stirring it, initially assuming it to be ordinary water. They paid little mind to it, albeit with a hint of curiosity regarding the necessity of stirring after pouring half a bowl of clear water. However, as Lin Fan remained silent, their intrigue quickly faded.